Okay, waiting for the live stream.
Stream looks good.
Live stream is up. Sergeants with your recordings, please.
PC recording is up.
Cloud recording all set.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's remote New York City Council fiscal year 2023 executive budget hearing of the Committees on Finance, Public Safety, and Technology. At this time, would all panelists please turn on your videos for verification purposes. To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices to vibrate or silent. If you wish to submit testimony, you may send it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Give me 1 second. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the fourth day of executive budget hearings. My name is Justin Brannon, and I have the privilege of chairing the Committee on Finance. First on our agenda today is the New York City Police Department, and I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague, Councilmember Camilla Hanks, who is the chair of the Committee on Public Safety, as well as our speaker, Adrian Adams, who we will hear from shortly. I first have to acknowledge Officer Vargas, who was shot last night in the Bronx. Our thoughts and our prayers are with Officer Vargas and his family. I spoke this morning with Councilmember Stevens. The shooting occurred in her district. I understand that Officer Vargas is expected to make a full recovery, and for that, we are grateful. I've always acknowledged that it takes an extraordinary amount of courage to stare down the unknown every day as a New York City cop. We all know that there are too many illegal guns on our streets. These guns come from other states, and they're in the hands of people who currently feel emboldened to use them. Above all, this council, under the leadership of Adrian Adams, is dedicated to keeping our city safe. There may be different ideas on this council and among New Yorkers of how we get there, but we are all ultimately dedicated to making sure that New Yorkers and everyone that visits this city feels safe. Full stop. Commissioner Sewell, I would like to extend a welcome to you and your leadership team here today as we dive into the NYPD's fiscal 23 executive budget. The department's projected fiscal 23 budget of $5.59 billion represents 5.6% of the city's overall proposed fiscal budget. NYPD's fiscal 23 budget increased by 3.4%, or $182 million from the preliminary plan of $5.41 billion. The increase is the result of a number of actions taken, most significant of which are adjustments for planned collective bargaining increases for detectives and sergeants, and a new need for mobility data plans and infrastructure, as well as a new need for cybersecurity. I want to deep dive into these new needs that were added in your budget in this finance plan, which will add $52 million in fiscal 23. Cybersecurity, mobility data plans, and back-end infrastructure, as well as neighborhood safety teams equipment. This body has made a commitment to ensure that our budget is balanced, but also fair. A budget that is equitable for the 8+ million New Yorkers who call New York home. While some agencies have seen their budgets cut, NYPD's budget is increasing. Today and in the coming weeks, as we negotiate the budget, I want to make sure that the NYPD is spending its dollars wisely and for the greater good. I look forward to hearing from you and your team, Commissioner, as we look deeper into the details and seek answers to this committee's questions. I want to thank Nevin Singh for his preparation of our hearing today, and of course, my senior advisor, John Yedden, and the finance team for all their hard work in getting everything ready for today's hearing. I now want to turn to my colleague, Chair of the Public Safety Committee, Camilla Hanks, for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair Brannan. I echo your sentiments and prayers for Officer Vargas. I'm also very happy to hear that we are joined by Speaker Adams. Thank you very much. I am Councilmember Camila Hanks, Chair of the Committee on Public Safety. Welcome to the public safety hearing where we will discuss the Police Department's fiscal 2023 executive budget. Today, we will hear from NYPD Commissioner and her top deputies about the NYPD budget and their priorities for the next fiscal year. Later at 12 p.m., we will also hear from the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. Public safety is paramount to the city's recovery, and the police department plays an extremely important role. As we work together as partners to adopt a budget, it is vital that the council's concerns are addressed and our input is recognized. The New York City Department's fiscal 2022 budget is $5.8 billion, and the fiscal 2023 budget is $5.8 billion, I apologize, and the fiscal 2023 budget is $5.6 billion. The budget supports 35,030 uniform officers, as well as 15,042 civilian personnel. Throughout this year, the department has worked on a transition to new leadership, the efforts to combat gun violence, and working to add community liaisons to improve relationships and to the public. Today, I hope to learn about the department's ongoing initiatives and the budget priorities for fiscal 2023. And I also look forward to hearing more about the changes since we last met at the preliminary budget hearing in March. I would like to thank Commissioner Sewell and her staff for being here, Nevin Singh for preparing this, and I would also like to thank my staff and the committee staff for all their hard work. And I will now turn to the committee council to swear in the members to the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I first wanted to turn to Speaker Adams to see if she had any opening words. Oh, Madam Speaker, there we go.
Thank you very much, Council. I just want to say good morning to all and also echo the sentiments of our chair regarding Officer Vargas. Our prayers are certainly with him and his family. I will defer any remarks to questions in the interest of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So good morning, everyone. My name is Malcolm Buterhorn, counsel to the Finance Committee, and welcome to the first agency hearing for today, May 11th. I would like to acknowledge council members present for the record, council members Schulman, Hanks, Farias, Brannan, Hudson, Sanchez, Holden, Lewis, Adams, Stevens, Kagan, Velasquez, Ayala, and Brooks Powers. Unlike in past, council members and mayors of the mayoral administration will have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. When not speaking, we just ask that you please remember to mute yourself. If we hear any background noise, we will go ahead and mute you. Council members who have questions should use the raise hand function in Zoom. I would like to remind council members we are on an extremely tight schedule today. You will have 5 minutes for questions, and the NYPD, due to last night's shooting, is on a very tight time schedule as well, understandably. So when the sergeant calls time, we ask that you please wrap up your comments so we can move on to the next person with questions. The following members of the administration are here to testify. I will first read the oath, and after I will call on each of you individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Sewell?
I do.
First Deputy Commissioner Caban?
I do.
Chief Corey?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Ryan?
I do.
Chief LePetri?
I do.
Chief Essig?
I do.
Chief Royster?
I do.
Chief Wilcox?
I do.
Chief O'Reilly?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Pemberton?
I do.
Assistant Deputy Commissioner Chernovsky?
I do.
Chief of Staff Jones?
I do.
There we go. Thank you. Chief Holmes? Chief Madri?
I do.
Deputy Chief Abbasi?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Litwin,
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Parker, Deputy Commissioner Hart, Deputy Chief Laren, Chief Morales, Chief Pontillo, Chief Galati, Chief Tobin,
I do.
thank you. Deputy Chief Thompson, Deputy Commissioner Stewart,
I do.
Assistant Chief Wright,
I do.
and Deputy Chief Veneziano.
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Sewell, whenever you are ready.
Good morning, Speaker Adams, Chair Brannan, Chair Hanks, and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the mayor's executive budget for the 2023 fiscal year. I am joined today by members of my executive staff who will assist me in answering your questions. I would like to begin by updating you and New Yorkers on the police-involved shooting last night. Officers assigned to the 4-2 Precinct Public Safety Team engaged with an individual carrying an illegal firearm. One officer was shot in his left arm by this individual, who was also shot in the exchange. This individual was previously convicted for a robbery pattern in 2016 and released on 5 years probation. He was again arrested in 2020 with an illegal gun, released, pled guilty to attempted criminal possession of a weapon in the 3rd degree in December 2021, released again, and his court date, scheduled for last week, was moved to June. We have been able to determine that the illegal firearm, a Glock 9mm, was reported stolen in Richmond, Virginia in 2021. The investigation into this incident is ongoing. The officer shot represents the eighth such officer this year alone in New York City, and highlights the dangerous conditions your officers are faced with in their fight to combat gun violence. The work of police officers in the 4-2 precinct has contributed to a 28% increase in gun arrests so far this year, which has led to a 31% decline in shooting incidents year to date in that command. The NYPD family, as I am certain all New Yorkers, are grateful our wounded officer is recovering at home with his family after having been released from the hospital earlier today. I want to thank New Yorkers for their inspiration, support, and partnership in our vision of a safer New York City. While we have significantly increased the number of officers patrolling our streets and subways and dramatically increased arrests of those preying on the innocent, the contribution of members of the public has proven invaluable as we fight to achieve our shared goal. Oftentimes, it is because of you that we are able to develop leads, timely gather vital evidence, and ultimately apprehend dangerous suspects. Your assistance in bringing the subway shooter to justice last month was nothing short of remarkable. From the courageous riders, eyewitnesses, and concerned citizens who kept a keen eye out for the suspect, to the business owners who provided us with crucial video footage, to everyone who provided comfort and solace to their fellow New Yorkers, whether injured or coping with fear and uncertainty. The NYPD, and may I say all of New York City, thanks you. Everyday New Yorkers have always been instrumental in helping this department solve crime and keep New York City safe. Recent examples have been arrests in the shooting of a Bronx 16-year-old, Anjali Yambo, the murder of 61-year-old Juana Esperanza Soriano de Perdomo in the Bronx, the hate crime assault of 65-year-old Filipino immigrant Vilmi Kari in Midtown, the bias-motivated gang assault of a 21-year-old Hasidic man in Brooklyn, and the prosecution of the individual who opened fire on one of our officers in broad daylight during his commute to work on the busy McCombs Dam Bridge. All of these arrests have been made since I last testified to you during March's preliminary budget hearing. New Yorkers are stepping up, and so are your police officers and detectives. When compared to the same period last year, murders are down 15%, while arrests for murder are up 12%. Shootings are down 5%, while gun arrests are up 10%. Officers have recovered only over 2,600 illegal guns so far this year. Although we are still seeing increases in other index crime categories, your officers and detectives are pushing to turn the tide on these trends. Arrests for rape and robbery are up 34% each. Felony assault and burglary arrests are up 27% each. Grand larceny arrests are up 34%, and grand larceny auto arrests are up 48%. While arrests are up for each of the major felony crimes, 21% of those arrested for murder whose cases are open are currently not in custody. The same is true for 87% of those with an open rape case, 76% with an open robbery, 90% with an open felony assault, 69% with an open burglary, 78% of those with an open gun case, and 37% with an open shooting case. So far this year, 16% of those arrested for possessing an illegal gun and 24% arrested for a shooting had an open felony case at the time of arrest. Those arrested for a burglary, grand larceny, and auto theft were rearrested for a new felony offense within 60 days at a rate of 24%, 20%, and 21% respectively. An arrest is only the starting point in a victim's journey toward justice. But the cycle of victimization resulting from those that commit crime are arrested, released, then rearrested for victimizing additional people is completely avoidable. The NYPD is committed to doing its part to ensure the safety and quality of life of everyone in this city. But meaningful success will not be achieved through our work alone. The criminal justice system must be calibrated to ensure violent felons and recidivist offenders do not escape meaningful consequences by taking advantage of reforms aimed at providing a second chance to first-time, low-level offenders. We have already begun assigning officers from administrative positions to patrol as we move forward with our top-to-bottom efficiency review. As of today, we have completed the first phase of our review 1 month ahead of schedule. And as a result, over 125 officers will be reassigned to patrol functions. The productivity of our officers, enhanced deployments, which account for an additional 658 officers patrolling your streets daily, coupled with our recent deployment of our neighborhood safety teams that focus on gun violence, are beginning to show measurable results. However, as we all know too well, the summer presents challenges to our efforts. In anticipation of summer crime levels, my executive team and I have developed a reduction plan that we have already begun to implement. The summer violence strategy comprises strategic deployment, enhanced supervision, real-time effectiveness reviews, and leverages resources and personnel from every corner of the department. We began our preparation over a month ago with the identification of 40 commands across the city that have historically experienced increases in crime in the summer. We pinpointed that in both 2020 and 2021, between the month of May and Labor Day, approximately 42% of shootings occurred between 9 p.m. and 2 a.m. in these commands. Our strategy will therefore adjust officer tours and focus deployments to ensure uninterrupted and robust coverage. But I want to be clear, the scope of the strategy will go far beyond gun violence. Neighborhood coordination officers and youth coordination officers will be working later tours. Field intelligence officers will increase field deployments during weekends and night hours. Traffic safety teams will be deployed in each of these commands during weekend evening hours. A lieutenant and sergeant will be assigned to oversee 311 and quality of life response and enforcement in each command. A multi-agency response will be on standby and will respond immediately to locations with large crowds, unauthorized sale of alcohol, and noise violations on weekends. A summer violence coordinator in the rank of inspector will be assigned to every patrol borough and will be tasked with maximizing efficiency and the effectiveness of our efforts and making adjustments as needed in real time. Officers assigned to these 40 precincts will be exempted from regular summer details and will instead remain in their commands to maximize the effectiveness of the violence reduction strategy. I believe their familiarity and experience in the neighborhood and its residents will be better utilized in their home command. We have identified over 125 officers to backfill the usual summer detail deployment in Coney Island, Orchard Beach, and the Rockaways to ensure adequate coverage. The steps I have outlined represent highlights of the overall strategy, which is comprehensive and a true representation of an all-hands approach. Mayor Adams has presented a bold public safety agenda involving nearly every facet of his administration, and we at the NYPD are committed to efficiently executing our aspects of his vision. The mayor's vision for subway safety is at the top of the list. Since its inception in February, the NYPD has deployed over 1,000 additional officers per day into the subways to address the increase in crime and subway rules violations, and to assist the various non-NYPD partner outreach teams to provide services to the homeless and those suffering from mental health crises. Though non-punitive corrective members are always the first resort when it comes to lower level offenses, year to date, we have seen an approximately 18% increase in civil and an 8% increase in criminal summonses for subway rules violations. Transit felony and misdemeanor arrests are up approximately 49% and 66% respectively. While we are still seeing an increase in subway crime as compared to last year, when ridership was significantly lower, if we compare the current crime numbers to the pre-pandemic crime, we are actually witnessing a decrease. Results will continue to improve upon as ridership continues to increase. We are also redoubling our efforts as part of the administration's initiative to address quality of life conditions citywide, to focus services and resources on these everyday problems that gradually erode New Yorkers' sense of safety. New Yorkers are demanding our help, whether through 311 calls for service, up over 17% versus last year, or direct requests made to our patrol officers and at precinct level meetings. New Yorkers have made it clear to us that the status quo cannot stand. Last month, we renewed our commitment to addressing these quality of life conditions and instructed our officers that when they observe such issues, they must be addressed. The aim of this renewed effort is to be fundamentally non-punitive. Corrective action can take many forms, from simply warning an individual to broader public engagement and collaboration with community groups, businesses, and service providers. However, when non-punitive efforts fail to address your complaints, enforcement action will become part of the solution. If certain locations are plagued by complaints, or a subject must be warned and admonished repeatedly, officers are expected to take appropriate enforcement action to rectify the condition, starting first with a civil summons when available and resorting to a criminal summons when is necessary. Through April, we have responded to over 381,000 311 calls for service for quality of life offenses, as compared to 325,000 in 2021 and 253,000 in 2020 for the same period. So far this year, we've issued over 6,000 civil summonses and 15,000 criminal summonses. However, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge and credit our officers for the countless effective non-punitive interactions that have addressed your concerns. Officers have also stepped up traffic safety enforcement in response to unacceptable levels of pedestrian and cyclist injuries and fatalities. Year to date, failure to yield enforcement is up 33%, up 62% in April. We have also significantly increased enforcement for speeding, red light, and hazardous violations, up 57%, 28%, and 48% respectively for the month of April. I believe the stepped up enforcement and our work with the Department of Transportation will help turn the tide. I want to take a moment to update the council on some of the important initiatives I mentioned at the preliminary budget hearing in March. We have begun distributing the APX Next digital radio to our officers, which will allow the department to update this vital equipment remotely without the need for officers to come off patrol duties to have their equipment manually updated. These new radios will also enable us to centrally determine an officer's location when necessary, especially during rapidly unfolding emergencies. We have also updated officers' department cell phones with a precision alert system. This new technological tool will enable officers to push out alerts through their phones with the name of a wanted suspect or vehicle license plate and receive immediate feedback if the individual or vehicle encountered by another city agency. We believe this tool not only builds upon our precision policing model, but will also be an invaluable crime-fighting tool and will assist in locating individuals reported missing or abducted. As part of the department's drive to leverage technology to better be able to connect the communities we serve, the NYPD offered streaming access to 232 of the 309 Build the Block meetings in the first quarter of 2022. Although in-person attendance will become the norm again in a post-pandemic environment, we will continue to look for ways to provide virtual access to as many people as possible in as many contexts as possible. Improving community engagement is not limited to technological upgrades. We have also revamped the precinct commanding officer selection process to give a greater voice to both elected officials and the communities we serve. Now, when a commanding officer position becomes available, the chief of department will alert members of the service of the vacancy and the minimum and preferred qualifications for the position. After internal interviews, the finalists will present at a precinct or PSA community council meeting moderated by the community council president. The meeting will be open to all community members to attend in person or remotely, rather than a select few, as has been done in the past. Attendees will be given the opportunity to provide feedback to the department using a newly created feedback form, which will be used in making the selection. While we keep reassessing the process with an eye toward improvement, I believe this new process addresses the concerns we have heard and operational challenges we have witnessed. Finally, I would like to announce changes I am making to the Special Victims Unit. After listening to the concerns raised by survivors, advocates, and elected leaders, I have taken steps to put in place a system that will provide officers and detectives with a career and promotional path wholly within the Special Victims Unit if they choose to pursue it. Special victims work is among the most challenging assignments in the department, and we owe it to survivors to ensure experienced and talented investigators that are best suited to do the job are not forced to seek transfer because of a lack of opportunities. I have also assigned a new commanding officer to oversee the Special Victims Unit. Inspector Carlos Ortiz is an experienced police executive, having served 25 years in this department. During his career, Inspector Ortiz served as a domestic violence sergeant for 5 years, oversaw 6 detective squads in the Bronx as a captain, was the commanding officer of Manhattan South Detectives as a captain and deputy inspector, and commanded the 115th precinct where he was promoted to inspector. My executive team and I had met with special victims advocates ahead of this selection. We facilitated the opportunity for the advocates to meet with 3 candidates that were under consideration individually, and to provide feedback, which I used in making my decision. I believe Inspector Ortiz is the right individual for this job. He will not only instill an atmosphere of empathy among investigators, but will use his experience to ensure investigators are conducting quality investigations and have manageable caseloads. Lastly, I believe victims of human trafficking are by definition special victims. That is why I am transferring the responsibility to investigate human trafficking cases out of our Vice Unit and into the Special Victims Unit. I strongly believe this move and the specialized training and skills possessed by our special victims investigators is the right approach for survivors and will change the way the department fundamentally views human trafficking. Turning to the executive budget and its impact on the NYPD in the coming fiscal year. In totality, the NYPD's fiscal year 2023 expense budget is $5.6 billion, the vast majority of which, 91%, is allocated for personnel costs. The remaining 9% is dedicated to non-personnel costs, including technology that provides officers with immediate access to critical safety equipment, tools, and applications. In this financial plan, the department's fiscal year 2023 budget increased by $182 million. Of this amount, $119 million was for detective and sergeant labor contract increases. The balance of this increase, $62 million, is for critical improvements to cybersecurity, maintenance of the domain awareness system, and adjustments for lease, fuel, and energy costs. I am determined to run this department efficiently and effectively, to not only bring justice and closure to victims and their families, but to use our resources in a manner that will prevent victimization and improve the quality of life of everyone in every neighborhood. Our partnership with you and the communities we serve is the most effective public safety tool. I am committed to enhancing these partnerships so we can all take pride in a safer and more prosperous city. Thank you, and we'd be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I now want to turn it to our speaker, Adrienne Adams, for the first question.
Thank you very much, Chair Brennan. Thank you, Chair Hanks. And Chair Sewell, it's always a delight to see you. Thank you and your entire team for being here this morning. And again, our hearts go out to Officer Vargas. I have to remark, of course, on your announcement of Inspector Ortiz in taking over the Special Victims Unit. I am very pleased to hear that. As you know, there has been, as a former chair of this committee, this has been an extreme issue for us in the council in fighting for victims. So it's refreshing to hear that there's been a change. It sounds like, and we'll watch, and of course we'll do our oversight duties. But it is good that there is a change in leadership there. My question is, how long was Inspector Ortiz a domestic violence sergeant? How long did he hold that responsibility?
5 years.
I believe
5 years.
5 years.
5 years, okay. And again, just for the edification of my colleagues, what is the number of personnel of detectives in that unit, and what is the breakdown male versus female?
In the Special Victims Unit, in the adult section, we have 115 detectives, police officers investigated. In the child section, there's 83 detectives, investigators, total of 265 members of the Special Victims Division. And we're looking to upstaff that in the near future when Inspector Ortiz comes along.
Do you have a gender breakdown for us?
Okay. We have white males, 142. I'm sorry, Casey. Let me just see. Okay. Can I just get back to you on that? Take the next question. I have it in my notes here. I just gotta find it.
Sure.
Here we go. Oh, I'm sorry. 167 males, 109 females.
All right, I asked that question because of the cases that come before you and the number of cases that come before you brought by women, obviously. So that's why I asked that question. I'm going to move along. And another comment before I get into my question. You know, over the years, and my colleagues are going to dig a lot deeper than this, so I will definitely defer to them to dig a lot deeper into this. And that is, of course, the financial management of your budget, which has been an issue for a number of years, your priorities, and over time, I'm sure will come up in this conversation as well, which again, I will defer to my colleagues to dig deeper into. Commissioner, I'm again happy to hear that your goal is to manage the department efficiently and effectively. What I would like to see also is transparent. And that is what my question is going to revolve around this morning. Again, as the former chair of public safety, I've consistently called for an overhaul of the city's expense budget structure to create new units of appropriation that will help increase transparency. Our FY 2023 budget response, in our budget response, the council called for the NYPD to add units of appropriation to match the 18 different program areas in the budget function analysis, or BFA. For example, NYPD's budget has $3.4 billion, or 60% of funding, under one U of A titled Operations. This one U of A includes the protection of life, property, responding to emergency calls, investigation of reported crimes, and a myriad of other core agency operations. But it's unacceptable that billions of dollars are allocated within one sole U of A with no transparency of how much the NYPD spends on each core operation. So my first question is, why is the NYPD's budget structured in such a way that there are units of appropriation with billions of dollars appropriated with very little transparency of how this funding is allocated?
So I can speak to that. So the NYPD actually has the second highest number of unit appropriations after the Department of Education. And one thing that we have done in terms of increasing transparency is we actually increased the number of budget functions. So we actually have more than 18 now. As part of the recent financial plan, we've now created additional budget functions. So there are now 30. And what we did was we created budget functions for each of the patrol boroughs, as well as 2 budget functions for the detective bureau. So what we're doing there is trying to increase transparency while at the same time enabling the department to have the flexibility within the units of appropriation to transfer officers and staff as we need to. The budget also has more granular detail within each of those units of appropriation at the budget code level. So we are hearing you on the transparency and working to provide that through the budget function analysis increase in terms of budget functions.
Okay, I thank you for that. That is an increase. We're looking for those numbers to go higher than that. Are there plans to increase the number of U of A's above the 30 to ensure that it mirrors the program areas and the budget function analysis?
So with the budget functions, we're open to looking at creating more budget functions. And I'm sure as part of the dialogue between now and adoption, we'll also have conversations about units of appropriation.
Okay. I'm just going to encourage that to continue because the council doesn't vote at that level. We do vote at the U of A level, just to be clear. And we do need to see those numbers increase in order to foster that transparency that we need. I may come back for another round of questioning, but I know that my colleagues are eager to get into this conversation, and I'm going to defer to them at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Adams, for your leadership. Commissioner, I want to get right into it in the interest of time. When this year's fiscal budget, FY22, was adopted last year, the NYPD budget was $5.4 billion. Now it's $5.6 billion. Similarly, FY23's budget increased from $5.1 billion to the current $5.6 billion. Can you, large print, can you explain the reasons for the increases?
So essentially, the vast majority of the increases are tied to the collective bargaining increases for sergeants and detectives. So in fiscal year 22, you're right, there was an increase of a little over $200 million. 52% of that was tied to collective bargaining. Fiscal year 23, $181 million increase, and 66% of that is tied to collective bargaining. And in the out years, $145 million increase per year, and about 80% of that is tied to collective bargaining. And basically, in addition to the collective bargaining, the funding is also being added for other critical needs within the department. Overtime funding for, as you mentioned earlier, the domain awareness system, which is a critical tool that allows NYPD personnel to access information out in the field regarding 911 calls, history of 911 addresses, and other reports and information. We have to make sure that we can maintain that system, and the funding for that is added 1 or 2 years at a time. So that's reflected in the budget. Cybersecurity, to make sure we have the strongest defenses against cyber attacks, which have obviously been increasing nationwide and globally. Funding to staff to support our gun violence strategies partnership, funding for the neighborhood safety team dashboard cameras, and as I mentioned, the collective bargaining, and then there's small amounts for leases and heat, light, and power. Just to put our budget in overall context, looking over the past decade, NYPD's budget has grown by 25%. The citywide budget has grown by over 50% during that time period. So we do take our fiscal responsibility very seriously, but we also need the resources and the critical tools to make sure we can perform our duties.
Okay, how much federal funding has the NYPD received this year? And what's your projection for federal funding next year? I'm just for context, I'm asking because I want to know if it's safe to say, based on previous year's allocations, that the budget will increase about $200 million from the federal counterterrorism grants.
Yes, on average, we get about $200 million a year in federal funding, and those grants and that funding is reflected in the budget 1 year at a time. We may actually get some additional funding this year. So the federal government has released several notices of funding opportunity over the last several weeks. We are currently applying for, or in the process of applying for, over 24 grants, which have an individual max available to them of about $30 million. So I think we'll probably be around 200, but it may be a little bit higher.
So this is our fourth executive budget hearing so far, and a trend that we're hearing from some of the agencies is, they wish they could get some more money from OMB. So were there any needs that the NYPD had that the administration did not fund?
One of the areas that we've been discussing with OMB and continuing to have additional conversations is with regard to our fleet funding, which has been cut significantly. And obviously we have significant number of frontline vehicles that need to be in operating order. And as they age, it creates more stress on the vehicles and maintenance. The technology that I mentioned earlier with regard to the domain awareness system and other technology, we're very grateful to OMB for providing that funding in the current year and next year. Ideally, we would see that funded in the baseline because those are ongoing needs for the department. And of course, we have the ongoing discussion regarding the overtime budget, which in the out years and the current year was based on fiscal year 21, which was really an anomalous year with regard to not having a lot of events and with regard to us not being able to do some of the critical things we really do need now to do. So those are things that we've been discussing with and will continue to discuss with OMB, and I'm sure in the context of the adopted budget negotiations.
Okay, but the main ask that wasn't granted is with regard to the fleet.
Fleet was a significant ask, yes. Because we sustained a significant cut on fleet over the last 3 years.
So I appreciate you keeping an eye on spending efficiently and on potential savings. Have there been any areas that have been identified for savings in the future that you're looking at for savings?
So we're always looking at efficiencies within the department. I think one of the areas that we're looking to explore further is to make sure that our IT expenditures are really focused and we're utilizing them. You know, IT maintenance is a critical issue. It is an area where we do need more resources, but it's something that we're going to be looking at very closely. Just in terms of efficiencies overall, the commissioner mentioned a lot of the redeployments we're doing, which really do help us in terms of making sure that we're able to operate with the reductions we've already taken, particularly with regard to the uniform staff, which is staying a cut of about 1,200. And we're continuously monitoring and evaluating overtime, making sure that we can utilize the right mix of staff, for example, for events, where can we use civilian staff versus uniform staff, and making sure we're utilizing that in the appropriate way to maximize deployments and have the officers where they need to be when they need to be there.
Okay, so in relation to headcount, has attrition slowed from the previous years during the pandemic when I know it was particularly high?
Chief Morales.
Chief Morales should be on. If you'll bear with me, Chief Morales, would you please discuss the head count?
Good morning. Could you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
So attrition for 2021, the rate was 7.6%. For 2020, it was 8.6, and for 2019, it was 5.7. So I think we took a little bit of a high attrition in 2020. I think most of that occurred in the first 3 months of the fiscal year due to some decrease in budget and overtime, and also, you know, with the way the city was going with protests. I think that was one of the main causes of people leaving. But overall, the attrition is, has been remaining pretty steady this year.
And when are the next academy classes scheduled to graduate, and how large are the classes?
So we put in a class of 800 this past April. In December, we put a class of about 600. They're going to graduate in June. And the class that we put in April will graduate in October. The next class will be in probably the second week of July, but we have not determined the head count of that class.
How is head count determined?
Well, we look at attrition is the main cause.
Okay, I want to move along to cybersecurity. The new needs that were added to your budget in this financial plan, which add up to $52 million in FY23. There's a $13 million addition in FY23 and a $15 million addition in the out years for various cybersecurity related items. In addition to those funds added, there's also a $23 million add in capital funds. We have some details on the breakdown of these funds, but I'd like to get some more details. I'd like to know how the needs for these items are determined. And then does the NYPD bring in outside IT consultants to assess these needs?
Chief Thompson should be on.
Good morning. Good morning, Deputy Chief Thompson.
Good morning.
So just to begin, our cybersecurity is focused in three major components. That's our Security Operations Center, that's 24/7. In that center, we have live dashboards where we monitor all of our systems to make sure they're working properly. We also monitor threat intelligence on a daily basis, as well as our cybersecurity architect and design. And then our last component is vulnerability management. So yes, we have a mix of consultants and on-staff people that advise us and monitor our systems, and give us guidance in certain tools that are essential for our cybersecurity. If there's one particular tool or area you want to discuss, I could probably give you some highlighted information in that.
Sure. I mean, I guess I'm interested to know what the NYPD spends total on cybersecurity, and if how much of that money is spent on outside consultants versus implementing what the consultants say needs to be done?
So it's kind of a mix, but I'll try to explain. As it relates to our security incidents and event management, that pretty much focuses on our recording of logs. So various logs on various different applications and systems have to be recorded and kept on a daily basis. We do that with 2 consultants, and most of the rest of it is in-house staff. So we try to limit those consultants, but they are accounted within the contract. Our next area that we focus on, and which is a new need as well, is in our asset discovery and response. That's our antiviral software. A lot of what we do, we train our folks to do. Our staff in total, just to get back to your question, is about 29 individuals. Of that 29 individuals, only 12 are consultants, in-house consultants that work with us. But the majority of our procurements are based on what our needs to increase cybersecurity, as well as to assist us in the deployment and the monitoring of our cybersecurity program.
With the threat of, I've seen a lot of concern, rightfully, on all levels of government about cybersecurity. What is the NYPD's plan in case there's some type of security breach, and where are the experts telling us that breach or that threat is coming from? Is it domestic? Is it global?
As far as intelligence goes, we monitor various different sources for intelligence. We monitor the CISR out of Washington, D.C., who puts out memos, the FBI that provides intelligence information, but we also monitor our daily traffic. We receive incidents, events on a regular basis. We monitor the flow of where information comes in. So if we can monitor if information is flowing through our fiber from outside of the United States. That's a critical thing for us. We'll monitor that. But we monitor the flow of traffic, and we take guidance from our federal resources, whether it's FBI intelligence or information out of the chief security officer in Washington, D.C. that puts out various intelligence memos.
But what are the threats that we're worried about? I mean, are we talking about threats to our banking system or to the NYPD itself? What are we most worried about?
Worried about our systems. I mean, there's various threats across the platform. Our concerns are our system, what information is going out, what's coming in, are people coming in, leaving breadcrumbs and trying to access our system. So the tools that we procure manage the protection of those systems, whether it's our password management system that allows us to ensure nobody is trying to go in, leave a breadcrumb and get a password. We monitor everything. We see each incident or event as something we should be concerned about and monitoring. And we do that in real time. So our dashboards constantly give us alerts, and we look at every alert. Based on what we see in the alert, will dictate the level of investigation.
Do you think, as far as the city of New York, is our cybersecurity where it needs to be?
I think we probably are. We make sure that every system we buy is CJIS compliant, so it's federal government compliant. I think we're in a good place, and we continue to procure to make sure we harden our infrastructure as well as our mobile devices.
Has there ever been a breach in the NYPD systems?
Not that I'm aware. Well, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I want to move quickly because I obviously want to give my colleagues time. The mobility data plans and the back-end infrastructure, which is not an inconsequential amount of money. They're funds for 2 years that help support the department's domain awareness system. Can you tell us briefly about the domain awareness system?
It's our central repository for all information. For our officers in the field and our radio patrol cars, by looking at their phones, by looking at their tablets or their laptops, they can gain access to any of our systems, from cameras
to information when they respond to radio runs, to information on perpetrators, to complaint information, mental illness information when they're responding to a job run. It is a central repository of all of our systems, all in one area.
And how is that backed up? Is it on the cloud?
We use cloud-based government storage. We have to use the government cloud, which is CJIS compliant. And then we have a number of layers of redundancy. I don't really want to share all of those things, but it is backed up, yes.
Okay, I mean, it sounds pretty critical. So I would expect that it would require funding again in future financial plans. So I guess I'm curious as to why those funds are not baseline.
In the past, and I'll defer to the Deputy Commissioner of Budget, to asset funds that we no longer get, and that may account for the significant spike more recently or in these 2 years.
Yes, I can speak to that. At one point, based on a large asset forfeiture settlement that the Manhattan District Attorney received several years ago, that funded a lot of our domain awareness system costs for several years. At that time, once the funding dropped off, it was not baselined in the budget. So we are receiving funding every financial plan for about 2 years at a time. It's a discussion that we have with OMB. I think they just look at, the level of resources they're anticipating in the future years. And, they're aware that this is an ongoing cost. So it's an ongoing dialogue we have with them, but you're correct. I anticipate that the need for these funds will continue in the out years of the financial plan.
Okay, my last question, the mayor's blueprint to end gun violence. I guess my biggest critique was there wasn't really a price tag attached to it. So the neighborhood safety teams that are critical in this work, can you detail what type of equipment is required? I see about $1.5 million, $200,000 baseline for equipment for the neighborhood safety teams.
So our neighborhood safety teams all have dash cameras in their vehicles as well as body worn cameras. So that's where that
the cars that they use, do they not already have those dash cameras?
They have them now. The current.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good morning, council member. No, we're piloting, we piloted the use of dash cameras in those neighborhood safety team vehicles. We currently have them out in 14 vehicles spread over 7 precincts. And we are attempting to procure additional cameras to outfit the rest of those cars. Our cars are not typically equipped with dash cameras except for highway patrol autos.
Got it. So I'm asking because these are the only funds we've seen in the budget for the safety teams. Has there been a request for any additional funding?
So the actual, the training is being done in the academy, and there's really no additional discrete cost for that. And the cost for the officers themselves, these are officers that were already on NYPD's payroll, and we already had the funding that. So really it is limited to, at this point, the dash camera you need.
Okay, we appreciate the in-house spending, certainly. Last question, how many neighborhoods are these teams currently operating in?
So right now they're operating in 30 precincts and 4 housing PSAs.
Got it. Okay. I appreciate your time. I'm going to hand it over now to our Public Safety Chair, Camilla Hanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. I want to thank Commissioner Sewell and NYPD for their testimony, Speaker Adams and Chair Brannan for his questioning. My first line of questioning is going to surround gun violence strategies, partnerships. These are issues that are very near and dear to all of New Yorkers. How we're going to solve gun violence. I lost one of my my students the day before yesterday, shot in the chest at 3:45 broad daylight, and he was 26 years old. And so, these things are, have to be solved. So What is the Gun Violence Strategies Partnership and how will the 20 positions be contributing to it? Will they be administrative positions, data analysts, legal counsels? Can you provide more details?
Good morning. So the Gun Violence Strategic Partnership is a collaborated effort through numerous law enforcement agencies throughout the city and also our federal partners. In partnership with all 5 district attorneys' offices, the Special Narcotics Prosecutor, we have daily meetings to target the individuals that continue to attribute to a large proportion of the shooting violence in New York City. As discussed in prior hearings, we have identified approximately 800 individuals that have fired a weapon in New York City over the past year and a half, either identified either as a suspect, a person of interest, is wanted, or has been arrested. That population is 0.009% of the population of New York City. That is precision policing. We share that list with our district attorney's offices. We also share that list with our federal prosecutors, and every one of those individuals, every one, is under investigation by either the Detective Bureau, namely the Gun Violence Suppression Division, the Violent Crime Squad, the narcotics units, or the local precinct detective squads. In addition, our Intelligence Bureau is also investigating these individuals. Approximately 25% of the 800 are presently incarcerated. That is a sharp increase from the list from last year, where approximately 16% of the list was incarcerated. So again, it's about precision policing. It's about collaborating with our local prosecutors and our partners in law enforcement, but it's also about the analysis that comes with that. It's data-driven.
Mm-hmm.
It's, and a lot of the new analysts that we're looking to hire will help in this analysis, not just within crime control strategies, but within the Detective Bureau, and also helping the local prosecutors every day, focusing on this small group of individuals.
Thank you. Can you share any lessons learned thus far? And what's the total budget and head count for this initiative? What unit or division is this housed under?
So it's housed under multiple bureaus, but namely the Detective Bureau and the Intelligence Bureau, along with the Crime Control Strategies Bureau, are basically at the forefront of this strategy. As far as lessons learned, it's about retaliatory violence in New York City. There is a large percentage of shootings in New York City that continue to be connected in some way or another. And this is what this is what I feel we do best, is to stop that retaliatory shootings. And this is what the 800 individuals are part of. They've been involved in multiple shooting incidents. If you look at a quarter of that list, approximately 250 individuals have been involved in 3 or more shooting incidents since 2020.
Thank you. Have there been any information shared by the state or federal agencies that led to a gun arrest?
Yes, we share information with our parole partner, our probation partners, our federal partners, and we have had positives in regards to visits by parole where firearms have been recovered with individuals on these arrests. But we're really focused on the arraignment process also. When we're making the gun arrest, we want the best arraignment possible with these individuals, so we can keep these individuals incarcerated who are carrying illegal firearms in New York City, but are also connected to prior shooting incidents.
Thank you. I'm going to move over to headcount adjustments. There were several adjustments between units in this budget. I would like to get some clarity on which units are being increased in terms of headcount and budget, and which units are being decreased.
So essentially, the headcount changes that you're seeing for the most part are actually tied to additional funding for traffic enforcement agents, which is tied to, we get construction grants throughout the year, and as they go up, we reflect the headcount for that. So that's the majority of what you're seeing there.
The Vice Division in its budget was reduced from 18 million to 13 million. Can you tell us the reasoning in reducing it and why by that amount specifically?
So essentially what happened there was it was a technical adjustment. I mentioned earlier how we had created some new budget functions as we were looking more closely at the distribution of the funding within the various budget codes. We noticed that the level of resource that was in the budget code tied to Vice was not accurately reflecting the expenditure level for that. So we were essentially making a technical adjustment so that the budgetary documents more accurately reflect the reality.
Thank you. Can you give us the former head count and now the updated head count for the division?
There was no material change with that. It was just a technical adjustment. It was essentially at the same level that it was before we made the technical adjustment. Purely just technical to adjust it to reflect the reality of the budget situation.
Okay, so I'm going to, did you not move anyone from Vice to SVD?
Hello?
Yeah,
Chief
it's very
Essie.
hard to hear, by the way.
How you doing? Good morning, Chief Essie. As the police commissioner spoke before, we're going to take the human trafficking element out of Vice, and they're going to switch over into the Special Victims Division. That accounts for approximately 24 detectives who are going to do that. That'll leave the Vice Division with approximately 44 investigators. They're going to be a citywide unit, and they'll be in charge with gambling, investigating gambling locations, problematic social clubs, and then community complaints of sex trafficking at commercial and residential establishments with the goal of closing down that establishment and arresting the sex trafficker. So Vice will be a unit citywide under 50 detectives doing that.
Yeah, thank you. So you're moving human trafficking to SVD. Was there an added headcount to SVD?
They'll fall under special victims, those 24 investigators who do human trafficking, and they're arresting the human trafficking and doing rescues on young women who are victims of the sex trafficking. So that 24 will just fall under the special victims aspect of it.
Okay, so, all right.
The head count will naturally go up by 24, but that will, in the child section of it and the adult section, we are still going to look to staff that at adequate levels to ensure their staff, their caseload is adequate.
So will they be receiving new training?
The human trafficking,
Yeah. And were you able to provide the specific training budget for the SVD? I'm trying to just understand.
they're still going to be doing the sex trafficking. They're just, it's a natural fit to move under the special victims division. They do the same type of work. They're rescuing survivors, sometimes young girls as young as 12 and 13. And there's a natural crossover between the investigators in the adult section, the child section, and the human trafficking. So they will be part of the trauma-informed training once they get into the Special Victims Division, as well as the training that they have in the Vice Division in terms of sex trafficking.
Okay, thank you. The Central Investigations Division increased headcount from 150 to 226 positions. Can you detail what this division does and why you saw the need for the increase?
That's our specialized investigators, gun violence, robbery. We've seen increases of robbery complaints citywide, gun violence complaints citywide. So that's where there was a slight increase for the investigators to that to ensure their caseload was commensurate with the amount of investigations they conducted.
Thank you. That's the same with the Fugitive Enforcement Division, which has increased from 117 to 360 positions, an increase of 243. Can you detail what this division does and why you saw the need for the increase?
Yeah, our Fugitive Enforcement Division is integral in crime reduction. These are the men and women who go out when wanted cards on violent perpetrators or people who warrant out from court. They go out and they pick them up. Their caseload has increased substantially. And as the police commissioner spoke about, just in the last 3 years, our perpetrators picked up for people who were wanted in homicides or shootings. In 2019, it was 235. We as of year to date. In 2020, it was 285. Last year, it was 335. And this year, we've already picked up close to 475 perpetrators of homicides and or shootings that we've taken off the street. So as we asked them to do more, we had to upstaff that unit.
We also see that the Grand Larceny Division has been reduced by 80 positions and the Narcotics Division has been reduced by 119 positions. Can you tell us the reason for these decreases?
Well, Grand Larceny Division was established in 2014. I think at the time it had 235 members. We see as we're starting to shrink and we have to focus in on crimes, our grand larcenies and our robberies kind of meld into one. So our grand larcenies, to ensure efficiency, our Grand Larceny Division is in the process of being moved under our robbery division, crimes against properties and persons. So it'll be under one command structure. There's a lot of intermelding of the crimes there. So we figured it would be easiest to do it that way. So that's why their head count is going down. Narcotics Division years ago was over 1,200 persons in the Narcotics Division. We no longer do minor street enforcement. They do casework. I think there's 208 narcotics investigators citywide now. You know, that unit has come down substantially.
Has the Gun Violence Suppression Division been increased? What is the new budget and head count?
Gun violence last year was, not this year, last year, we substantially increased the Gun Violence Suppression Division. They do, as Chief LaPetri talked about, monitor and investigate violence individuals. They also investigate gangs, crews that are doing violence in our violent reduction task force. So that last year, this year, they haven't been increased. They're at a good staffing level, we feel right now.
So this is the division that's formerly known as the gang unit?
In 2016, we started the Gun Violence Suppression Unit. It morphed into the gang unit. The gang unit was disbanded last year, whereas the gang unit was doing suppression on the streets in some cases. The Gun Violence Suppression Unit is just doing investigations in cases. So yes, in essence, it has taken the place of the gang unit, but not exclusively. We have violent crimes in every borough too.
Yeah, they previously testified that, you know, there's a small percentage of people that are committing many of the crimes related to gun violence. So what would you say the gun violence, what is the percentage of gun violence committed by your estimation, like people in gangs committing crimes out of this number?
That'll be Chief LaPetri.
So approximately 50% of our gun violence this year, and really most years, is attributed to gangs and crews. As far as this year, that will only increase, right? As investigations go forward and we identify more individuals at the scene, or we get information throughout the course of the investigation, sometimes obviously the motive will change, but approximately 50% of our gun violence is tied to gangs and crews in New York City.
Thank you very much. My last line of questioning is a topic that is that the advocates are really looking to get more clarity on. This is the strategic response group. How much has the deployment of SRG officers to protests and demonstrations contributed to the department spending on overtime?
So we can get you that number, but I'll have to come back to you.
Thank you, that's important. The executive budget includes personnel costs for 445 positions within the SRG, but reporting on the unit suggests that its full composition is actually much larger. In 2021, the Intercept reported the unit was estimated to include around 700 officers. What is the full head count of the SRG?
So, Madam Chair, I don't have the head count of the SRG in front of me, but it is substantially less than 700. I believe it's even lower than 450.
Thank you
But
for
we will
that.
get you that.
We would definitely want to have that information. Beyond the personnel cost reflected in the executive budget, how much additional spending goes towards the SRG, including its training, equipment, et cetera?
So to get you that level of granular detail, I'm gonna have to go back and get it for you, but we'll provide.
Okay, yeah. It's, SRG's most visible presence is at protest, despite the department's initial promise in 2015 that the unit would not have a role in protests. What is the criteria used to determine deployment of SGR to protests and demonstrations?
I'm not familiar with the 2015 promise that you referred to. One of the core functions of the SRG was actually to be specially trained to handle protests. I think people sometimes confuse the SRG with the CRC, which is the Counterterrorism's Critical Response Command.
Okay.
So SRG is frequently deployed to protests in Manhattan because they are the experts in managing large crowds. They are specially trained for that function. So we do use them fairly regularly, but we have adopted our tactics around policing First Amendment assemblies since the summer of 2020. All officers underwent new training in constitutional policing at community events, which replaced the old disorder control training. That training is now given on a recurrent basis. A refresher course is given on a recurrent basis. That curriculum was designed with input, both addressing the concerns that were raised in the law department's report and the DOI report on how those 2020 protests were policed. The curriculum was shared with advocacy groups who frequently engage in protest. We incorporated their feedback. We invited a variety of groups to observe some of the training being conducted and give us additional feedback, in which we then further revised the training. So all of the officers have been trained in that. Our tactics in policing, again, free speech assemblies have changed dramatically since the summer of 2020.
That concludes my questioning. I will pass it over to Speaker Adams. Thank you so much for answering our questions, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Speaker Adams, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just like to segue back into the topic of overtime for a minute. The NYPD overtime budget is $607 million for FY22 and $452 million for FY23. An additional $66 million in federal funding was added. Can you give us the reasons for this extraordinary addition? It's a lot for this year.
So as we discussed, so the budget for fiscal year 22 and in the baseline was determined by the prior administration based on the expenditure level in fiscal year 21. In fact, it was reduced from the expenditure level in 21. What that did not fully recognize was one, the return of events, which happened first of all over the summer. We had a little bit of a break from COVID, events came back, and they've continued to come back into the spring. So we had a much lower event spending last year, and that was what the budget was based on. In addition, in fiscal year 21, because of the significant budget reductions, there were certain critical operations that were at significantly reduced levels, including crime reduction, and courts overtime was reduced because of COVID. We had significantly curtailed Vision Zero overtime and some of our critical housing deployments. And basically looking at and assessing what the circumstances are right now, we are looking to balance, and we have the need to continue to prioritize and spend overtime to supplement what we're doing. We are, as was discussed earlier, doing a lot with regard to redeployments, but we do still need to utilize overtime. It's a very critical tool. So the primary areas where we are over the budget are in crime reduction, also the transit safety deployments, which were not accounted for at all in the budget, and also investigations, which with the additional arrests and the additional crime that is happening, investigations go up. They're very labor and time intensive, and the overtime is reflective of that.
Can you tell us how much has been spent to date?
Yes, in city funds, on the uniform side, we have spent $488 million to date.
Did we, okay, let's just backtrack just a little bit. Given that NYPD received federal stimulus dollars for this current fiscal year, is there a drop off in federal dollars for next year?
Yes, so that's a one-time American Rescue Plan funding that the budget office put in to address the fact that we did have the gap in the overtime, and that does not continue in the out years.
Okay, I'll just kind of wrap with this for a minute. Is it possible, or why not, right size the budget for next year so that we can have a more accurate idea of a picture of how much will be spent?
I think that's a really important dialogue that we need to have. Just in fiscal year 16, as part of the addition of the resources for neighborhood policing, there was a recognition at that time that there was this historic gap between what was actually being spent in overtime historically and what was in the budget. And at that time, there was an adjustment made, which was based on evaluating what the department's needs were by category. I actually worked at the Office of Management and Budget at that point in time and worked with my colleagues here. We sat down, we analyzed what was necessary, and we did make such an adjustment, which is what had brought our budget to about $505 million a year. And the department was for several years able to, because it was a more realistic reflection of the operational needs of the department, was within $1 or $2 million of that for several years. Because it did reflect, as you're suggesting, a more realistic picture. So I look forward to having a dialogue to see if we can sort of get back to that analysis and get back to determining the appropriate level, not only 1 year at a time, but in the baseline.
Okay, I think that's really, really important. And one more topic that I'm going to segue over to, and again, I know my colleagues are really concerned about this, and that is your funding for youth groups and youth programs. We hear a lot about punitive action being taken, for quote unquote perpetrators and the like. But what is the NYP doing when it comes to creating or sustaining a robust budget for youth programs and our youth groups out there? How are you working with that? Are you providing the funding that's necessary for our youth programs and youth groups out there on the same level, perhaps, that you are funding overtime year in, year in, year? What are we doing for our youth groups?
So I will speak to the specific funding for our youth coordination officers is approximately $29 million a year. There are other programs that the department is engaged in and also working with partners that I think Deputy Commissioner Parker can probably speak more to, that I don't have the individual budget lines for, but the YCOs themselves, that's $29 million a year.
I think Deputy Commissioner Parker is on. We're going to ask him to talk about our programs.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Chair, the range of programs that the NYPD plays an integral role in include the Saturday Night Lights program. And these are really multi-agency partnerships, but that's a program where gyms in underserved communities are closed on Saturday night. Started with one gym. It's now in 106 gyms across the city, and we've been getting requests from elected officials. Could that be expanded? But that's a partnership between DYCD, the 5 district attorneys' offices, NYPD, and our youth coordination officers play a critical role. They're part of the team at each one of those sites on Saturday night. City parks, Department of Education. We really create a constellation of partners to all work together on that particular initiative. There's also, as you know, there's the Explorer program, which is under Commissioner Stewart, and that has I think over 1,000 and growing number of kids who participate in the Explorer program in all the precincts across the city. The police department, in partnership with some of their federal partners, were able to get asset forfeiture from criminal cases and invested that in one of those projects was broken down basketball courts in public housing. 15 basketball courts in partnership with NYCHA have been restored to mint condition so that those kids have a place to play. We're doing a multi-million-dollar project with city parks to convert the Colonel Charles Young Field in Harlem, which is a huge dirt field, and they're doing the groundbreaking in the winter to turn that into a Harlem Field of Dreams. So there's a lot of different projects that we're involved in. It's integral to the police commissioner's youth strategy to make these relationships, build these relationships, and be fully committed to the path forward together with our young people.
I can appreciate the commitment, but it's not panning out in the dollars. In your partnership with DYCD and other partnerships, it's just not panning out, and the funds are not panning out at all. We pushed for it in our budget response. Saturday Night Lights, it's currently funded at $5 million. So we need more of a partnership with our youth programs. We need for the NYPD to make a commitment to this council to fund our youth programs. The money is there for other things. We understand that, your priorities are your priorities, but you need to bump up your priorities when it comes to the youth in the city of New York. We've got to do a better job at that. We need for you to be acceptable when funding requests are made to NYPD in behalf of our youth programs, because the council is certainly doing our part, but we definitely need for NYPD to step up and do your part as well. With that, I will defer back to my colleagues for further questioning. Thank you very much.
Speaker Adams, may I just say we wholeheartedly agree with you in terms of the engagement with our youth. We are fortunate to have the foundation, which assists us in a number of programs to engage our youth communities. We'll certainly take a look at the funding that we asked for going forward, but we have been able to have some significant partners in our quest to engage our youth and bring them on board.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. We also need to take a good look at our PALs and what our hours are like in our PALs. I can tell you in District 28, it's been an uphill battle and a climb for us here, and I'm sure my colleagues will concur with that sentiment as well. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Next, we will turn to council member questions. I want to remind council members present, you will have 5 minutes. There are lots of hands up and we have limited time. So please listen for the sergeant's cue. And when he calls time, we ask that you wrap up your comments and thoughts and/or questions. We're first going to turn to council member Hudson, followed by council members Osei, Kagan, and Caban. And we have others after that, but we'll first start with council member Hudson.
Time starts
Thank you so
now.
much. Thank you so much, and good morning, chairs and Commissioner Sewell. My first question is, what is the budget for crisis management systems in FY23, and how does that compare to FY22? How many individuals and communities are these programs serving?
So the budget for crisis management is actually in the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. I believe they're coming later today, and I believe they'll have that number for you.
Okay, apologies. In FY23, the NYPD are taking on a larger role in homeless and mental health outreach, both through existing units such as the NYPD co-response teams and new teams that are outlined in the Mayor's Subway Safety Plan and are described simply as 12 new cross-agency teams, in quotes, that will be patrolling the subways. However, it's unclear how many NYPD officers are assigned to these teams. So can you please give us the number of officers on these new teams, as well as the number of officers on the existing NYPD co-response teams? And then just a couple follow-ups. How many officers have been relocated to the subway system, and how many officers are part of the subway homeless sweeps?
So I don't have the number of officers assigned to the co-response teams. Chief Tobin is on. She can get to that. As far as the balance of the question about the teams that are working with other city agencies to engage the homeless, that's not a full-time assignment for any officers. Officers are redeployed on a daily basis from their primary patrol functions to assist Department of Homeless Services, Department of Social Services, outreach groups, Bowery Residents Committee, and others in engaging homeless, be it in the subway or on the street. The role of the officers is to maintain, to keep the peace and to maintain public safety while these other agencies go about performing their duties. So again, we have not created any new teams of officers specifically to engage that. There is a unit that we created in the transit system, our Subway Safety Task Force, which is approximately 35 officers. They have a much wider mission of conducting quality of life enforcement and addressing conditions that are identified by officers on patrol that would be too time consuming for patrol officers. So these officers would then work with other city agencies in addressing those longer term conditions. So I hope that answers your question. And I see Chief Tobin, and she probably has the co-response answer.
Sure. The number of officers that we have assigned are 22 police officers and 3 sergeants.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell us how many NYPD officers are currently on modified duty?
Chief Morales should be able to address that. Chief Morales, please.
Good morning. We currently have 247 officers on modified assignment.
Thank you. And what does budget code number for the street crimes unit fund, and why has it remained virtually unchanged in the budget since at least FY 2014, when the street crimes unit was supposed to have been disbanded in FY 2020?
I'll have to look at that from a technical perspective. It might just be a technical adjustment that needs to be made, but I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, and then since I have a couple more moments, one last question. We know from research and also just common sense that hate violence is massively underreported. The number of complaints the NYPD received is likely a fraction of the incidents that are actually occurring. And at the March Public Safety Committee hearing, NYPD testified that the task force's closure rate was about 50%. So at best, the NYPD is making arrests in half of a fraction of the total number of incidents. And in addition, only about 15% of those arrests lead to hate crimes convictions. So we're talking about a fraction of a fraction of a fraction here. And I'm wondering, is there not a better and more effective approach to reducing hate violence?
So listen, I think reducing hate violence requires a multi-level approach. So the people who commit crimes of hate, that they need to be investigated by the task force, which they are. They need to be held accountable and they need to be prosecuted. What happens once we make an arrest and turn it over to the prosecutor, those questions need to be directed to the appropriate prosecutor as to why convictions aren't being secured for hate crimes, perhaps at the rate that they should be. There's also a large educational component that should be taking place where youth in our schools are exposed to people from other cultures. And that's how you learn to diffuse hate, when you start to see everyone as a human being and you start to appreciate our commonalities and not so much our differences. And I know that there have been talks with the Department of Education about implementing just such a program.
Thank you, and I'll yield the rest of my time to my colleagues.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Councilmember Hudson. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Osei, followed by Councilmember Kagan.
Starting time.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairs Brannon and Hanks. Good morning, Commissioner and NYPD folk. In 2020, according to the New York Post, nearly 200 of your cops lied to the Civilian Complaint Review Board, and reports have stated that most were not disciplined. The first question is, are any of these officers still on the force today? I can't hear you.
Good morning, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Amy Lippman, Department Advocates Office. So that report did come out. It determined or stated that officers were found to have lied. You know, historically, when there are allegations of misconduct that do not fall within the CCRB's jurisdiction, those cases are referred to the department for investigation and discipline. Some of the officers that I noted in their report have been disciplined actually. And since March of 2020, the CCRB now has jurisdiction over allegations of false statements made during the course of their investigations. When they determine and substantiate an allegation, there is a due process that is involved, and they seek charges and specifications for those officers and have the opportunity to take those cases to the trial room. To date, we have not seen any instances where the cases that they're looking to prosecute have been resolved either through a department trial or through a negotiated plea. Once that happens, certainly there will be transparency surround all of those outcomes. Trials are open to the public, and any trial decisions are also posted publicly so that the members of the community can view for themselves what the actual allegations were, what the evidence was, and then what the ultimate outcome was and what the discipline was.
Okay, so I'm going to take that as a yes, as there are still cops that are on the force that have allegedly lied to the CCRB. Given that the mayor is increasing the already large NYPD budget and proposing cuts to other crucial agencies, Commissioner, what are you doing to discipline these lying officers? And I'm sure you can agree with me that hardworking New Yorkers do not want to spend their tax dollars on untruthful cops.
So, you know, that's a great question. You know, in the work that I do in the Department Advocate's Office, it's very important that we take any allegations of false statements, misleading statements, inaccurate statements. We take them incredibly seriously. We have discussions almost daily about how to approach these cases when they're cases that we are handling ourselves. Certainly the CCRB, as I mentioned, has jurisdiction as well, but we see these cases. And we also agree that if an officer has made statements that are false on material facts related to an investigation or a case, then those officers don't have a future with the police department. And we routinely look at these cases and we take them to trial. We are often seeking termination or seeking to separate these officers when this is what transpires.
And have any been terminated?
Yes, officers have been terminated for making false statements.
Do you know how many from? Do you know how many from that nearly 200 report?
So that report does not speak to the number of officers who received charges and specifications by the department. That report only speaks to CCRB's determination that they believe they have found officers to have lied. A substantiated allegation by CCRB does not mean that there has been due process and that a case has been taken to the trial room. As I mentioned before, CCRB has asked us to serve charges on their behalf, and we have done that in a number of cases that are pending, where we have served charges for them so that they can litigate these cases and they can make a determination in front of a trial commissioner so that there can be an appropriate outcome and appropriate discipline.
Okay, moving on. Thank you very much. For the sake of time, the neighborhood safety teams, I've been told, and our communities have been told, are the best of the best in terms of getting guns off of our streets. How much of our taxpayer dollars would you say, are spent on each NST or neighborhood safety team?
Well, there's no new cost for those teams. They were all funded by officers who were already on the department payroll, already working in those precincts, and they were just assigned to a different function.
So not additional costs, but how much do each of those NST cost?
Each team is 1 sergeant and 5 police officers. We'd have to cost that out, but it's, again, these officers are already on our payroll.
Great.
They are already absorbed our headcount. This was not a new need.
I would love to get that number, but they have been created and allocated for getting guns off of our streets. It has been a little over a month, to be exact, a month and a half since one of my district's NSTs started, and they haven't apprehended any firearms since starting. You know, shootings are definitely prevalent within my community, and it is in the 81st precinct.
Time expired.
Exact. If these teams aren't getting guns off of the streets, what metrics is the NYPD using to assess if these teams of so-called the best of the best are effective or not?
Well, citywide, the teams have done a tremendous job getting guns off the street. They've actually made 76 gun arrests, seizing 69 firearms. When we look at the average of gun arrests made by police officers across the city prior to these teams rolling out, we averaged 97 gun arrests per week. Which, since the teams have been deployed, that average has increased to 103 gun arrests per week. I would say that an additional 6 guns off of our streets each and every week, which would total up 312 per year, is a pretty substantial metric. In addition to the guns, they have also made 8 robbery arrests, 5 felony assault, 5 burglary, 15 grand larceny, 12 grand larceny auto arrests. So more than 30% of their arrests are for a gun or other index crime. They've made a total of 397 arrests citywide. 71% of those arrested have a prior arrest history, and 55% of those arrested have an arrest for a prior major felony.
So I'm asking specifically for a team that hasn't gotten any guns off of the streets. What are you doing to, assess their efficacy if their main point is to get guns off the streets and they're not doing that?
So we want everyone to police constitutionally. All stops are based upon reasonable suspicion. Every team is out there working hard. We do certainly look at the way the teams perform, but we do not assign metrics to them. We don't tell them you have to come in with X amount of arrests or X amount of guns or anything else. That was one of the mistakes of the past. We want them out deployed in the areas where they are seeing violence happening, using the intelligence that is given, and targeting those individuals who are causing harm in the community. So the fact that one team has yet to come up with a gun is certainly not indicative of the success of the overall mission.
So just on the record, you're not using any type of metrics. You said these are your words. I'm just trying to clarify. You're not using specific metrics.
I actually spelled out quite a few metrics that we use. I said we do not give them quotas. We don't tell them go out and get this number of arrests.
My time's expired.
Excuse me, thank you. Next, we're going to call on Councilmember Kagan, followed by Councilmember Caban. Councilmember Kagan.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair Hanks. Thank you so much, Chair Brannan, Madam Speaker and Commissioner. I would like, first of all, to thank all our brave police officers who risk their lives every single day to protect our safety. I also would like to send my deepest appreciation to 2 police officers who were attacked just in the last several days, including one in the 60th precinct and another one in the Bronx. They were almost killed on the line of duty, and I really, really appreciate their hard work, dedication to the safety of New Yorkers, and I am really, really grateful to police officers who risk their lives every single day just to protect our city, and including my family. Thank you very, very much. Second of all, I have 2 questions to NYPD. One is about these anti-crime units. Is it my understanding that none of these new units were deployed in Southern Brooklyn and in Coney Island in particular? If not, why not? If yes, what are the plans, especially for a busy summer season? And my second question is about school safety agents. Are we going to see decrease or increase of numbers of school safety agents in schools? At my recent meeting with school principals in my district, every single one of them asked to increase number of school safety agents in their schools due to the situations that occur daily. That's my 2 questions.
So I'll take the first part of the question, Council Member. There are 3 neighborhood safety teams operating within Brooklyn South. They are in the 6-7, 6-9, and 7-1 precincts. They are not, as you said, in the 60th precinct in Coney Island. The 30 precincts that they operate in and that the officers were selected from were specifically chosen because in 2021, they accounted for 80% of the shooting incidents in New York City. So those are the precincts where the gun violence was greatest, where the need for these teams were greatest. And that's why they were deployed there. As far as the summer plan for Coney Island, you always see an influx of officers down there into Coney Island for the summer months. That plan is being finalized now, but it will be on par with what you've experienced in prior years, with a substantial number of officers being pushed in for the boardwalk, the amusement area, as well as other parts of the precinct. School safety.
So on the school safety end, the good news is that at the end of April, we hired a class of 250 additional school safety agents. Last time we had a larger class was in 2007 when we hired 264. So we're working very hard to maximize the size of our classes and to hire as many school safety agents as we can. As you're aware, we did sustain a cut to our school safety headcount because there were so many vacancies. As we work to hire up, we will continue to have dialogue, and OMB has indicated they will work with us to assess the need for additional headcount going forward. But we are continuing to hold classes, and we are maximizing the size of those classes.
So it's going to be increase or decrease in the next fiscal year of number of school safety agents?
We will be filling vacancies that we have, so the number of agents will go up in terms of actual bodies in the schools.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kagan. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Caban, followed by Councilmember Stevens.
Starting time.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm going to try to get through as many questions as I possibly can. I'm going to start with some PR related questions. How many full-time positions are dedicated to NYPD public relations across departments and precincts? And does the NYPD contract with any outside agency to support your public relations and or your communications work? And if yes, which agency do you contract with and how much is the contract? But I just want to acknowledge that my time is running, so I'm hoping I can get some of that time back.
Okay, council member. In precincts, there are no full-time public relations people. There are community affairs officers, but that's public relations is not their specific role. In terms of contracting, we don't contract with any outside corporations or consultants except through the Chief of Personnel's office. There's an advertising agency that assists with advertising for recruiting.
And what about departments? I also asked about departments. So like what is the scope of the public relations staffing and monetary output budget wise?
So staffing, there's a full-time staff of approximately 36 people in the Deputy Commissioner for Public Information's office. That's a 24/7, 7-day-a-week office. If you call at 3 in the morning, they answer the phone. Last night is kind of a clear example of why that's necessary because of it's the city that never sleeps. In terms of staffing, 95 or north of that % of our budget is personnel costs.
Okay, and can you get us those numbers?
I'll talk to Christine Ryan, and she's got that.
Yep. So the budget is 3.3 million and 3.25 million of that is for personnel costs.
And how much funding is dedicated to social media?
So social media operations are basically free. I mean, we have a Facebook account, a Twitter account, other accounts where we push forward that dialogue with the public about what we're doing.
Somebody's running it, right?
Again,
Is it a staff member putting in a certain number of hours?
Yeah. So the same model. Personnel costs are 95 or more % of that, and there's approximately 3 or 4 people who work on social media, but some of them also do other jobs.
Okay, so not free. It's paid labor. I want to move on to another area of questioning. My colleague, Councilmember Osei, was asking about the NST teams, and you gave numbers related just to the guns, but I want to get a full scope of like the footprint of what these teams are doing. And so not just those limited numbers, but I want to know overall, how many stops have these teams made? How many summonses have these teams issued? How many arrests overall have these teams made? And what's the breakdown of those arrests? How many are for violations? How many are for misdemeanors? And how many are for felonies?
Okay, so the teams have made 397 arrests since March 14th. That's between March 14th and May 9th. As indicated, 76 of those are for firearms and 69 firearms were recovered.
We
8
have
are
those numbers
robbery.
already. I want the other numbers, please.
Okay. You want to do, all right, so we'll go to the stop numbers. 339 stops, a total of 180 summonses, of which 141 were criminal summonses and 39 were oath summonses.
And how many of the arrests were the breakdowns for violations and misdemeanors?
I don't have it broken down by that. I have it broken down by specific offense, so I can read you the list if you'd like, or if in the interest of time, we can provide you with a misdemeanor felony breakdown later on.
Yes, please do provide it. And then Chair, I would just ask for a few extra questions, a few extra seconds to ask an additional question, since there was a lot of empty air time after my initial question.
Yeah.
So the budget request 34, moving on to another issue, the budget request 34.7 million in funds for the domain awareness system under this vague label of, quote, mobility data plans and backend infrastructure. And DAS is a secretive Microsoft built mass surveillance network that allows the NYPD to watch the daily movements of the whole city and has received hundreds of millions of dollars in funding directly from DHS. DAS enables the NYPD and other police departments that pay the NYPD and Microsoft for a license to the system to criminalize, to surveil, to monitor, and detain immigrant New Yorkers and communities of color, especially. So our city and state funds should not support, I think, any expansion of DAS, and we need more transparency on how the system works. And so what DAS data and systems does the NYPD share with federal agencies?
Time expired.
Bear with us.
Okay. So sharing with federal agencies do not have access to the domain awareness system. It's an NYPD system. So as a matter of organizational structure, none. We have approximately 26,000 cameras in the domain awareness system. On a day-to-day basis, nobody is generally sitting watching these cameras, surveilling the daily lives of New Yorkers. However, as you see in our own social media, they are highly instrumental in capturing crimes and suspects from crimes who we can then put out in requests for public assistance in identifying and apprehending these people and bringing justice to victims.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will turn to Councilmember Stevens, followed by Councilmember Barron.
Starting time.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, for this hearing and the wonderful job you guys have been doing. Special shout out to Chair Brenner. You've been doing a great job these last couple of days. But let me get to the questions. So the 20 funded positions for the gun violence strategy partnerships seems to be more focused on reacting and to investigating gun crimes. How is the NYPD investigating and partnering with agencies and CBOs to prevent gun violence? And are any of those positions dedicated to working with violence interrupters in communities with high rates of gun violence? If not, why not?
So good afternoon. So not only is the gun violence strategic partnership reactive, it is also proactive. So what we're doing is we're identifying incidents of violence, previous violence, that might not rise to the level of somebody actually getting shot. But we are connecting violence through ballistics matches, through gun arrests, and then we're overlaying that with the geography of locations that specific crews will frequent. So we are proactively investigating these crew-related shootings, in addition to reactive looking at previous days or weeks arrest of individuals that are tied to violence in New York City. As far as the pure violence, we meet with them, my office, Crime Control Strategies, the Intelligence Bureau, the Chief of Department's office. I have a weekly call with them on Thursday, specifically Thursday, to talk about the weekend deployment, to talk about the weekend violence that might be attributed namely to crews in and around New York City. So that's been going on for quite a long time, and the collaboration will continue, and it's only getting better.
And I know Builder Blocks was brought up around as a strategy being used, but can you talk about how effective those meetings are, how many community members on average are attending these meetings, and how are you collaborating with community members to be a part of those meetings in a way where it's actually meaningful and impactful?
Yeah, so the Build the Block meetings, I mean, the attendance at them varies dramatically. It varies from month to month. It varies from precinct to precinct, and quite frankly, from sector to sector. Some of them are very well attended. Some of them are very poorly attended. It's one of the things that we're looking at re-engineering and finding a better way to have those neighborhood coordination officers engage with people in their assigned sectors, particularly in the warmer spring and summer months when so many people are outdoors and there are so many outdoor activities taking place that probably creates a better opportunity than trying to bring people into a meeting.
Yeah, I mean, because that's one of my main issues where I feel like it's not being done in a collaborative way where community members really have a voice. I've had folks tell me that they feel like it's snitch sessions, so that's why they don't go. And so, you know, if it's being used as a strategy and that's the perception of most community members, then maybe we should be rethinking what that strategy actually really looks like, and maybe switching some of that dynamic to have more community focus. And then I guess my last question is just around, I know Saturday Night Lights was brought up again. And as a way of saying like, oh, this is the outreach that we're doing with young people. But for the most part, isn't the CBOs doing a lot of the work with it? And how does those collaborations really happen? Are officers actually planning? Because I truly believe that CBOs should be in the front of this, and officers should not be involved in programming with young people at this point, because that's the skill set of the CBOs. So could you talk a little bit about what those planning sessions look like with CBOs, if that's happening with NYPD, because it's constantly being brought up as a way of young people and programming, and that's the program that you guys are doing.
So we don't really manage the programming for Saturday Night Lights, and we don't manage a lot of the youth programming that we are involved in. I think a lot of it happens exactly the way that you're suggesting that it should, that the CBOs or other groups that put something together and ask for officers to participate. And we're happy to send officers to participate because we want them to engage with young people. We want to start building those relationships and creating that relationship of trust. So we don't have to organize it. There are plenty of basketball tournaments and other events that take place. We have other programs such as our options program. We have the community center at 127 Pennsylvania Avenue. And we could go on. And we want, like I said, ideally, a CBO puts together an event, says, hey, we'd like to have some officers there, come and engage with the youth. And we provide those officers to do just that.
I'm
So
expired.
then why is money, just one question last, why is money being allocated to the NYPD for this then? So what is that money for? To pay the officers to be there? I'm confused then.
It's not to pay the officers to be there. I believe that the money funnels through to keep the centers open.
The money goes through NYPD to go to the community centers?
And some of it goes to fund overtime for officers who staff those locations, not necessarily for the engagement, but for security.
So the funding does go to the officers. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Barron, followed by Brooks Powers.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. It appears that the commissioner has left the hearing. I don't see her answering any questions, but anyway, that's all right. Isn't it true, if you could just jot down my questions and my statements, because I want to get through all of them rather than going back and forth with you and eating up my time. But isn't it true that the real total of the NYPD budget is 11.2 billion when you add fringe benefits and pension? That's number one. And isn't it true, well, you know this, that there was an increase of 182 million in the FY 2023 budget, while at the same time, Mayor Cop Adams has decreased the education budget by $1 billion. The first 100 days have been a failure. It's not just about, as important as it is, it's not just about taking guns off the street. It's about reducing crime. And you have to say in the first 3, 4, 5 months, the crime rate has risen through the roof. People are being shot almost every day. And it appears that in your own confession of your arrest, only 31% were for guns. I heard another 75% were some of the non-violent infringes. It seems as though it's not working. It's been a failure. Every other agency that has programs that didn't work, Mayor Cop Adams cut and reduced. Every agency has been cut except for NYPD. It's not working. You cannot measure the success of deploying police in our communities with how many guns they take off the street. If people are shooting guns and people are getting killed and shot on subways all over the place at a higher rate than it was last year when we didn't have the street crime unit that you're trying to change and name neighborhood safety teams, which is, well, anyway, that's one, if you could answer that. And then what are the crime rates? And then the abuse of overtime, you admit that it's $505 million yearly. You had an increase of 78 million in the budget. Yet, you know, I think a lot of it happens because police want to make more money. They don't think they're being paid enough. So they get more money by doing overtime work that may or may not be needed to be done. The police department takes up 1/3 of the $1.4 billion in overtime for the entire city. 1/3 of it goes to NYPD. That's abusive. And we need an elected civilian complaint review board because, Commissioner, when the complaints come to you or any other commissioner, 95% of these cops get away with it, no matter what the CCRB says. And when they are penalized, they lose a holiday pay or something very, very minor. So I think that that needs to be scrapped, and we needed an elected civilian complaint review board. Would you agree with me, Commissioner, that poverty and unemployment and mental health needs and guns are the causes of crime, not the lack of police and not the no cash bail? I believe you read the bill, but for those of you on their staff who have not read the bill, no cash bail is for non-violent minor offenses. So when somebody debates with me and says, this person was let out on bail and they committed a crime, well, if they were let out on bail, then they not have nothing to do with the no cash bail, because we don't have cash for minor offenses like Khalif Browder, who went to jail for a backpack for 3 years because he couldn't meet bail and then came out and committed suicide. So I hope you read the bill, because we need to stop that narrative that that's the reason why crime is going up. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's not even a misnarrative. It's a lie. And the police unit that was assigned to the demonstrators brutalized demonstrators for exercising their right to protest. The AG's office is pathetic. They did not prosecute any police, and your department did not punish police for their crimes. We're tired of hearing retraining. I've been at this thing for 30 years, 50 years as an activist, and every time police brutalize, they need more training. They need cultural sensitivity. They need punishment, consequences. And then finally, we have to look at this increase, this bloated $11 billion budget with 50,000 police officers, 35,000 uniform, 15,000 civilian. It's not working. It is simply not working. And then what you and the department do, you try to find ways, along with Mayor Cop Adams, to make it seem it's working by saying how many guns you took off the street. But the idea is to bring crime down. Without the police crime unit last year, crime went down. With it this year, it's through the roof. I'll stop there.
So, Councilmember Barron, you mentioned any other commissioners, and in your 30 years, I'm fortunate, just like my predecessors, to have an extremely competent group of content specialists in this room with me and online today. So I'm sure in your 30 years, you've had the privilege of speaking to other commissioners who've had the same group of executives during their tenure as well. So I value them tremendously to be able to help answer my questions. But if I could pull out a question, I'm not sure if it was a question in what you said. I do believe that public safety is a shared responsibility. I do believe that we have to come together and solve the problems of crime in our communities and inequality. And I think the mayor's approach to that has been well known and well documented, and we support that. But arrests are at a 21-year high. Gun arrests are at a 28-year high. This is the most dangerous thing we do. And we have to make sure we do not lose focus of the victims of these crimes. And as evidenced last night, we put our officers in harm's way and we asked them to do it, and they continue to do it. But we are certainly mindful that this is a shared approach that we have with the mayor's initiative, and all of us agree that is necessary. We do realize that we have to get violent criminals off the street. And thank you so much. Our officer is going to be fine, who was injured and shot last night.
Is that your answer? You absolutely answered nothing. And I'll just move on because you never do. I asked you.
I wasn't sure what you asked.
I asked you a lot of questions. I asked you a lot of questions.
I wasn't sure what you asked.
I asked you a lot.
We're gonna answer. Just bear with us. Bear with us. We have an answer. One of my content specialists is gonna answer you.
The commissioner gave rhetoric and no concrete answers to any of my questions, but I'll keep it moving.
We're gonna answer one of the questions we were able to pull out of your statement.
Good morning, Councilman Barrett. Good morning, Councilman Mayor and Chief Petrie, Crime Control Strategy. So a lot of your questions were directed at me as the Chief of Crime Control Strategy. So I'd like to address some of those concerns. And you're right, crime has increased over 40% this year.
Correct.
So what are we seeing? Approximately half of the crime increase is attributed to grand larcenies. A lot of those grand larcenies, unfortunately, are compromised bank accounts using a COVID relief scam that are targeting the most vulnerable New Yorkers. We have an increase of thousands of those complaints to attribute to the grand larceny increase. With the increase and the opening of many, many more restaurants, bars, and hotels, we've also seen a sharp increase in grand larcenies as far as fraud and compromised bank accounts because of unattended property that are being stolen from these locations that were not open last year. Saying that, we also have increases across most of the 7 majors. And let's just remember that each one of these 7 majors attribute to a victim in New York City. So what we see when we talk about robberies, we see a sharp increase in robberies with gunpoint possession across New York City. We all know, just from what we see, more individuals are carrying firearms than we've seen in a very, very long time. I have 28 years of experience of policing in New York City, and I've never seen more of an increase, not just in shootings, but also in confirmed shots fired, also in individuals possessing firearms. But who are possessing those firearms? We're at a 300% increase of individuals under the age of 18 from 2019 that are possessing firearms in New York City. We are at a substantial, a 10% increase year after year over year of previous convicted felons. About a quarter of our arrestees carrying a firearm are a previous convicted felon. Also, individuals that are getting arrested with a firearm, approximately 20% of those individuals already have an open felony. So that's going to segue into the least restrictive manner of what we talk about. When we look at the changes in bail and the criminal justice system in 2020, I just want to make it clear that a lot of the changes were agreed upon, or not agreed upon, but as a law enforcement professional, we did need some changes. But I think it's important to look at the way that we analyze it, the way that I analyze it, and look at really just keep it very, very simple. So I'm going to keep it simple. So I'm going to look at burglaries. So the rate of felony recidivism, where you get arrested for a burglary, and then within 60 days, you get rearrested for a felony, a new felony. So that felony has to be committed within that 60-day time frame. I'm not talking about somebody who committed that felony a month prior to the original arrest for burglary. So 24% of our burglary arrests got rearrested for a new felony in 2021. When you go back to 2017, it was only 6%. When you look at grand larceny, same thing. You get arrested for a felony grand larceny in New York City. Within 60 days, you commit a new grand larceny, you get arrested. 20% of our grand larceny arrests fit that parameter. In 2017, again, 6%. When you look at grand larceny of auto in 2021, 21% of individuals arrested for a grand larceny auto were rearrested for a new felony within 60 days. In 2017, it was 10%. So there's things that, yes, we need to continue to collaborate, move resources, namely street robberies, the crimes that are driving New York City right now. But the grand larcenies are a big part of the crime increase. When you look at the data as far as shooting individuals arrested last year, we had 117 individuals that were arrested last year who were out on an open gun charge. That is an 185% increase from 2019. So when we talk about recidivism, we talk about that very, very small percentage of individuals that are creating a lot of the mayhem in New York City. They are previously convicted felons. They are individuals who have open felony arrests. We're not talking about bail that nobody would have gotten in the past. I agree with you. We're talking about bail that somebody would have gotten in the past. And then when we look at the bail laws, I think it's important to remember that it has to be the least restrictive manner. So if somebody gets a cash bail, it is a very, very low percentage of what they really have to pay. And those are the individuals, unfortunately, that we see time and time again, creating new violence, new crimes in New York City with a victim behind each one of those crimes and the shooting victims.
You know, thank you so much for that. And I'm so glad you broke it down like that. If you don't matter, Madam Chair, I'm glad you broke that down, because what you just mentioned is felonies. And the no cash bail, most of them are felonies that got back out. And the no cash bail law, obviously you didn't read it thoroughly, is for non-violent misdemeanors, not for those who committed a felony. This false, hold it. This false narrative has to stop. You heard it through his own mouth. All of that he mentioned was for those who are convicted or charged with felonies. No cash bail, according to statistics, 98% of those that receive no cash bail for non-violent minor offenses did not commit another crime. Stop lying to the public. And you just, as a matter of fact, I have some people who said to me when we were debating that this person was let out on bail and committed another crime. Well, that has nothing to do with no cash bail. It's the Kalief Browder types. That Rikers Island is filled with people who jumped turnstiles, who did minor offenses and didn't get summons. They got cash bail that they couldn't meet. So stop lying to the public and making the public think that the rise in crime is due to no cash bail. It's due to poverty, unemployment, lack of mental health money, and too many guns on the street that the feds need to do something about letting into our communities. That's the truth, and you know it.
Just on the 2% that you're speaking about, that is not accurate. The 2% is you're explaining it the 2% way, which means you're looking at every single arrest. I am not looking at every single arrest.
Well, I am.
Right. That's why it's not accurate. And
No,
that's
it
why
is
it's misleading.
accurate. It is accurate, Chief. The ones we let out on no cash bail did not. It's accurate. The ones that were let out due to the no cash bail legislation did not commit violent crimes. Less than 2% did that. That's a fact.
That is not a fact.
That's a fact.
Council member, I think the narrative that you're speaking about was not an NYPD narrative. We've never articulated a position against or use the word no cash bail. We never speak, when we speak about the bail reform laws, we don't speak about misdemeanors or crimes that are not bail eligible. What we speak about is recidivism. We acknowledge and we actually supported the fact that individuals that are low-level offenders that are given a second chance, we've highlighted the inherent inequity in a cash bail system where two individuals of different economic means both commit the same crime. One of them can buy their freedom and the other one is left in jail. We have said that repeatedly throughout the reform process. What we highlight is individuals that are recidivists, either dangerous criminals that go out and commit dangerous crimes, or individuals that get out and commit and repeatedly commit new crimes against the citizens of this city.
But
Those are the individuals that we argue the courts should have an ability to look at and to actually acknowledge their career, their body of work, and decide to remand them into custody, not to set bail. So if you have a dangerous person, a recidivist, right, and they're rich, they should not be able to buy their freedom. And an individual that's a recidivist that's poor should not be able to buy their freedom. They should both.
Time expired.
All right, real quickly, what you said there, dangerous, that word dangerous. Some of you perceive all our Black youth as dangerous just by the way they're dressed. But what happens in the actual court, the people, matter of fact, our no cash bail law said if you committed a violent crime 5 years ago, it does not apply to you. So tell the truth. And you may support the no cash bail, but Mayor Cop Adams doesn't. He gets out there on TV and make it seem like that no cash bail is causing all the crime to go up. Yeah. What you just said is accurate.
Okay.
But what
Councilman Barron, we have to move on. We got a lot of colleagues who have to get on.
But
Thank you.
What's not accurate is that 98% do not commit another crime. That's a fact. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to go back and forth. Thank you.
I think it's important to clarify the record that both the mayor and the department have been consistent in what we deem to be dangerous and what the individuals that we're speaking about and their body of work of criminality. That is what we want courts to be able to consider when that individual is arrested yet again and put in front of the court.
Dangerous is subjective and have nothing to do with our no cash bail law.
Thank you. And the remaining council members for questions will be Brooks Powers, Carr, Nurse, Brewer, Williams, Sanchez, and Joseph. Will turn to Brooks Powers.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you to Chairs Brannon and Hanks for convening today's hearing, and thank you to the administration's representatives for being here today. And just a few questions for the police department. I'll ask them first, and then we'll wait to hear the responses to them. So how does the NYPD plan to coordinate with the Department of Transportation in reaching our city's Vision Zero goals? Are any investments being made in coordination with the Department of Transportation or separately? Also, I would like to have an update on the 116th precinct. I'm not sure if this had been touched on. If so, I may have missed it and I apologize in advance, but can the department provide an update on the construction and operational timeline for the 116th precinct in Southeast Queens? Also, what proportion of the new precinct's capital resources like vehicle fleets will be incorporated from the 105th, if any? What is the status of the Far Rockaway Community Justice Center? And the final two questions. Our streets are more mixed use than ever. People are walking and using subway more each month. Bicycle lanes continue to be added each year, and now car usage and traffic is increasing. Fatalities for every type of transport has been up in fiscal 2021 from pedestrians to motor vehicles. What new initiatives or programs, if any, do we have to deal with this issue? And how are we ensuring we keep pedestrians and bicyclists safe in terms of like clearing bicycle lanes? Do you issue tickets for blocking bicycle lanes?
So good morning, Councilwoman.
Hi, Chief. How are you?
It's great to see you. And thank you very much for that question. It is my pleasure to talk about traffic safety, is public safety. And one of the ways we coordinate with the Department of Transportation is that we look at engineering, education, and enforcement for our Vision Zero initiative. I am responsible for coordinating the Vision Zero initiative for the NYPD. And every week we have a traffic safety forum. It's a multifaceted, holistic traffic forum where we meet with our Vision Zero partners. That would be the Department of Transportation, TLC, MTA, and other city agencies. But more importantly is to focus on pedestrian and cyclist fatalities. It's about driving down fatalities and saving human lives. And how do we do that? It's a layered effect. Our enforcement is focusing on one, the science, the data. Where are these fatalities occurring? Where are the collisions occurring and collisions with injuries? And we focus on that particular data, but also we focus on the fact of where should our enforcement be? Where do we deploy our officers? The officers in the precincts, as well as the officers in the Transportation Bureau. And then the last pillar would be culture. How do we change the culture? The driving culture, which we've seen since COVID has been reckless, people getting behind the wheel, people speeding, people failing to yield to pedestrians. So with those three pillars during the traffic safety forum, our core focus is on driving down fatalities. And how do we do that with the Department of Transportation? One of the ways that we do this is that all executives in our 77 precincts attend these forums, and they have to tell us what their plan is in the particular precincts. What are their safety plans? What are they addressing? And the Department of Transportation sits side by side to determine what engineering issues need to be corrected in those various precincts. The other thing is that we look at outreach. How do we outreach to the community? And we doubled down on outreach this year because we wanted to make sure that not only motorists, but pedestrians know about traffic safety. And the outreach is also done by our social media and also going to the different communities and talking about what we're seeing in the community and what we should be looking at as far as safety. Now, when I mentioned enforcement, we've seen that a lot of fatalities, I want to say over 50% of the fatalities that involve pedestrians are done at intersections. And so our enforcement is focused at intersections. And I just wanted to say that the enforcement this year, year to date, is increased in intersections. We also look at speed during the hours of darkness and also speed on our highways. And we have actually deployed our highway units throughout the city in various locations where we've seen that motorists are speeding. What has been driving our fatalities this year is on the highways. We had 17 people lose their lives on the highways because of speed. And this was passengers as well as operators. I just want to say that when you start to look at the layers of enforcement, we need to do this in all of our precincts. Everyone is involved. It is equitable enforcement. We look at hazardous violations. That means red light violations, people not failing to yield to pedestrians, people that are speeding on our streets, people that are not using seatbelts. These are all the hazardous violations that we look at, and we conduct equitable enforcement. I just want to say that last year we had to pivot because we realized that we wanted everyone involved in traffic safety, not just for 28 days, not just year to date, but every single day. And
I'm
last
excited.
year,
Oh, please continue your answer.
Yeah, please.
so last year we instituted a way that we could tell whether or not officers were actually engaging with the public. And this particular process that we have yielded over 88,000 engagements with the public as it relates to outreach on public safety.
And really quickly, before we get to the answers to the other questions, while I have you, Chief Royster, in terms of which you and I have spoken about, in terms of the illegal truck parking and those efforts, what is the administration looking to do to beef up ensuring that the trucks are no longer parking illegally in residential communities? Because this is, at this point, a citywide issue. At one point, I thought it was all just Southeast Queens, but as I talk to my colleagues, we recognize that this is a really big issue, and the need for enforcement is there. We understand that truck drivers that middle of the road, but what we're also finding is that these are mostly derelict trucks being left, sometimes with out-of-state plates on them, that are just getting dumped into our communities.
You're absolutely right. It's a quality of life issue that's affecting our residents. And since we've last spoken, all of the precincts have focused their resources in making sure that they address this issue. I just want to say that we have some low-hanging fruit here. And one of the causes is that, number one, we want to make sure that the tractor trailers are towed. However, we are experiencing some challenges because we have lost the Manhattan tow pound. So all of the vehicles that we tow now go to our outside tow pound. So the actual challenge here is space. But I just want to say that, you know, we have aggressively looked at the codes which deal with tractor trailers parking at locations as well as large trucks. And this year, even though our numbers are down for towing, we are doing a lot of summonses in areas. So for code 78, which is a truck, a commercial truck parked at a location, that particular fine is $65. But we are looking at tractor trailers, that particular fine is $250 and for the first offense and $500 for the second offense. So that's what the precincts are doing now, is that enforcement. The second thing we're doing is booting these vehicles, but that doesn't remove the vehicle from the location. And then the third thing we're doing is removing the vehicles from the location. So we are taking an active approach and looking at several ways of making sure that these vehicles are not parking in residential areas from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. in the morning.
And then I had a few other questions that I asked before. If someone could answer those questions, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, council member. So you asked about the 116th precinct. So construction kicked off in 2021, and we will be 25% complete with the project by this summer, 50% by the spring of 2023, 75% by the fall of 2023, and we anticipate 100% completion in late summer 2024. So that project's moving forward well, and we're very excited about when that precinct opens.
And then in terms of the resources for that precinct, is it going to be shared? Are they receiving resources from the 105th? What is the fleet going to look like?
So yeah, we still, I mean, we'll figure out the actual logistics as it gets closer. We work with our Office of Management Analysis and Planning. We'll break up, we'll see what the current call volume is, the current crime rates in that area that the 116 is going to cover. And then we make the staffing decisions. And then of course, the other resources that all need to be put into place to support that staff. So that'll happen a little closer to opening day, if you will.
And then the last question I had asked was about the issuing of tickets in terms of blocking bicycle lanes. And it really could be for pedestrians as well, because I get a lot of incoming in terms of blocked bike lanes, illegal parking on like sidewalks and things like that. What is the data behind the ticketing for that? Is it being enforced? Is it not?
Yes, so for this year, a year to date, the bike lane enforcement is up 148%. So we are focusing on summoning vehicles that are in bike lanes, as well as vehicles that are parked, as well as vehicles that are driving in bike lanes. I also wanted to mention, if I can just go back to you, is that for this year, we've conducted 17 joint operations, which resulted into 40 tows and 44 boots. So I just want to give you that information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we will turn to Councilmember Carr, followed by Councilmember Nurse.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, chairs, for this important hearing. Commissioner, Chief Corey, it's great to see you and the NYPD leadership team. really appreciate all the work that the men and women under your command do on a daily basis, risking their lives to keep us as a safe city, especially considering when, protecting human life is a noble end in and of itself, but we can't have a prosperous city that lifts everyone in New York unless we also have a safe city. So thank you so much for the mission that you all perform. I want to talk about school safety agents like Councilmember Kagan did earlier. So I understand from the answers to his inquiries that, the number of budgeted positions is going to decrease, but you expect the school agent headcount to increase through the filling of vacant positions that are not being eliminated. And I just want to know, do you feel like the elimination of those budgeted vacancies is warranted? Because I hear from school principals, elementary, middle, and high school that they really just need more school safety agents across the board.
So we wholeheartedly agree that we need children to be safe in our schools. But if I may, I'd like Chief Laren to actually go into a little bit of details about the weapons confiscated this year, and we'll talk about our headcount.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner, and good morning, Council Member. As the Commissioner stated, even with our current headcount of school safety agents, we've been able to recover an overwhelming amount of weapons and dangerous instruments. The current count is 4,728, and when we compare that to the last full school year, 2018 to 2019, it was 2,153. So that's an increase of 119%. And to speak to Commissioner Ryan's point earlier with the headcount, in our opinion, what happened was when there were discussions that school safety division was going to be absorbed into the DOE, there was a lag in hiring, there was a lag in exams that were being put out. So we have a vacancy of 353 agents right now. There's a class that's currently being trained. They were hired about a month ago, so they should be out in about 12 weeks. And there's also a filing period open right now that closes on the 24th for the next school safety agent exam. So we're asking all of our partners to help us put the word out, because we believe that word of mouth is the best way to recruit people onto this job. But with the agents that we do have, we're able to manage the call volume, the incidents that come in, and we look at who reports to work every day. So if we have to shift our resources to a bigger school, or if there's an event, we've been able to do that successfully with the current count that we have in place, sir.
Appreciate that answer. So I'm just going to bundle the rest of my questions. So in terms of school safety, one of my concerns is about retention of folks in those positions. I know a lot of individuals move on to maybe becoming police officers or other parts of other uniformed services. And so I'm just curious, what is the attrition rate or the turnover rate in school safety agent titles, and how does that compare to, say, police officers or other parts of the department? And then my other questions on different items are, Majority Whip Brooks Powers talked about truck enforcement, and the 122, the 121, the 123 do great jobs at doing enforcement along our highways with parked trucks. But it seems like these truck operators or owners just see the tickets as the cost of doing business, and it keeps happening. So I'm glad that there's going to be this sort of stepped up enforcement considering what is in the legal toolbox already. But do you feel there's a need for higher enforcement, particularly for first-time offenders, to kind of make it more than just the cost of doing business for these truck operators? And can we be helpful in that regard in the council? My other questions are related to DWI enforcement. The legalization of marijuana use in New Jersey has proceeded. It's now legal in New York, although I know no retail dispensary licenses have been issued. But we're going to allow on-site consumption at retail dispensaries in New York City because our opportunity to preclude that under state law has passed. And so I'm just concerned that as these dispensaries open, particularly in a card-dependent area like I represent, Staten Island, that we don't necessarily have enough folks trained to address that at the precinct level the way we do in highway patrol. And then my final question is related to the overall police headcount. I understand that we're going to be keeping stable at around 35,000 plus officers citywide, and that's below, I think, the 40,000 officer peak from several years ago. And I'm wondering if is this just a budget decision, or do you feel like there's actually a need for a bigger uniform headcount in NYPD to address a lot of the quality of life concerns and the rising issues with gun crime that were happening in the city?
Time expired.
So I can respond to your question on the attrition for the school safety agents. It averages between 30 to 40 per month. With regard to, and I think that works out to be maybe about 8%. I think the citywide attrition rate depends on the agency, but it's a little lower than that, generally around 6 or 7%. So it's slightly higher than what is seen elsewhere, but not significantly higher.
To the second question around cannabis impaired driving, a substantial number of our officers have already received, and others will continue to receive training in recognizing cannabis impaired motorists. And much like we do with the people who drive or are intoxicated by alcohol, when the officers encounter someone who they believe to be under the influence of, in this case, we're talking about cannabis, they would then be removed to the intoxicated driver testing facility, which in your case, Councilmember, in Staten Island is at the 120 precinct, where specially trained officers from the Highway Patrol would come and administer the testing required to support such a charge. So the precinct officers, a number have been trained, and the remainder are being trained in recognizing the signs of cannabis impairment.
So I would just like to add some data to Chief Corey's statement. We've had over 9,000 officers trained in impaired driving. And we continue to do this training with all of the new recruits that come out, as well as officers that are in the precinct. So this training is continuous, and we want to make sure that everyone is knowledgeable about impaired driving, as the chief spoke about cannabis, as well as driving while impaired under alcohol.
And to your final point, we are managing our staff efficiently and effectively. While we are down in numbers from what we once were at our peak, with our enhanced deployment, task forces, and initiatives, we are reorganizing people and taking them actually out of administrative positions to put them out on the street. So while we do realize that we're not where we were, we are doing a phenomenal job at arresting and addressing the concerns with the manpower that we have.
Thank you, chairs. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Nurse.
Starting time.
Hi, good morning, and thank you, Chair. I just had a couple questions. One, would you be able to tell me the number of guns that have been pulled from precinct 75, 73, and 83 from the neighborhood safety team specifically?
Yep.
In the last month?
So in the 753, the 731, what was the third precinct? 831.
Okay, thank you. And just pivoting real quick, in terms of social media, how much of the intelligence division budget is related to monitoring civilian social media interactions? Where does that data live? And can you tell me a little bit more about what is the criteria for which you would be monitoring someone?
Bear with us one moment.
So social media monitoring usually focuses on open investigations into groups like ISIS or Al-Qaeda or others that use social media to recruit people or exhort people to violence.
And the percentage of the budget? Of the intelligence division budget?
That's a personnel driven, and it's a number of people who focus on that, but I'd have to get back to you with that.
Okay, and you can definitely love to see that data. And just lastly, I wanted to clarify, following the points that Councilmember Barron made about what is a violent felony and what isn't. Can you confirm that someone stealing a candy bar or, for example, stealing an Amazon package out of a lobby would be categorized as a violent felony?
Yeah. No, that would not be categorized.
No. Stealing a package from a lobby is not a violent felony?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Just wanted that clarification. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Nurse. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. My first question is just on the hate crimes, and I hope this hasn't been asked before, but I know, I believe it came up with Councilmember Julie Wan the other day when she had her hearing about some of the Asian hate crimes, and there has been some reorganization. But it's my understanding that in 2017, there were approximately 325 hate crimes to the NYPD. And then obviously the lockdown, it was differently. But in 2021, it was 565, and it's up 75% this first quarter. So they seem to be going up. And I just want to have a sense of how much has been allocated in terms of funding to the task force, and what kind of strategies are you using? Because Asian, Jewish community, LGBTQ, and so on is going way up. What are you doing to recalibrate, so to speak, in terms of that task force and the funding for it?
Morning, Chief Hesse, Chief of Detectives. Yeah, you're correct. The last 3 years, 2020, 2021, and then this year, a substantial increase in hate crimes, particularly Asian hate crimes, anti-Jewish, anti-Asian hate crimes. This year, we're up about 194% in hate crimes. Most of the increases are anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic hate crimes. The anti-Asian hate crimes that we've seen the explosion in the last few years are kind of unlike the other hate crimes, where it's more personal. Almost all anti-Asian hate crimes are personal, where there's an assault involved, whereas some of the other ones are written, language, phone calls, swastikas drawn, etc. We currently have 20 hate crimes detectives assigned to the hate crimes unit. That's an increase of 17 over the last year. We also have an anti-hate crime, anti-Asian hate crime task force, where they supplement, they're not investigators, but they supplement the hate crimes unit. They're used as interpreters, outreach to the community. There's 25 members of the service who are various ethnic descent that assist the Asian hate crime unit.
Okay, and all right, so hopefully that number goes down, but there's a lot of work to be done. I have little time. The second question I have is just, I know we heard from traffic, and I appreciate the chief. Believe it or not, the number one complaint I get are the, I don't know if it's the plaque, the personal cars, the perpendicular as opposed to horizontal parking, etc. And so is there something we can do? I don't know if we pay for parking garages, but the issue is that every single precinct, and Errol Lewis brings this up at every single nightly discussion. Why is it that every single precinct seems to have so many cars parked at it, and it doesn't seem to be related necessarily to the precinct itself? Is there something we can do to address that? I know it's hard. I know people drive in. I got it. But it really sends a message, not dissimilar from the concern of young people and police to the community that, you know, sort of screw you, we're going to park wherever we want. That's the concern I have. So how do we address, it's the plaque issue, it's the parking issue. How do we address that?
So, Councilmember Brewer, it's great to see you. I'll start with the placard. Last year, we did a pilot program where we utilized technology to determine if a vehicle was connected to a placard that was parking in violation. And we expanded that pilot. Now it is citywide. And that technology is used by our agents that issue our parking citations. And this year to date, we've had an increase of 31% of parking summonses issued to vehicles that are attached to a placard.
Can you give me a number? Because 31% could be, 1 to 3. So is that like
Sure.
a number? A number?
I can give you a your number. So the actual number is over 19,000. It's 19,099 versus 14,519 last year.
Okay. All right, I mean,
So
all right,
what-
but go ahead.
So what this technology does is that we can determine, once that vehicle is parked in violation, we can determine if the vehicle is attached to a placard, whether that placard is associated with the Department of Transportation, the Department of Education, the NYPD, or law enforcement officers, or any other agency that issues placards.
I mean, let's have a further discussion about that topic. And then just finally, I go to all of the meetings. I go to the precinct council. I was just at a phenomenally excellent Transit One meeting with many people. The question is, what are you gonna do with people who are hopefully not going to Rikers? At least I hope not. And one of the suggestions, because believe me, picking up on what the speaker asked, nobody knows what to do. PD does not know what to do with these young people. And we want to do the right thing, but they have no clue. One suggestion is peer navigators in the precinct. And I know this may not be your favorite suggestion, but you have to have somebody at the young people, not just young people, but generally somebody to help them navigate what they can do differently. If you just send people, I have 35 foster care kids. I know where young people, even adults, go. So something like peer navigators in the precinct. I know all the things that Chauncey's doing, it's not enough. We have to think differently, working with the other agencies about how to deal with people who are just jumping the turnstile, stealing from the lobby, etc. We're not doing that. And particularly at transit, the same repeaters over and over again. With something like peer navigators in the precinct, would you support something like that?
I would. I have to say that we totally agree that we have to reach our youth. And I think we have a commitment to that. And I know the administration has a commitment to that. So we are certainly exploring every option that we have. We are actually expanding some of our youth programs for this summer. We didn't add any because we are ramping them up because they were down because of COVID-19. So we expect a robust enrollment in our youth programs this summer, and we're constantly looking for ways to engage the community and show youth that there's another way. I mean, can we get a hold of them earlier in their lives to be able to make a difference so they don't go down the path of criminality? That's definitely one of our objectives as well. We certainly realize we have to have enforcement, but we need to have engagement because we want to stop them early on before they lead to criminal activity.
Thank you, Commissioner. The only comment I would make is at the precinct, at the arraignment, 1 minute off the streets, they're gone. It's just how they are. Oh, I'd love to work with you on that, and thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you. Thank you. And our final questions come from Councilmember Williams, then Sanchez, Joseph, and Aviles, and then we are done. Councilmember Williams.
Starting time.
Thank you, chairs. So I don't think this specific question was asked, but I know that the budget adds funding for the neighborhood safety teams and also a gun violence strategies partnership. Can you talk through what that money will be used for?
Yep, so the money being requested in the budget for the neighborhood safety teams is to equip the unmarked vehicles that they use with dashboard cameras so we can capture a fuller accounting of what took place in any particular encounter between the teams. Our patrol vehicles are not typically equipped with those, just our highway patrol. So that's just for the equipment and maintenance of those cameras to outfit those vehicles. On the gun violence strategic partnership, it was to hire a number of analysts, crime analysts, and intelligence analysts to help refocus the strategy and really make sure that we are doing this with the level of precision that we need to get those, the worst of the worst, the trigger pullers, the people who are shooting children in our neighborhoods, to identify them, to do thorough investigations, and then turn those over to a prosecutor for effective prosecution.
Okay, and you mentioned dashboards, which leads me to my next question. You know, we know the NYPD contracts with different folks or uses different vendors. And as an example, we know there's been a lot of issues with shot spotters and body cams. And so is there some type of auditing or measuring of success around the different contracts and or vendors that you're using?
So we do have an audit unit here at NYPD, and they work closely with our contracts team to monitor our contracts. We do multiple audits per year on select contracts. And then also, if anything is determined throughout the course of a contract that looks problematic, that auditing team is brought in to take a look and to make sure there's corrective action taken.
Okay, would you be able to share your list of vendors and contracts, like the people you have contracts with?
Yeah, I mean, we can get you that. Many of them are actually on the controller's my checkbook, but we can get you that information.
Okay, cool. And the other question I have is around forfeiture money. So I wanted to know how much money does the NYPD have access to, and who decides how that money is spent?
So asset forfeiture amounts vary year to year. There have been times, as I had mentioned previously, there have been significant settlements that we've received funding from, but traditionally, we're probably looking at maybe having about $20 million some years it's less than that. And the rules and guidelines are prescribed by the federal government. Some of the asset forfeiture comes from the Department of Justice, some of it comes from the Department of Treasury. There are equitable sharing guidelines and rules we have to follow about what the funds can and cannot be used for, and we do follow those rules.
Okay, and since I have a few more minutes, the other question I wanted to ask is also about the SRG unit, and wanted to know what grounds does the department view deploying officers to enforce. So I know there was some reports that that unit was used to enforce encampment suites of unhoused New Yorkers.
So when it comes down to the NYPD's role in homeless encampments, our role there is to keep the peace. So other agencies take the lead, Department of Homeless Services, Department of Social Services. There's some nonprofits and CBOs involved. Our officers are there to keep the peace. The only time SRG units have been utilized in that is when protests have developed around that, and protesters are going to be arrested for physically obstructing those agencies from performing their lawful duties.
Okay, so in terms of the metric, it's only when you deem some other type of escalation do you deploy the SRG unit?
Correct. They are called in when there are demonstrations that involve civil disobedience and that there are numbers of arrests to be made. Again, they are experts in that area. They would be called in to make those arrests.
Okay, thank you so much, chairs. I will yield the rest of my few seconds.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Next, Councilmember Sanchez.
Your time will begin.
Good morning, Commissioner and NYPD leadership and chairs. So first, I want to start with a note of gratitude. I had a shooting outside of my office 2 days ago. We all jumped to the floor, and of course, NYPD were first here. I called immediately, and I also spoke to our precinct commander, and they were here immediately. So I want to thank you for always being here and for the work that for the work that you do to get guns off our streets. But I did want to ask a question, and this is a particular one, right? This is based on interactions that I've had with folks on the ground here. My beat cops, my folks that are on my corner, my folks are in corners across the district. I'm really friendly. I say hi to everybody. I want to strike up conversation. And some of the officers are not warm, do not say hi back, and things like that. And others have made these troubling comments about, how they wish they could profile, and they wish they could, the complaints about how many folks are being released after having a weapon, and how they wish they could profile. So I, just in listening to the hearing this morning, and hearing you talk about precision policing, 800 individuals identified and on someone's radar or another, that first question is about, how are the folks that are just most on the ground, closest to communities, how are they being trained and talked to about the precision policing versus this seeming like desire to profile in communities. So that's one. And then I have a unrelated question on transit, but I want to start there.
Yeah, so listen, I don't know who the officers are that you're speaking to. If they actually use the word profile, that's extremely disturbing to me. our officers receive extensive training in cultural competency, also in communication skills. I am with you. They are not anywhere near as friendly as we'd like them to be, but that's a work in progress on our part. So please continue to say hello to them and engage them in conversation. They will respond. Sometimes they're a little shocked that somebody's saying hello to them and not cursing at them. But we will continue to try to advance that, and we do encourage them to do exactly that. And I think that you'll find that our younger officers, our newer officers, much more engaged in that, because we have really hit that in the academy the last few years. I myself, I'm usually the final speaker that they get, and I talk extensively about the need to engage with people and to have those conversations on the street, which in New York, as we all know, doesn't even have to be verbal. Sometimes it can just involve eye contact and a nod, and that's generally recognized as a good morning, hi, how are you, right? So that's where we begin. On the precision policing front, we know who's causing crime in the city. The frustration, I think, that officers may be expressing to you, I think, comes from situations like the one we saw last night, right there in the Bronx, in the 42nd precinct, where you have an individual who's arrested for multiple robberies, released on 5 years probation, arrested with a gun, released on his own recognizance for 20 months, goes back to court, pleads guilty to that charge, and yet remains free. None of those prior actions serve as any sort of deterrent to him carrying an illegal firearm again on the streets of the Bronx, and then ultimately shooting a police officer last night. So the officers are tremendously frustrated that they continue to arrest the same people over and over again, seemingly without consequence. And at the same time, also troubled because you have a lot of young people, and Chief LaPetri talked about it before, that are being arrested carrying guns. And everybody in this room has been in this business for a very long time. And I know how that story ends when there's no consequences, because I've seen it play out far too many times. So just yesterday, we're discussing a 17-year-old in the Bronx who has been arrested 3 times with an illegal gun, that we link to either 9 incidents of either shots being fired or people being shot. And yet he continues to walk the streets of the Bronx. So the way that story ends, in my experience, in my more than 3 decades of experience, is we are either looking for him very shortly for a homicide, or we're standing over his body in the street. And neither of those outcomes is acceptable to me. And it's not acceptable to the officers who go out there, who genuinely care, and they want something to be done to save this individual, but also to protect all of the other people who are going to be victimized by it.
Thank you so much. I'll defer my second question for follow-up, but just to say, I agree. There was a piece on NPR this morning about how gun violence has increased across the country, but has really increased in Black and Brown communities the most. But because we have these economic challenges, because we have these root causes, and so just want to echo that some of the comments that my colleagues made earlier, that there's a bigger picture here. We have to as a city leadership have to address the bigger picture, providing opportunities, relieving some of these economic stressors. But these are my kids. Literally, the shooter lives like a couple blocks away, right? That's my kid. That's like my cousin. I consider all of the constituents in this district my family, my cousin, and making mistakes. So just it's complicated. And thank you for being here 2 days ago. Thank you for being on the street and putting your lives on the line. But there's a bigger picture here that I look forward to continuing to talk with all of you about.
So council members and chairs, I just want to tell you, I know that was a very harrowing experience, that shooting happening so close to you, but I want to thank you personally for reaching out to us immediately in concern and to offer assistance. So I appreciate that.
Of course. Thank you, Commissioner.
Councilmember Joseph.
I just stop for just a moment.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. We just have to set the record for something. Just bear with us for one moment.
Sure. I just wanted to clarify the record in response to one of Councilmember Nurse's questions about whether stealing property from a lobby, an Amazon package from a lobby, is a violent felony offense. It could be charged as a burg too, which is classified as a violent felony offense. But we were also talking about bail eligibility in the context of that conversation. And the Berg 2, stealing a package from a non-livable area, is not bail eligible. So I just want to clarify that if you steal a package from a residential lobby, it could be charged as a Berg 2, not necessarily that it is charged as a burglary 2, but even if it is charged as a burglary 2, it is not bail eligible under the bail reform law.
Thank you. And now I'll turn to Councilmember Joseph.
Good
Time up
morning.
again.
I can start. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Commissioner, Chairs Brennan and Hanks. Thank you for having me. I have a couple of questions. I wanted to find out in precinct 67, how many guns were collected in precinct 67 and 71.
We might not have that broken down to that level of specificity, Councilmember, but we might have to get that back to you.
All right, no problem. Thank you so much. Next questions is around school safety. I wanted to find out what conversation are you having with the DOE about best practices for our school safeties? I know you talked about earlier about 254 coming in. And are you also engaging young people in conversations around school safety? Talking to student advocates, I know that's something that we talked about, engaging young people, constantly making decisions for them and without them. So I wanted to know if that's something that's being thought of. Does all the schools have school agents? And if they do, how do you determine where they're placed? And has the DOE expressed any interest in keeping the initial agreement from 2020 to have school safeties transferred over to the DOE?
So let me start. I'm sorry, Chief, I'll just start before I pass it over to you. So I have regular conversations with Chancellor Banks. He is very interested in having a relationship with the police department where we can come together to find out the best practices to engage the people in the schools, the youth and the school safety officers to make the school system safer. We actually have a meeting with him next week as well in furtherance of that objective. And I'll turn it over to Chief Laren.
Thank you, Commissioner. Very important.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good morning, Council Member. Thank you for your question. Conversations with advocates is something that we are leveraging. We work with groups such as Touching a Generation from Harlem. We work with the New York City School Safety Coalition. We work with our partners at the unions. So we speak with anyone that's willing to come to the table. And with this concern that we have with the weapons increase, we believe that there has to be an educational component. Chief Corey mentioned that earlier in regards to hate crimes. So we're launching a campaign called My School is for Education and Not Confrontation. Our creative services team, the department's creative services team, is working on a graphic that we can put out to our parents and our guardians, because we believe that a lot of them simply don't know that, for instance, a can of pepper spray is illegal. They're not supposed to have that. So our goal is to not criminalize these young people. We try to handle incidents administratively as much as possible, but we want the young people, we want to help change their mindset. We want to get buy-in from them and see that this is not the way to go. We do understand that some of them are fearful. When we survey them, they say that it's for protection, but we don't want to see them take matters into their own hands. Although our school crime is down for this school year, we do have an increase in felony assault. So some of the young people are using these cutting instruments that they're taking into the schools. But you are right, we do need to have more of these listening sessions. We have one tomorrow scheduled in Harlem. We have school safety agents that are conducting presentations on awareness for the students, but we want them to see that this is something that we're doing with them and not to them.
That's exactly the conversation, because a lot of the young people that reach out to me, they want police-free schools. They don't want you in their building. They feel over-policed, especially in the Black and brown schools. So that's a conversation that I've been having, and my phone doesn't stop ringing from young advocates. So I want them to be also at the center of the conversation. And have you guys ever thought about maybe restorative justice practices versus policing in the schools?
So that's part of, to the second part of your question that you asked earlier, the Department of Education is offering crisis intervention training, which seeks to do just that. How to not go immediately to creating a arrest record for the young person, and how to have an approach where counselors are involved. Maybe it's just a child in crisis that they ordinarily wouldn't resort to criminality. So they have delivered that training most recently during the Easter break. They did 50 of our agents, but during the summer, we're looking to up that, since most of our schools will be closed, to have our agents receive this 5-day training. So they have committed to do that for us.
Do you think 5-day training is enough? Is it constant professional development in order to develop it? As an educator, I'm constantly asked to do public PD all the time. As an educator, I was also mandated to take de-escalation classes. Is that something that's being offered to school safety officers in the schools?
So our in-service component is in place to revisit these topics that are introduced, but de-escalation is de-escalation is a very large component to the entry-level training that our agents get during their 17 weeks, mostly because they don't have less lethal options that our officers have. So for instance, no OC spray, no taser, not much of anything except handcuffs and a radio. So they rely a lot on speaking to the young people and just trying to bring them down from whatever state that they're in.
Thank you. You can follow up, and officer, please follow up with the data that I requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joseph and Councilmember Aviles.
Oh, I can unmute myself. How fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, chairs, for this hearing, and thank you to the NYPD staff for being here. I have a couple of different questions, but following along the questions around school safety agents, I'd love to know, the one thing that I hear in my district consistently is not a request for more agents. It's been a request for crossing guards, which are at a full dearth throughout the district. And we talk about traffic violence, and in a district that is both industrial manufacturing and deals with an increase in car traffic, which is actually citywide, crossing guards are a major issue, not school safety agents. I will, like Councilmember Joseph, note that the request that we receive in our office, both from young people and families, is not for agents. It is for school guidance counselors to work through difficulties that families are having, appropriate, culturally competent school social workers to help manage the multiple array of challenges that students are facing that unfortunately bring them to places. I've had PD demonstrate to me weapons that they've confiscated, and a majority of the pictures they show me are pepper spray, which is not an issue of violence of children. It's of feeling unsafe. It feels, as we know, violence is a public health approach, and it seems like adding more police in schools is not at all addressing why these children feel this way. So I'd love to know a little bit about how many crossing guard vacancies do you have? Why is that not prioritized? How do you justify adding 800 new school safety officers? And what are the metrics you're using to deploy those officers? I understand you mentioned recovery of weapons has increased. What are those weapons exactly? Where are they showing up? I just like more precise and targeted information, because we seem to have a real hard time adding 50 mental health providers, but very easily adding 800, 500, 300 school safety agents. The two elements just don't mix.
So, council member, we have over 500 vacancies for school crossing guards. And we have done a lot of efforts in terms of recruitment through builder block meetings, through the department website. And the process of determining precinct school crossing guard staffing levels has historically been formula weighed among other things, the school density, traffic conditions, commercial routes, and collision prone locations. We have consistently struggled to maintain our budgeted level for school crossing guards, but it's not without efforts by the department in terms of trying to advertise and solicit help and from the community in our process of hiring.
And I can speak to the weapons recovered, council member. So just to go back, the number is 4,728. So the most common weapon is a stun gun or taser. We recovered 416 so far. The last full school year, we recovered 42. Metal knuckles comes in second at 104. The last full school year, we recovered 18. In terms of dangerous instruments, pepper spray is the most popular item, 1,372. The last number that we have is 186. So that's a raw increase of 1,186. Knives under 4 inches, 1,141, as opposed to 774. We're also seeing other dangerous and sharp instruments at 229, over 11. And I would also note that firearm recoveries are up significantly, 16 on school facilities versus 5. And I did say that crime on school property is down, but what we're seeing is that when the young people come out to the streets, unfortunately, when we don't catch these weapons and we don't recover them, they are prone to use them. And that's where we work with our partners in the Patrol Services Bureau, just to ensure that we have school corridors in place and omnipresent to ensure that all students are safe.
And do we have a breakdown of what that looks like geographically by district to understand more precisely what is going down? And if in fact it is the conditions outside the building that are driving what children are doing to keep themselves safe, why are we increasing the number of safety units within the buildings?
So the number 800 agents, I'm not sure where that comes from. Our vacancies are at 353. We don't break it down by district, but we do break it down by patrol bureau and by precinct. I can get that over to your office after the call. But
that'd be great.
Sure. But what we are.
And the 800 was an estimation. It was, I know there was a 791. Obviously, you have a new class that came in. I'd love to see the data that's driving the justification for these filling these vacancies, which quite frankly, I don't understand. The numbers don't match. How many agents are in elementary schools sitting at desks, cutting flowers and being lovely individuals is not the deterrent that you're talking about. It's not the weapons element that you're talking about. So there's just a disconnect in both the numbers, the function, and the goal.
Well, most of our agents are deployed where you have a complex. So I'll give you an example. Lehman Complex in the Bronx that has 5 schools in it, north over 3,000 students. So campus like that, we would have agents in the double digits. We just need that to cover exits, to conduct visitor control, to ensure that there's no trespassers coming in, packages, we get threats coming in from the outside. So we need these agents on site and that's quite frankly not enough when you say 14 agents for 3,000 students. So that's why sometimes we do miss things. We're not immediately there when a crime does happen in a gymnasium or something of that nature. Our elementary schools is where we actually have the least amount of agents, but we also see charter schools that are housed in DOE facilities. So we're responsible for the safety of those students as well.
I understand that. I'd love to see where the actual deployment is, because I think it helps inform this conversation. With 4,000 agents and a whole host, all the elementary schools in my district have multiple safety agents, and sometimes 2 at a time. There's definitely a disconnect between where you're recovering, right? Because we don't know where you're recovering and how you're driving the safety tactic to actually what is happening on the ground.
Well, I honestly think that if we had with the ability to conduct more unannounced scanning, the numbers would be exponentially higher. And that is concerning to us because it's not permissible. Weapons in schools is just not okay. And we covet your support on that.
Yeah, no one is suggesting weapons in school is okay or that unsafe conditions are okay. What I am suggesting here is a much clearer understanding around how we use our public dollars in the notion of public safety when we have 4,000 agents across the city, many whom are deployed in places where, quite frankly, they're not needed. And we have an ever increasing number of positions that we're trying to fill without an accurate justification and a pretty significant call. Obviously, there's mixed there's mixed feeling here, right? Obviously, there are some that are calling. We heard other council members who have heard those calls, and there are others who are not calling for that, and yet still we're saddled with an ever increasing police presence in schools where we are calling for other interventions that are not nearly getting the investments that they require, despite long-term advocacy, engagement, and all that other stuff. So I look forward to the data because we don't nearly see enough. We just see weapons recovered. And I need to see much more specific data across the district. So thank you so much. Look forward to conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I think I'm internet.
Just bear with us one moment, please. Sorry about that. Chair Hanks, I need to turn it to you because Chair Brandon lost power, so he's off the Zoom. And I know he had already spoken with the NYPD that we are concluding this portion of today's hearing. Any questions not asked or answered or follow-up will be taken by finance staff from all council members, but I'm going to turn it to you for closing remarks. Chair Hanks, are you there? Okay, no chairs are there. I'm the chair right now. Commissioner Sewell, thank you for you and your team for being here. I know Councilmember Brandon said we were going to end the questioning, and we have, so thank you for your time. Every council members that are here on public safety, we're going to turn to Mok Jay in a few minutes. Mok Jay, I know you're on. We're going to turn to you in a few minutes, and that concludes the portion of today for NYPD. Thank you, everyone.
Malcolm, I'm sorry, I see Councilman Salamanca raising his hand.
Per Chair Brandon, we concluded NYPD because we're totally over schedule. So we're going to turn to Mok Jay in a few minutes. So everyone just bear with us while we get our chairs back and pivot to the next panel.
Okay, Director Logan, can we please test your audio?
Hello, testing?
Yep, coming in loud and clear. Thank you.
No, thank you.
CFO Cruz, can we test your audio?
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yep, picking you up loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Chief of Staff Daniel, can we test your audio?
Hello.
Picking you up loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, Chair Brannon, I know you're on your phone. Chair Hanks, do we have you back?
Yes, we do.
Okay, for the prior hearing, I just want to make sure that it goes into the official record that the other council members we were joined by were Joseph, Carr, Williams, De La Rosa, Aviles, Caban, Jose, Botcher, Barron, Areola, Salamanca, Powers, Rivera, Riley, Brewer, Mealy, and Nurse. And chairs, just so you were aware, those council members that were not able to ask questions because we did shut down, that we said that finance staff will reach out and collect any questions that were not asked of the NYPD. So,
Council, just for the record, NYPD told us going into the hearing that they had a hard stop at 11:30. So we went almost a quarter of an hour over, but I wanted to try to get through at least one round. I know we left some members behind, so I want to make sure that we prioritize the questions they had in writing and make sure we get an answer from PD ASAP. But PD did tell us in good faith that they had a hard stop at 11:30, and we went over. So, but I don't like the idea of leaving anyone behind, at least for a first round. But we really didn't have a choice.
Council, also, I was at the hearing, so I didn't hear my name mentioned.
you were mentioned in my first,
Sorry,
for all council members, I'm constantly monitoring you, so I will always make sure that I'm the ever-present eyes in the background.
I was gonna say the same.
So everybody was covered. Okay, we're now about to start Mock J, second agency. We are behind schedule, so I'm going to once again say, council members, when it's times for questions, put your hands up early, stick to the 5 minutes when the sergeant calls time, and so we can be cognizant of moving on to your fellow colleagues. Present for the record, chairs Brannon and Hanks, council members Aviles, Barron, Brewer, Caban, De La Rosa, Holden, Joseph, Lewis, Ose, Rivera, Sanchez, Stevens, Majority Leader Powers, Majority Whip Brooks Powers. I'm now going to turn to Chair Brannon for his opening statement, then Chair Hanks for hers. They're both very short. Then we will swear in the witnesses and be off to the races.
Thank you, Council. Good afternoon, everyone. We just heard from the NYPD. We're now going to hear from the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. I'm still joined by my colleague, Chair Hanks, and I welcome her in partnership, in continued partnership at today's very important financial oversight hearing. I'm going to keep this extremely short. Another tool in the public safety toolkit of this city. I welcome Mock J here this afternoon, and I'll focus my questions on Mock J on the issue of procurement and contract delays, something this council has heard consistently about, and the critically important topic of pay parity for public defenders and the blueprint to end gun violence. I look forward to a forthright conversation on these issues and others raised by my colleagues. I want to thank Jack Story for his preparation for today. I'll now turn it over to Chair Hanks for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. Thank you very much. We're going to be hearing from the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, whose fiscal 2023 projected budget of 12.9 million and budgeted headcount of 87 is quite small in comparison to the central role that it plays in overseeing and shaping criminal justice and public safety initiatives in New York City. This includes management of over 800 million in criminal justice and indigent defense contracts. So today we look forward to learning about how the executive budget supports Mock J's expansive role in facilitating, coordinating, and overseeing community-based programs that help make our city safer and fairer. And I thank Jack Story as well for all of his help in preparing this important hearing. I will pass it off to central staff. Thank you.
Thank you, chairs. The following members of the administration will testify and/or answer questions. Deanna Logan, Director of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, Osvaldo Cruz, Chief Financial Officer, and Nora Daniel, Chief of Staff. I will first read the oath, and after, I will call on each member from the administration individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Director Logan?
I do.
CFO Cruz?
I do.
And Chief of Staff Daniel?
I do.
Thank you. Director Logan, whenever you are ready.
Good morning. Thank you. Actually, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Hanks, Chair Brennan, members of the Committee on Public Safety. My name is Deanna Logan, and I'm the Director of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. We affectionately are referred to as Mock J, and so throughout my testimony, I will refer to us as such. I'm joined this afternoon by our Chief Financial Officer, who is Osvaldo Cruz, and Nora Daniel, our Chief of Staff. We thank you for this opportunity to come before you and testify and answer questions about the budget and the priorities of MOCJ for this year. MOCJ advises the mayor on criminal justice policy and is the mayor's representative to the courts, district attorneys, defenders, state and criminal justice agencies, among others. And MOCJ works with law enforcement, city agencies, not-for-profit, foundations, and the public to implement effective strategies that make the city safer for improving system coordination. MOCJ brings together community and institutional stakeholders to address those systemic issues that could undermine the safety and stability of our neighborhoods. We strive to move our city forward by providing better resources and access to supports needed to promote and maintain those healthy communities for all New Yorkers. Our office is committed to implementing Mayor Adams's vision for a safe and fair city for all New Yorkers. MOCJ's teams all work along a public safety continuum, and that continuum supports the healthy neighborhoods that are the foundation and creation of safety. Our interventions, programs, and services range from public health informed community models implemented by our Office of Neighborhood Safety to the system coordination work conducted by our crime strategies team and operationalized by our strategic operations team. MOCJ also includes the Office of Special Enforcement, the Office of Crime Victim Supports, and the Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes. Our Office of Special Enforcement, or OSE, enforces the city's multiple dwelling law, which helps to maintain our affordable housing stock. In February of this year, OSE announced a $1.1 million settlement on the Upper West Side, which I'm happy to report paved the way for 82 affordable housing units for low income and formerly incarcerated New Yorkers. The Office of Crime Victim Supports, or OCVS, now has absorbed the Crime Victims Assistance Program, which is the city's largest crime victim service program. In the last year, OCVS realized a dream and expanded its abusive partner intervention program, APEP, which we know this council had a lot of help in doing. And that program now provides court-mandated interventions to female and male identified individuals who have engaged in intimate partner violence, helping to break cycles of abuse in intimate partner relationships. The Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes played a critical role coordinating prevention and response to hate crimes. As hate crimes rose in the city, OPHC cultivated networks of over 100 community organizations and city agencies. They mobilized to educate New Yorkers on hate and bias, provide community-based and culturally competent responses to hate and bias incidents, and to foster healing. OPHC's Path Forward initiative provided $2.4 million in critical funding to directly support and uplift grassroots work with some of our most vulnerable communities. MOCJ is continuing its work on reducing unnecessary incarceration. Our programs and services reinforce and support enhanced public safety while maintaining fairness and reducing reliance on carceral systems. Court-mandated programs like supervised release, alternatives to incarceration, and the Abusive Partner Intervention Program are valuable options provided at various points in the criminal justice system. In addition, MOCJ implemented enhanced reentry services through the Community Justice Reentry Network. Our alternatives to incarceration programs are court-mandated diversion programs that provide participants with supportive services in their communities instead of a jail or a prison sentence. ATI programs are key components of the city's investment in reducing the court's reliance on incarceration. MOCJ currently invested $32 million in contracts in FY22 with 15 nonprofit organizations to run 24 ATI programs throughout New York City. In 2017, the city increased this investment in our alternatives to incarceration programs that served approximately 5,500 people, as well as to provide additional behavioral health service to ATI participants and housing resources for women enrolled in ATI programs. In 2020, the city expanded its ATI programs even further to provide additional supportive services to more fully address participants' needs. Overall, the number of people served by ATI programs is expected to increase from starting at 4,000 annually in 2012 to approximately 6,300 annually in 2022. During the COVID pandemic, these programs were able to redirect many of their services to provide a remote model, furnishing ATI clients with cell phones and other means to engage in services safely during our public health emergency. Our supervised release work. In 2016, New York City launched the supervised release citywide, offering judges the option of releasing appropriate and eligible individuals under specific supervisory conditions in lieu of setting bail. Supervised release is designed to reasonably assure court attendance and engage participants in social services that may sustain past the duration of an individual's court case. Participants in supervised release are required to report to program case managers regularly and are offered court reminders, case management services that include mental health, addiction, employment, and peer services. MOCJ currently contracts with 3 organizations to provide supervised release citywide. The current overall value of these contracts for FY22 is $72 million. MOCJ issued a request for proposal and new awards for supervised release system in this fiscal year 2022. Our reentry work. Over the past few years, we have seen promising reductions in individuals returned to jail. Now, while these reductions are encouraging, the numbers of those who actually return to jail are still too high, and we are currently making significant investments in services and reshaping the way we deliver those services to provide an even more effective programming. The investments and effective deployment of that programming will be key in reducing the overall return rate that we are seeing of individuals returning to jail. MOCJ expanded its reentry programming to improve transition and release planning services. The city invested $20 million in its new programming. It builds upon the successes of the Jails to Jobs Reentry Services program that was launched in 2018. During their incarceration in jail or prison, individuals are allowed to work with transition coordinators to create discharge plans for when they are released, as well as working with reentry mentors who help facilitate their reentry process on an individualized basis. The reentry mentors develop relationships with released individuals to encourage participation in relevant services and programmings. The supports provided by this team of service providers include assistance in locating temporary or permanently stable housing, mental health care, substance use treatment, counseling, paid transitional employment, job training, career certifications, and educational assistance, among other services, depending on the specific needs of each returning individual. MOCJ is also contracting with Unite NYC, a web-based referral management platform and service directory that streamlines service referrals among providers to ensure that individuals are quickly connected with the right services to meet their individual needs. We anticipate that the case planning and coordination, combined with expanded service offerings and stronger relationships, will help to ease the path to a stable life outside of the New York City Department of Correction and outside of the New York State Department of Corrections custody, reducing the likelihood of return to jail and prison. Additionally, in order to maximize safety during the public health emergency, MOCJ worked with agency and nonprofit partners to stand up an entirely new set of services in under-enrolled hotels in New York City. Beginning in late March 2020, MOCJ worked with New York City's Office of Emergency Management and nonprofit partners Exodus and Housing Works to provide emergency reentry housing to clients leaving jail and prison, and those services provided medical and wraparound services to individuals in emergency reentry hotels. These hotels have been vital to maintaining safety as we transition out of the pandemic, and we are incredibly proud of the work done by MOCJ staff and our providers to ensure that those leaving custody had a safe, secure place to go with necessary services. MOCJ continues to work with the Department of Correction and DDC and other city partners to close Rikers and to implement the Fairer, Smaller Jails plan across 4 boroughs. The updated completion date on full implementation is August 2027. As demolition of current jails moves forward, MOCJ and city agency partners met regularly with council members and local communities to help maintain communication channels among all stakeholders. I hope you see that we are committed to building stronger neighborhoods and improving public safety. Research has shown that strong neighborhoods are essential components of sustained improved public safety. Our Office of Neighborhood Safety and its public health approach to public safety were codified by this body last year, and thank you. ONS, as we call it, is comprised of the Mayor's Action Plan, MAP, and the Office to Prevent Gun Violence, OPGV, and Atlas. These offices leverage cities' investments to supporting communities by helping residents co-produce lasting public safety. The MAP program was launched in 2014 and currently operates in 15 NYCHA developments citywide that had historically experienced high rates of crime. Over 7 years, the MAP program has proven to be an effective driver of change in communities. MAP enlists residents, city agencies, and community-based partners to help address the factors underlying safety. Through its neighborhood staff, MAP harnesses the collective expertise of the residents, the government, and community partners to drive change in both the neighborhood and the administrative levels. MAP's work helped to develop the strong community infrastructure that allowed the neighborhood stat remote model to successfully respond to the challenges of the pandemic. In addition to the investments in building strong neighborhoods, lasting public safety also requires investing in non-enforcement methods of interrupting cycles of violence. OPGV, the Office to Prevent Gun Violence, employs a multi-pronged approach to improve public safety by interrupting the cycles that lead to gun violence. OPGV was launched in 2017 and works to address gun violence through a shift in social norms and the work of community members in mediating disputes to prevent shootings. The core components of OPGV's work is through Crisis Management System, or CMS, which deploys teams of credible messengers, community members whose backgrounds allow them to connect with and motivate at-risk individuals. Those messengers direct individuals to 31 sites where they mediate conflicts that have occurred on the streets and they provide New Yorkers with services that can create peace and supportive healing. These include a year-round employment program, mental health services, trauma counseling, and other opportunity-centered resources. Our Atlas program is one of the newer volunteer programs that strives to connect court-involved individuals to employment, social, and therapeutic services. The program ensures that credible, trusted outreach staff from affected communities are responsible for program recruitment and provision. Service providers are local community-based organizations who have the relationships and specific knowledge to effectively recruit and engage program participants. As I conclude my testimony here, I would like to reiterate that what I hope you take from our testimony, from my testimony and the answers to your questions, is our commitment to public safety and our understanding that public safety is fundamentally a co-production with citizens. New Yorkers are the most important factor in maintaining and improving our city's public safety. While we are still striving towards a safer, fairer criminal justice system, we believe that the investments made will continue to help our city stay safe, help New Yorkers to create healthy, thriving communities. We are thankful for the opportunity to present this testimony on MOCJ's work and Mayor Adams' continued commitment to supporting that work. We are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Logan. Sorry about that. Give me one sec.
Oh no, we lost you. Chair Brennan, we lost you.
You got me now?
Got you now, thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that. We just had an internet issue, but I think we're back up and running. So I appreciate your testimony. Before we begin, like all committees, we may not get to all the questions that our members may have, or you might not have responses, but we don't anticipate that. But we will send up a follow-up letter for any questions that are unanswered today. So getting right into it, with contract delays, I know MOCJ oversees an expansive array of contracted services. As the administration has sought to expand many of these programs, the council has consistently heard about the challenging contracting delays. During a March 30th oversight hearing on the blueprint to end gun violence, MOCJ testified that it was working with other city agencies, the Controller's Office and the Mayor's Office of Contract Services, to expedite the procurement process for CMS providers. Can you give the committee an update on the specific steps that MOCJ has taken to address procurement delays to expedite these important contracts?
So what we did was we worked with our partners, as we explained, at MOX and with the Controller's Office. I personally have had conversations with the Controller's Office. We give them overview ahead of the contracts coming to them so that they understand and they have a better grounding. That gives them the foundation that they need to do a much more expedited review. And when we highlight the contracts for the services that are critical to New York, they have committed to taking that information, reviewing, and moving much quicker on their review. Additionally, MOX has been an excellent partner, and they work with our procurement team to have bi-weekly meetings. So Tuesday mornings and Thursday mornings at 9:30, we have a list of prioritized contracts that are reviewed. Any of the particular questions that need to be answered, documents that need to be prioritized for provision in order to move the contract through the system is highlighted and then brought to bear with all of the stakeholders at the table so they can be reviewed and move through in a much more expeditious fashion.
Okay. As the former chair of the contracts committee, I certainly know that procurement reform is not the most exciting topic, but
it is for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty damn important, especially for the critical work that MOCJ does. So how can the administration expect contracted providers to play a central and expanded role in public safety if they're not getting the resources they need?
So, Chair Brennan, I know that the resources may be slower, but what we are committed to doing is working with our partners. And so there are, in addition to getting contracts registered, other tools that are used in order to make sure that providers have resources. So there are advances on contracts once they are registered. The city's fund also provides loans to entities in order to make sure that resources are available. And we are constantly on the phone with providers to get to, as quickly as we can, the concerns and remove any of the log jams that are impeding or may pose a risk to the impeding of them being able to provide the services that we know are critical to New Yorkers.
So for the CMS providers, how many of the expanded or amended contracts have been registered?
Nora Daniels, who's our CFO, has been working with our contracted. I'm fairly certain that we expedited and maybe only one is not actually registered. But Nora, can you correct me if that's incorrect? And or Ozzy?
I believe all of the base contracts for CMS providers have been registered. Amendments are still in process. We can get you where those are for specific providers if you have specific questions about individual providers, but all the base contracts have been registered.
Okay. And how many contracts is that?
Approximately 18 contracts or 18 providers. There may be multiple contracts within that because there are other funding sources for them.
Okay. As part of the closure of Rikers Island, the council and the prior administration negotiated a POA, a points of agreement, for $391 million in investments for criminal justice reform, which included $254 million in citywide investments and $137 million in district investments. The council understands that these investments will be funded with a combination of new funding and existing resources. Is this administration still committed to funding these investments within the time frame outlined in the POA?
Yes, the administration is committed to funding those resources.
Okay. Moving along to pay parity for public defenders. During fiscal 2020, during the budget negotiations for FY 2020, the council successfully fought for pay parity across many public sectors, including for defense providers whose baseline contracts are managed by MOCJ. Pay parity for indigent defense providers was to be implemented in two phases. Phase one would be retroactive to July 1st, 2019 for attorneys with less than 5 years of experience. Phase two would cover attorneys with longer tenures. The city's commitment to achieving pay parity has not been fully implemented. So what is the plan to uphold the city's commitment and to amend the contracts and disperse funds to providers as soon as possible?
We are continuing to work with OMB, but I'll turn it to our chief financial officer who has been more in the details with OMB on this particular plan.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan. Yes, as Director Logan noted, we've been in continuous dialogue with OMB and the partners on implementing future steps. It's something that we again remain committed to and support. And we continue to work with OMB and the partners on what that implementation might look like.
Okay, so since the original commitment to fund pay parity for legal service providers, city attorneys in the law department received a 3% pay adjustment. which only furthered the disparity between contracted providers and city attorneys. So will this administration commit to fully funding and implementing pay parity that includes this 3% increase?
I want to say it's precisely that type of nuance that that warrants the further dialogue with OMB and the partners. I don't have a direct answer to that, but back to you.
Well, how
Consulting with our
are
partners.
those conversations going?
They've been consistent. I know OMB is again is studying the matter closely and meeting with providers, which again is something that's relatively unprecedented, which is a good sign. Again of progress and I guess that there's an ear. They're listening and they understand the predicament and the issue.
Okay. This is something that's very important to the council, so we're very invested in making sure that happens. Are attorneys working on council discretionary funded contracts excluded?
I'm sorry, I don't know that I understand the question when you say are attorneys working on council discretionary contracts. What are we referring to?
So are attorneys who are working on contracts that were funded by council discretionary money, are they excluded?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can take this. I
Sure.
don't believe they would be. I mean, I think we're talking about parity across a practice or across an organization. It would be difficult to differentiate specifically the attorneys that the council funds versus the ones that don't. I'd argue would further the disparity. So I think what we're doing is looking at what we're doing in partnership with OMB and the partners is looking at the matter holistically.
Okay, during a March 30th oversight hearing on the blueprint to end gun violence, I asked about the total cost of the initiatives outlined by the administration and whether or not they were fully funded. I also asked about unfunded mandates included in the administration's plan. So does the executive budget now include any new funding for initiatives outlined in the mayor's blueprint? And if so, what are they? Who wants to take that?
So in terms of the mayor's blueprint, we have been working to make sure that we have the resources for the employment opportunities that we are responsible for. Our crisis management system operators are also resourced to continue going through FY23. We have an RFP that was issued to ensure that we have that expansion of CMS services. So as we are moving forward, we believe that we are resourced to meet the objectives of the mayor's blueprint.
Okay, how much of MOCJ's FY23 executive budget is funding initiatives outlined in the mayor's blueprint?
I don't know that we have a full breakdown of what specifically our funding breakdown is done by programmatic areas. So in terms of the programmatic areas that support the blueprint, our Office for Neighborhood Safety, our Strategic Operations Unit, which handles the precision hiring that supports areas within Queens and Brooklyn and Bronx, are funded. All of the programmatic areas that would be supporting components of the blueprint, because the blueprint is a conglomeration of work across city agencies collectively to address the various components and as the mayor likes to say, the rivers that lead into gun violence. So for the areas where we support and all of the upstream work that the mayor has pointed to in the blueprint that we are responsible for, we believe that we are appropriately resourced to move forward.
Are there any unfunded or underfunded components of the mayor's blueprint that MOCJ is concerned about?
I don't believe at this time that we have any, but we will go back and review, and obviously we will work with OMB, we will work with the council if there seems to be an area where we are falling short.
Okay, and MOCJ, MOCJ is confident that you currently have the capacity to support the mayor's blueprint.
We definitely have the capacity to support the mayor's blueprint. We would love to have additional work on the procurement side, as you have pointed out, because that is not the part that everybody wants to talk about, but would be the area that would be strengthened and allow us to be much more nimble in our ability to get and move our procurements through to our partners.
So you would say the biggest challenge right now for MOCJ is really the procurement challenges, the contracting challenges.
I think that is our biggest challenge, but it is consistent with our partners across the city, and we've heard.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, Director, I appreciated the CFOs and everyone who helped out. I appreciate it. I'm going to turn it over now to Chair Hanks.
Hi, good afternoon. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, Deanna. It's so good to see you again. Thank you so much for your excellent testimony. As you know, in furthering our conversations, that the MOCJ plays an essential role in shaping our criminal justice and public safety initiatives in New York City. So my first line of questions is, I also want to thank Chair Brennan for his great questions as well. Apologize. The state changes to bail laws. We need to assess MOCJ's budget with regard to potential changes to state bail laws. Has MOCJ analyzed the impact of the change in state bail laws on its criminal justice programming, Ray?
We are in the process of doing that analysis and finishing that analysis to see how that impacts our ability to coordinate with the stakeholders and where we will have to provide additional supports, as well as how we can expand and or strengthen the pretrial services that we provide to the courts.
Okay, so you'll get back to us on that when we
Absolutely.
have a better idea. Thank you. Does MOCJ believe that these state changes will impact its providers, caseloads, capacity, or programming?
I think it's very hard to tell whether the changes themselves will impact the capacity and providers. Right now, we know that cases have been staying in the system longer. So our partners are seeing higher caseloads because people are not necessarily having their cases finished in the time frame that you would have seen pre-pandemic. And so we are working.
What would you attribute that to?
I would attribute it to the fact that we had a significant pause in just being able to address cases. We were operating for quite an extended period of time with just essential caseload. As we have seen OCA's commitment to providing resources, we're seeing the system moving a lot faster. We are also seeing very good movement from our partners in the state, as it is for individuals that had been staying in the system and not transitioning to state facilities as we should. Okay. So we are heartened by the movement that we're seeing now that the pandemic has pivoted in such a way that we can now have much more robust in-person operation and that the system is addressing the cases. I was really heartened to see that we had 8 trials operating in the Bronx in the last couple of weeks. So we are very optimistic that continuing coordination, movement, highlighting the cases that have been incarcerated for extended period of times, and all of the stakeholders' commitments to addressing those will start to alleviate the backlog that we've seen.
Very good. Thank you for that. Does the executive budget include additional resources in response to the change in the bail laws?
I don't know that it's specific to the change, the current change in the bail laws, but there are definitely supports for the administrative and the administrative resources and the personnel resources that were needed to address the discovery concerns by stakeholders, as well as the personnel resources needed to take in, review, and process that discovery.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm going to move along to staffing. The executive budget increases the office headcount to 87 positions. Does this headcount in the executive budget reflect the actual needs of the office, or are there any additional positions that may be required?
We're going back and reviewing. We've been in, I think, as many of the agencies with attrition and transition of staff. So where we are now is a place of assessing just what areas need strengthening, what areas are operating in the way that they need to operate, and then we will be able to answer that much more fully as to where we need to be going forward.
Do you have a timeline on when you'll be able to let us know?
Hopefully, we should have a better assessment by the beginning of June so that we know where we stand and our.
Okay, I'm looking forward to knowing that. How many of these new positions will be dedicated to managing MOCJ's criminal justice and indigent defense contracts?
We have approximately 3 positions that we are looking to staff that will be dedicated to the indigent defense portfolio. It includes grant manager, another attorney, and another administrative position.
Yeah, talk a little bit about the central staff and if you have sufficient resources to administer and monitor its significant contract portfolio.
As I said to Chair Brennan, our portfolio is that is one of the areas where we could always use some strengthening. We have a very dedicated crew of fiscal and contracting professionals. However, that area could use additional hands, analysts to move that contracting. Discretionary contracts also are come through MOCJ, which is not necessarily the area that people think of when they think of MOCJ. They think of the contracts that we hold, that we move. But we still do have to make sure that the funding that comes from the city council, as well as additional state funds that flow through MOCJ to providers, move. And so we would always welcome the ability to expand that area a bit.
Definitely. Yeah, I agree with that. So I'm going to move over to the crisis management system expansion. A lot of these, some of these questions have been answered, but does the executive plan include any additional funding for expanding the CMS crisis management system, for the record?
So it's committed to finishing the expansion that we started and making sure that we are moving into providing services in the areas, the precincts that were identified, the 4-4, the 7-0, so that we can go forward. We also are making sure that we have the Gowanus houses added in there. So we are poised to provide services in the areas that needed expansion. We're always open to, as you know, Chair Hanks, having the conversation and working with the stakeholders, because that's how we identify where there are additional needs, right? The council and our stakeholders.
We discussed that
Exactly.
in depth, and having that education component is so important. And this whatever's important needs to be funded and be managed properly. So I get it. Does the administration plan to increase funding for this program in the fiscal year 23 adopted budget if needed?
Obviously, again, we would be open to looking and seeing where it's needed. So.
Okay, great. So I know you have the precinct by precinct breakdown. I was told that you received that. Would MOCJ commit to sharing the precinct by precinct data on a regular basis? Sharing the data with us?
We absolutely will work with the council to give you the information that will most be helpful to the council in order to understand the work that we're doing.
Okay, so the Madam Speaker has alluded to the youth program funding and the importance of the prevention and the intervention programs. Can you give an overview of MOCJ's total budget for youth programs? Which programs are currently in place and what are they budgeted for?
I would give our chief of staff a chance to go to kind of go through that, since she has been instrumental in working with our programmatic teams of getting that breakdown.
Nora.
So.
Hi.
Hi. I'm sorry, you indicated, you said the youth programs? Hi,
Yeah,
Chair.
just to give an overview of MOCJ's total budget for youth programs and which programs are currently in place and what are they budgeted for?
So we'd have to give you that breakdown. We can provide that breakdown for you. We have quite a few youth-focused programs, including SYEP, MAC programming. Some of our ATI programs are also geared towards youth. And, primarily it's through ONS. through school conflict mediation, as well as the SYP and VIBE and other programs held within MAP. So we can get that breakdown to you. Sure.
Thank you. And is there any additional youth programs that are going to be added?
We are consistently looking at programs that we might be able to incorporate into our programming. You know, it really depends on what the needs that we're seeing and the conversations that we're having with stakeholders and with providers.
Thank you very much. I'll look forward to getting that information on all of the things that we discussed. So the last piece, and then I'll pass it over to my colleagues, is the Jail to Jobs Workforce Development Initiatives. The Jails to Jobs, it was launched in 2018. It provides individuals leaving city jails with one-on-one peer mentors, workforce training, educational subsidies, and short-term transitional employment. The program also requires all workforce providers to be trained in issues and laws relating to working with people with criminal records. The fiscal 2022 adopted budget included $6.6 million in fiscal 2022 for the Jails to Jobs program. What is MOCJ's total budget for workforce development initiatives in fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023?
Again, our workforce development initiatives are sort of spread across a number of different programs.
So they're embedded in some of the youth programs? There's nothing
They're
that's
embedded within some of
alone?
the youth programs. So there's Jail to Jobs. And
Right.
then a lot of our other programs also include a workforce development component. So there's also the Precision Employment Initiative, as well as employment within the ONS portfolio, which is OPGV. We've got the anti-violence, anti-gun violence employment. And then there's also SYP and youth employment within MAP.
Okay, great. And so does the executive budget include any additional resources for workforce development? And if not, why?
There are additional resources. The mayor committed to additional SYP resources, and so we do have additional funds related to that. There's also that's the primary increase in workforce development within the budget.
Okay, great. I look forward to getting all of that detailed information. I think it'll be extremely helpful to us. And that concludes my line of questioning, and I'll hand it back over to central staff. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deanna.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nora.
Thank you.
Malcolm, you're just on mute.
You think I'd know by now. All right, let's try that again. Thank you, everybody, and welcome. Council members, let's remember 5 minutes a pop. Please listen for the sergeant. We are behind schedule. The order of questions: Council members Shulman, Barron, Hudson, Caban, Lewis, Rivera, Stevens, and Brewer. We've also been joined by Council members Carr, De La Rosa, Farias, Abreu, and Gutierrez. We will turn to Council member Shulman.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon, and I want to thank the chairs, Chair Brannon and Chair Hanks, for holding this hearing and for their great line of questioning. And I also want to thank everybody here from MOCJ. So I'm going to be very brief, which I'm sure everybody is happy about. I want to ask you about, Ms. Logan, I want to ask you about the assigned counsel plan, particularly 18B. So my understanding is that 18B lawyers, there's a shortage of them because a lot of them have been leaving because of pay issues and other things, that there's been a decline in attorney for children's programs of 30% since 2018. I'd like to know if you have, especially with Raise the Age, more cases are going to family court. As you know, 18B is for children, low-income litigants. Do you have enough personnel in the 18B program and resources to handle these cases?
So the assigned counsel plan is housed within the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. However, the funding for the actual salaries for the 18B attorneys on the panel is a state concern. And right now that is being negotiated with the state. Our office is working very closely with Corp Counsel and with the state to support getting adequate funding to the assigned council plan so that we can make sure that the resources, the attorney resources, are available to the different areas within the court system that they support and they represent clients.
I'm very glad to hear that. How many 18B lawyers are there now? And are there enough of them to handle the caseload?
I'd have to go back and give you the breakdown. I know that working with OCA and with the other indigent providers, we are trying to make sure that clients are not left without representation. And so we would have to give you a specific breakdown by different area in terms of how many 18B attorneys there are covering each region.
And I appreciate that, because what we don't want is delays and a lack of quality of legal representation for these very deserving and needing clients. So thank you very much. That was the question that I had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Barron.
Starting time.
He usually has his video on, so he may have stepped away. I will circle back to him. We will turn to Councilmember Hudson.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. Hello, Director, and hello again, chairs. I wanted to ask about the crisis management system and the budget, what the budget is for FY23 compared to FY22, and how many individuals and communities these programs are serving.
As it relates to the budget, I'll let our CFO give you the breakdown for FY22 and FY23.
Thank you.
So the budget remains relatively constant for FY22 and FY23. We're talking at about $138 million for the crisis management systems budget from year to year.
Okay, so 138 in both years.
Correct.
Okay, and then what's the process in the event of emergency, contract? What's the process for allocating the funds? Or at least that's how they've been presented to me, as like an emergency contract. Maybe that's not the proper terminology.
Yeah, so I think the issue has been that during the health crisis, we had to expand and stand up programming very quickly. So those were emergency contracts. As we have come out of this health crisis, we are going through the procurement process, right? The rules under procurement are no longer suspended like they were in 2020 for the pandemic. And so we are moving through the current formal procurement process.
Okay, and then I guess just one quick follow-up question is, with new organizations coming on board, people who have been doing this work for a while and then maybe gain some expertise and then want to go out on their own and create their own, organization. What is can you just talk about like the barriers to entry for that process and what folks might face in terms of, red tape, hoops they have to jump through? Like what's the actual process for getting online and bringing a new organization onto line in order to get contract funding?
So any new organization is going to go through the request for proposal process that is not currently contracted with the city. That request for proposal process is a fairly robust process. There's a lot of paperwork that needs to be filled out, the insurance, workers' compensation, all of the documentation that shows that they have the back office supports that would make them eligible for contracting with the city. And those are areas where we know have historically been a challenge for smaller grassroots organizations. One of the ways that we have been able to try and create a more level playing field for those smaller organizations is to use a prime organization who would be able to provide some of that infrastructure for the smaller organizations to remove some of those barriers to access.
Great. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Hudson. Still not seeing Councilmember Barron on. We're going to turn to Councilmember Caban.
Starting time.
Councilmember Caban, are you there?
Yes.
There we go. No, that's right.
Unmuting. Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, y'all.
Good afternoon.
My question has to do with it. I mean, a little bit about last year's last fiscal year. There was that $2+ million that came out of the points of agreement that Chair Brannan had mentioned in his questioning. And so I'm wondering if I can get a detailed breakdown of that $2+ million in funding that was earmarked for last fiscal year for restorative justice programming through MOCJ and what's happening with it, because there doesn't seem to be clarity on whether it actually was dispersed and used, and then how does that tie into this next fiscal year? Any money that hasn't been used, where it is, and then is it being combined with what the points of agreement lay out in terms of the disbursements for this fiscal year?
Yeah, so Councilmember Caban, I think that the best way to do that, because it is a fairly involved spreadsheet, is to send that breakdown that we've committed to sending on the points of agreement, and we'll make sure that we highlight for you the specifics on the restorative justice funding and how that is going, that commitment was met and how it's going to be met moving forward.
Okay, so the understanding that it has been met and that $2+ million has been used, dispersed.
I think that I have to go back and look specifically, unless our CFO or Nora knows specifically where the restorative justice monies were spent and which agency or which entity started working with those funds. But that I would have to go back and look for you.
I can provide a little bit of insight on it. So the funds have not been dispersed yet. So there was an advisory committee that developed some recommendations for the restorative justice programming. And so we're currently taking those recommendations and looking into how to implement them. But we will keep you updated on how the funds are eventually dispersed.
Well, I have a follow-up question on that, because I mean, it was earmarked for the whole fiscal year. And I think if I'm hearing correctly, none of it has been dispersed. I'm familiar with the advisory committee. I know even just from like the outside looking in, there have been, they've even put out some public communications about sort of like how the funds should be used and where they want them to go and things like that. So like, what's the holdup? Because it seems like it is something beyond just, we need them to tell us where to put the money, because I do get the sense that they have a pretty good idea of where and how they want the money used. Like what are the other barriers? What has kept this from happening? Because I find it hard to believe it is just a matter of like being told where it should go.
So it's my understanding that we're in the process of selecting a prime vendor, but I will go back to our team to find out a little bit more about it and get back to you on it.
But why has it taken so long? I'm guessing. I also heard that there was a vendor identified and suggested by the advisory board. I think it was a church organization or something like that. But yeah, I guess my overarching question here is like, why has it taken this long? Is it capacity? Is it staffing? Is it something else? Like, where do the issues lie?
I think we were just going through the process, but I can find out for you if there's been any sort of specific delays or if there was something specifically that delayed it. I'm not familiar with a specific delay related to it, but I can find out for you and let you know.
Yeah, I would love to find out. I think to have several $1 million earmarked for an entire fiscal year and then to see not a single cent of it dispersed and used when it's really important programming, right? It's going to keep us safer and healthier. Is deeply concerning. So I do look forward to getting that information. Thank you.
What I'll
very important programming.
What I'll add just very quickly to Nora's statements, Councilwoman Caban, is that we are baseline for this funding. So it's good. It's good that it is in the budget in the out years, and it grows from year to year. So as we ramp up and as we get going, we will have the ability to sustain and continue this programming.
Great, thank you. And I'll yield the rest of my time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Lewis, followed by Councilmember Rivera.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Chairs Brannan and Hanks, for the hearing, and happy to hear from Deanna and Nora. I'm going to ask some quick questions. Can we get an update on the FY23 RFP process for new MOCJ cure violence contracts. Also, according to MOCJ's executive plan for the 1.2 million, that 1.2 million will be included for the expansion of the Office of Abusive Partner Intervention Program, also known as APIP. The current MOCJ APIP is a 26-week fee-based program for individuals who are mandated to participate by the courts. I wanted to know if you both can explain how its curricula and model have impacted these individuals. And the last question is on family justice centers. We know that they're very important for New York City and serve multiple folks. Wanted to know if MOCJ's fiscal 23 plan proposal for an additional 1.13 million in city and state funding. I wanted to know how that will be utilized. Thank you.
So that's multiple questions, and I'm hoping that I have them all. And please, council member, if I miss one, bring us back to the one that we missed. I'll start with the APIP program. The APIP program there are fees, but the fees are not passed on to the participants. It is fee-free. And I know that we were very strong advocates of making sure that it stayed that way, because the APIP model has moved away from the more punitive model of dealing with intimate partner violence, which required participants as part of moving through the process to pay for their programming. In this model, that punitive component is removed, and it is focused on the behavioral changes that an individual needs to go through in order to maintain healthy relationships. The APIP model additionally expanded, so most of the intimate partner violence focused on male identifying individuals, and APIP incorporated curricula that was specific to female identifying individuals as well. And so we are seeing that as a much more robust program than our previous iterations of intimate partner violence. We are committed, and I will let Ozzy speak to the specific funding for the family justice centers, but we do understand that that is a very critical component of making sure that those services are there and consistent and being provided. I'll also let Nora go ahead and talk more about our FY23 RFP process for the CMS programming.
Sure. So if I could step in really quick and kind of talk about the Family Justice Center. So what you're seeing in the financial plan with regards to that is a technical adjustment. In prior financial plans, we had transferred to HRA funding and contracts for the family legal components of the Family Justice Center. My understanding is that they're in the process of completing an RFP and have asked us to continue the work on our end for one more year. And so what you're seeing in the plan is the money effectively coming back to us for us to extend these contracts for one more year. I will note there's a small technical adjustment that will be required in the future, being that initially we thought we were only going to be amending for 6 months, but we're going to be doing it for a complete year. So you should expect to see an equal adjustment in a subsequent financial plan, making this one full year.
So the change is just for the technical component. It's not for outreach services, programs, or anything of that sort.
Correct. Everything stays as is. We're just doing the procurement for one more year.
Okay.
As opposed to HRA, right?
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. And if I could get an update regarding the FY23 RFP process for the cure violence contracts. Thank you.
Hi, Councilmember Lewis. Good to see you. So due to our, as you know, we have been in the process, and you've been very helpful with that process in terms of providing feedback, et cetera. Due to we had a very overwhelming response to the RFP. And in addition to that, we are looking to, and we did institute an evaluation process that was very community focused and involved a lot of stakeholders from the community. And as a result of those two components, we are a bit delayed on the RFP. And so we're anticipating issuing and designating the awards in FY24. And we are working with our providers and also the organization Block Power in order to and maintain continuity of services for the next
Time
year.
expired.
Thank you so much to the panel. Thank you, chairs. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Rivera.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure, can you all can hear me? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. All right. Thank you to the chairs. Thank you, of course, to the administration. As chair of the Committee on Criminal Justice, I deeply appreciate MOCJ's efforts to support people involved with the criminal legal system, as well as expanding programs with evidence-based practices and developing innovative services that build deep ties with the communities across the city. So how does MOCJ measure programming success and metrics? In particular, do you know how many people are accessing these programs in detention and continuing on these service programs once they leave?
So I know that we have seen our expansion in getting the planning phase done while people are incarcerated, and that they have continued to jails to jobs, as well as accessing housing. Our reentry hotels had over 800 individuals that are housed in them, receiving services currently and during the height of the pandemic. I'd give Nora an opportunity to go through and see if we have a specific number as to the full continuity of individuals who start program either in DOC or in state docs, and where they are once they have come back out and they are in more permanent housing, as well as accessing services.
I do want to be super supportive.
Hi. So, hi, Councilmember Rivera. We'll have to get you the full number of folks who have access services through DOC and then through our reentry providers on the outside. But we do know that through our hotels program, about 1,600 people have been served there over the past year. And so, we know that those folks have gone through the program and are accessing the services that we provide there, which does include the Jails to Jobs programs. So I will get those numbers for you.
All right, I would appreciate that. So, a question on family justice centers. We know that they can be powerful resources for survivors of domestic and gender-based violence. So I'm glad to see an increase in support for these centers. So what language capabilities do family justice centers have? And how do you plan to provide culturally appropriate services? And I've heard from service partners that work in the family justice centers often provide critical language services, but they're actually not funded to do that. So their capacity is strained. Do you plan to extend contracts to these partners?
So when you say that there are, I just want to be clear, when you say there are partners who are providing languages, we as a city make sure that we are providing translated materials as well as information in like 15 the 15 major languages that we see across the city.
But there, as you know, we're very, very diverse.
Extremely.
So this was actually a question that came out of an AAPI roundtable with a number of service providers who say that sometimes maybe those dialects or those languages that aren't covered, they actually have to provide services and they don't receive funding to do so. So I guess, to consider extending funding to those service providers, and we're happy to get you a number of them that exist within the centers, though I'm sure you have those names of those nonprofits yourself. But also, I guess, what language capabilities does the Family Justice Center have, and how do you plan to provide culturally appropriate and humble services ongoing, and understanding kind of the sensitive environment that we're in right now, especially with some of the violence against communities like the AAPI community?
And so on that front, we have been working very closely. Our Office to Prevent Hate Crimes has significantly stood up more roundtable discussions and community events in order to start to get more information about that. So council member, we really would like to hear where we can strengthen some of the language access and cultural competency of within the family justice centers. If there is an area or a specific center that is servicing a population that is not meeting the complete needs of the population, we're absolutely open to having a separate meeting and discussion so that we can work on that. Our coordinating efforts, especially as we've seen the rise in AAIP hate, has been to make sure that we are doing that and providing grants to the organizations to be able to fund smaller entities within the communities so that they do have capacity to continue
expired.
providing services.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. I just want to clarify, did you say that MOCJ's funded contract partners work both inside Rikers and city jails and outside the community? I just wanted to confirm that.
That is correct. So MOCJ's programming is dealing within DOC and dealing with docs to do release planning, and then making sure that people are connected to services once they actually are released and able to get housing, jobs, and continue on that continuum of reintegrating into society.
Thank you so much for the time to the chairs and for your answers. And I look forward to communicating both with the numbers and then some of the service providers that I mentioned.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Malcolm, you're just on mute there.
Okay, clearly I'm having problems today. Thank you. Councilmember Stevens, are you there?
Starting time.
Yes, I'm here.
There we go.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hope all is well. I just have a couple of quick questions, and just thinking about with the expansion of, the CMS sites, and thinking about that, we've been getting a lot of feedback from the groups around victim services and how it's really hard to access the services, and some of the CMS groups are having a lot of issues. Can you talk a little bit about what the process looks like of getting feedback and supporting CMS sites with the work that they're doing across the city?
So our Office of Neighborhood Safety has program initiative managers that work closely with our community partners. We also, as MOCJ, have a very strong relationship with our Office to End Gender-Based Violence, and our Office of Crime Victim Support is a coordinating factor amongst the with NGBV, as well as internally with our programming, and serves to help connect people to services. Happy to talk about how we can make that more robust. As you know, our Office for Crime Victim Services has recently absorbed the Crime Victims Assistance Program. And so we are continuously striving to see how we can strengthen and really make that outreach more robust.
Because I'm happy to hear that you guys are looking to make more robust of it. Is there like a formal system that can be tracked? Because I think that it's important that if we have victim services and then we have CMS sites saying that they're not able to access some of the services and they're having issues, that we should really definitely be thinking about how to really make sure that those things are happening in conjunction and working well together. I guess my next question too is just around with the expansion, are we getting feedback? Do you guys have a formal process for getting feedback from the CMS sites around the supports that they need before expanding the sites?
All
to
of
think
the
about capacity?
Yeah, so all of the expansions, even though we, the statement was we're expanding, those expansions happen in conjunction with each one of the CMS sites. So our partners were the ones who helped to shape where and how the programming within their specific catchments were going to be expanded, what the personnel resources were, what the offerings needed to be. All of those things were done in conjunction by our programmatic teams with our partners in their catchment areas. And I don't know, Nora, if you wanted to add anything to that, but that is how we designed where and what expansions should be occurring.
No, I think you covered it.
Was that all, Councilmember Stevens?
I'm sorry, my phone was muted. You think I would know how to work this? No, but no, thank you. That was helpful, but definitely look forward to having some more conversations because some of the feedback that I've been receiving and some of my other colleagues have been receiving that there is a disconnect between like victim services and even like getting feedback from the CMS sites around like how that is actually being rolled out. So definitely would love to talk more with you.
Absolutely. We are absolutely open to having additional conversations, Councilmember Stevens, to talk those through.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. And I really want to thank you for two things. One is during the last year, you helped domestic violence warm, and I can't thank you enough. You may have been before your time, but MACJ was their savior for helping people in domestic violence in Harlem. And second, we're very excited about the work that you've done with Hank Freed's building and the one that Fortune Society is moving into. And you mentioned that in your testimony, so thank you, huge. My question is more on the terrific that you do when folks are coming out of prison or jail, but I'm trying to get them some support before they go in and to prevent. And I mentioned that to the commissioner of PD, and she understands that. Midtown Court has some ideas. I know you work with them, but how we gotta figure this out, because I happen to be supportive of the work that Alvin Bragg is doing and others, but they too say that, and the police are the first to tell me that they don't know what to do with the young people whom they do not want to send to Rikers, whom they want to support, but they have no place to send them. And the problem is there really aren't programs. I know you think there are, but there are not, because the young person is either in the precinct, and there is a program that the Manhattan Midtown Court is trying to figure out, where you'd have these sort of navigators in the precincts. So literally when somebody comes to the precinct, you're there. You follow them if you need to the courthouse. And then when they are released, which I hope they are, then you are with them when they are released, and you take them to Avenues for Justice or whatever the program is. You have to have that kind of support. Is that something that you're thinking about, or is that just PD, or who's thinking about this? I know that that's the right way to go. I see, you know what? It's the only way to go, because they're not going to follow, they're not going home. I have 35 foster kids. Everybody knows them. They act out. You gotta have that contact immediately. So what are we doing? Is that something that MACJ is thinking about?
Yes, absolutely, Councilmember Brewer. So what MACJ has been working on multifacets, right? We have within our Office of Neighborhood Safety, we fund year-round internships for individuals that are identified as at risk, and they're within the crisis management system. They are getting the mentors, they are learning skills, they're working on their resume, and they're working on themselves as people, right? A lot of our partners, one that I would point out is Life Camp, will make sure that kids have the necessary foundation, and we don't call it therapeutic services, but it is therapeutic services, right? It's getting them to work in gardens, getting them to really start being more introverted and looking at which ways they can move into a different path. So we do fund that one, as well as Office of Neighborhood Safety has a Safe in the City grants. So any community member that thinks of a great idea of something to do with young people can apply for those grants, and those grants go up to $20,000 for a community to really start thinking about what they can do to shape a young person's life. We are absolutely looking to see how we redirect the paths of individuals in coordinating with our NYPD and DA and defender partners. We are looking at how we really expand our pretrial services suite so that it will encompass having much more peer mentorship involved there. I know that DAs have raised the willingness and want to be able to say that instead of asking for bail, that they ask for an individual to be assigned to a peer mentor. And so all of those ideas we are open to working with and bringing to fruition so that we can strengthen, as you are pointing out not only the work that we do once people have already been justice involved, but to really cut off the avenue of getting people to become justice involved.
I know Erica does a good job. I love Ramon. I love MAP. I spent hours and hours and hours at the MAP program in Harlem. But what I'm saying is working with Midtown Court, that's where it's coming out of. It's great to have, you just have to be right there. You have to be in the precinct and you have to be at arraignment. It doesn't work to say, hey, Johnny, will you go to the mentorship program? They're not going. So I'm trying to say it's got to be right in your face in terms of support. And for whatever reason, because I talk to the cops all day long, they don't know about these programs. I'm just telling you, you can say up here they know, okay, all the way up here. But down on the ground, they don't even know what Midtown Court is. When I was with like 30 of them the other day. Okay, that's a fact. So they certainly never heard of Mock J. They don't know it. Okay, and they don't know Erica. They don't know Ramon. They don't know all these things. So it has to be somebody who's with them and with the young person at the precinct.
Time expired.
All right, I'm trying to make my point. I'm not going to give up because I know that's the right way to go. And I hope you think about funding something like that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Councilmember Barron.
Starting time.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I went back to him. Chairs Brannon and Hanks, we have concluded councilmember questions for Mock J, so I'm going to turn it back to you two for your closing thoughts.
So thank you so much. I appreciate everyone that came out today for this very important hearing. Thank you to all of Mock J who testified, and we look forward to hearing more information as we discussed in some of the line of questioning that I had. I thank my colleagues for coming out and answering those really powerful questions. And thank you so much. And I will hand it over to Chair Brennan, who will close it out.
Thank you, Chair Hanks. Yeah, I echo Chair Hanks's sentiment, and as we look at public safety holistically, Mock J is a big part of that. So, and it's sort of is at the intersection of a lot of the challenges we're hearing that we've been hearing for a while, right? I mean, this administration is barely 5 months old, but with procurement challenges, this is something that needs to get fixed from the top down. But when you're talking about public safety and the work that Mock J does, I think doing what we can to fix the broken procurement system is going to go a long way in keeping some of our most vulnerable a lot safer. So it's really critical work, and we're here to support you however we can and to be partners in doing this work. So we appreciate your time today, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Central Staff. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mock J. We're going to just pause for a few moments while we switch over to Do It. And for the last portion of the hearing, we just want to recognize that we were joined by Council Members Moya and Velasquez. So everyone bear with us. We'll switch to the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications in just a few moments.
In the meantime, we will do audio checks. Commissioner Fraser, can we just test your audio?
Testing.
Coming in loud and clear. Deputy Commissioner Antonelli.
Testing.
Loud and clear as well. General Counsel Richard.
Tanya Richard here.
Thank you. Chief Operating Officer McGrath.
Testing.
Thank you. I'll switch over your name.
Okay, Chairs Brannon and Gutierrez, just let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm good.
Me too.
Okay, all right.
Genji is here.
Indeed, yes.
Hey, Genji.
Gente. Hey.
Okay, good.
Looking good, Justin.
All right, everybody is here. Let's see. All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the final portion of our agency testimony for today, May 11th, the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications. My name is Malcolm Budahorn, and I am counsel to the Finance Committee. I would first like to acknowledge the council members that we are joined by. Council members Brannan, Gutierrez, Abreu, Barron, Brewer, Carr, Frias, Holden, Moya, Osei, Rivera, Sanchez, and Velasquez. I'm going to remind everyone that you are able to mute and unmute yourselves. We just ask you to remember to mute yourself when not speaking. So I will turn to Chair Brannan for his opening, then Chair Gutierrez, and then I will swear in the witnesses.
Thank you, Malcolm. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the third portion of today's executive budget hearing. Next, we'll hear from the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications. I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague and chair of the Committee on Technology, Councilmember Gutierrez. DoIT's projected fiscal 23 budget of $716.5 million represents less than 1% of the city's proposed FY23 budget in the executive plan. DoIT's FY23 budget increased by 1% to $9.6 million from the preliminary plan of $707 million. I want to jump right into this hearing, but I do want to extend a warm welcome to Commissioner and CTO Matt Frazier and his team for being here today. My questions will mainly focus on the reorganization of DoIT and the city's various technology offices, the internet master plan and broadband expansion is of a particular interest to this council, and the reduction in the city's cyber command, as well as additional savings that I think we can find in expanding cloud services and storage. I want to give special thanks to John and Florentine from the Finance Division for all their work in making today possible. And I now want to turn for her first executive budget hearing, Chair of the Technology Committee, Chair Gutierrez, for her opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chair Brennan. Good afternoon and welcome to the fiscal 2023 executive budget hearing for the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications, known as DoIT. My name is Jennifer Gutierrez and I am the chair of the Committee on Technology. Today's hearing is joint with the Committee on Finance, and just want to thank my colleague again, Councilmember Brennan, for co-chairing today's hearing with me. The department's proposed fiscal 2023 executive budget totals $716.5 million, including $176.1 million in city funding to support 1,755 full-time positions. The budget also includes $540.3 million in OTPS, of which nearly $282 million is allocated to contractual services. Additionally, the department fiscal year 2022 through 2026 capital commitment plan totals $703 million. In the executive plan, DoIT's fiscal 2022 budget totals $993.3 million and is $277 million more than its fiscal 2023 budget. The net change is driven by the recognition of additional non-city funding in the current fiscal year, mainly to cover COVID-19 expenses. At today's hearing, it is my hope to examine how the department is currently managing operations with significant vacancies of 224 positions and how these vacant positions impact DoIT's overall performance. We will also hear how DoIT has been utilizing federal funding in response to the pandemic. Lastly, we will dive deep into DoIT current capital projects, specifically how the department is rolling out its broadband initiatives. As the office continues to consolidate the city's various technology offices into a single entity, the Office of Technology and Innovation, or OTI, we look forward to working with DoIT to ensure that the department has sufficient resources to carry out its duties in the most efficient way. In closing, I want to thank the committee staff for working on putting this hearing together, including Florentine Kapoor, John Russell, Irene Bayovsky, Charles Kim, and my chief of staff, Anna Bessendorf. I'll hand it over.
Thank you, chairs. The following members of the administration are here to testify and or answer questions. Commissioner and CTO, Matthew Frazier, Deputy Commissioner, Management and Budget, Joseph Antonelli, General Counsel, Tanya Richard, and Chief Operating Officer Michael McGrath. I will first read the oath, and after I will call on each member from the administration individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Frazier?
I do.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Antonelli?
I do.
General Counsel Richard?
I do.
And COO McGrath?
I do.
Thank you, everyone. Commissioner Frazier, you may begin when ready.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairs Brennan and Gutierrez and members of the City Council's Committee on Finance and Technology. My name is Matthew Frazier, and I'm the Chief Technology Officer of the City of New York and the Commissioner of the Office of Tech and Innovation. I'm joined today by Joseph Antonelli, our Deputy Commissioner for Management and Budget, Tanya Richard, our General Counsel and Deputy Commissioner for Legal Matters, and Michael McGrath, our Chief Operating Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on OTI's fiscal 2023 executive budget. Furthermore, I'm excited to update the committee on the consolidation of the city's legacy technology offices within OTI and how we are leveraging the technology to improve service delivery to all New Yorkers and close the digital divide. Since my testimony in March, we've made 3 key appointments to OTI's executive team: Kelly Moan, Michael Fitzpatrick, and Ruby Choi, who will be driving OTI's efforts on cybersecurity, information privacy, and strategic planning and implementation initiatives, respectively. Kelly Moan is our new citywide Chief Information Security Officer. Kelly leads OTI Cyber Command in the protection and defense of the city's digital enterprise to ensure continued security and integrity of our operations and ability to get stuff done for New Yorkers. Michael Fitzpatrick is our new citywide Chief Privacy Officer and leads the Office of Information Privacy. Michael will ensure the administration and its agencies zealously protect New Yorkers' information privacy while maximizing allowable data sharing for interagency coordination. Ruby Choi is our Deputy Commissioner for Strategic Initiatives and will be leading a portfolio of key initiatives around user-centered digital transformation, improving IT programs, and managing and customer service, and researching emerging technologies to help the city further its mission for its agencies. Additionally, the Strategic Initiatives Division is working with various stakeholders to develop a strategic plan, which will lay out the mission, vision, and goals and major initiatives and serve as a roadmap for OTI moving forward. One of these major initiatives is the My City portal, through which OTI will transform the way New Yorkers experience and transact with their government online. When seeking essential services and benefits, residents are often forced to navigate bureaucratic processes that are unduly time-consuming, cumbersome, and confusing, especially for working families. We are creating a My City portal to help alleviate those burdens. My City will not only provide a one-stop shop to access all services and benefits, but it will be the first major feature. Its first major feature will provide a unified intake process for our working families where they can apply for all subsidized childcare options the city offers. Making essential city services and benefits subsidized childcare more accessible to New Yorkers will change lives, bolster our economy, and support the children and families. OTI's new needs for this budget cycle reflect our commitment to improving, modernizing digital service delivery across the administration. For example, additional funding will go towards ongoing 311 application modernization, which will extend 311's customer service management system to provide significant enhancements to the 311 application. Enhancements will include multi-language capabilities and developing solutions with Esri to improve location accuracy for service requests, conditions across mobile, portal, and call center channels. New Yorkers will be able to navigate the application in their choice of 10 different languages and access the content translated by native speakers. Beyond our new needs, OTI's fiscal 2023 budget provides operating expenses of approximately $716 million, allocating $176 million in personnel services to support the 1,755 full-time positions, and $540 million for OTPS. Intercity funds transferred from agencies will account for $146 million, or about 20% of the total allocation of telecommunication costs, represent the largest portion of the intercity expense projected at $141 million for fiscal year 22. For fiscal year 22, the expense budget appropriation increased by $24.7 million from fiscal year 23 January's financial plan to the executive plan. The increase to the fiscal year 22 executive budget is largely attributed to funding that OTI received for COVID and vaccine-related costs, funding associated with the approved capital projects, as well as from agencies for telecommunications-related costs. For fiscal year 23, the expense budget appropriation increased by $9.6 million. For the fiscal year 23 January financial plan to the executive plan, the increase for the fiscal year 2023 executive budget is largely attributed to the funding that OTI has received for the extension of our IFA positions, lease costs, adjustments, and rollovers of grant funding from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23. OTI's fiscal year 23 executive budget provides for a capital budget of $1 billion over the fiscal year 22 through fiscal year 2022 through fiscal year 2031, 10-year window. The majority of the budget in fiscal year 22 and 23 totaling $461 million over the 2 fiscal years. For fiscal years 22 and 23, the capital budget appropriation decreased by $51 million for the fiscal year 23 preliminary financial plan to the fiscal year 23 executive plan. This decrease to combine fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 is largely attributed to project realignment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I will now take council member questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Want to jump right into it. In January of this year, one of the first executive orders the mayor signed consolidated the city's various technology offices. And I know your agency is undergoing a reorganization, including a name change from DoIT to the Office of Technology and Innovation. I guess just plainly, why was this reorganization necessary, and what improvements to citywide technology operations can we expect from this reorganization?
Fantastic question. So when we look at the reorg, I think we have to look at it at 2 different aspects. One of it was a realignment of the city entities that had a tech or tech adjacent function. And in some cases, the other part of it is actually an extension of authority for broader oversights over the city's technology initiatives. So historically, when you looked at New York City and you asked who had the voice of technology or what direction technology was going in, there wasn't a clear answer. Cyber Command, which was responsible for the cybersecurity needs of the city, had its own lead that was disparate from the city's tech authority. DoIT had its own lead that was disparate from the city's cyber authority. We also had a lead for data and analytics, and a lead for information privacy that were all under different chains of command. So when we looked at the problem of how do we, one, provide consolidated services, not to the city agencies themselves, but to the public, and how could we coalesce all those efforts around an entity, it was clear that there wasn't a single place in the city where we could do it. So when the Office of Technology and Innovation was birthed, what we serve as for the city is a guiding light for not just tech initiatives, but it's tech, it's cyber, it's privacy, but it's also partnership and thought leadership around business initiatives that are focused on making New York City greater for those that are dependent on government services. So when you look across the enterprise of how it's actually materialized and what efficiencies have we been able to create, we've consolidated 2 separate security missions over the first 2 months with the announcement of the Joint Security Operations Center within what was once DoIT and what was once New York City Cyber Command. We had one information security team that was focused on infrastructure protection for hosted agencies. By hosted, I mean agencies where DoIT holds their infrastructure. And then you had another entity that had a broader mission to ensure that the city's tech estate across all entities were protected. And those teams suddenly worked in unison. And what we did as we established a Joint Security Operations Center is we tore down the wall that stood between those two teams, brought all resources together as a consolidated team. We also brought in our partners and brought in our partners from the NYPD, from the FBI, and also from New York State. And now we have a consolidated security mission, cybersecurity mission, that has more capability than any individual entity had before, individually, as we work collectively towards our common goal of security. And that's not just limited from a security perspective, also from an operations perspective. We've had the capability to take a look at commodity level services that the city provides, the city leverages. Things like when you think about cell phones and rate plans and how that stuff works out between agencies. And due to the consolidated authorities and mission, we're working on rationalizing things like the acquisition of commodity services. And we have, as we move into the new fiscal year and as we get towards the end of the calendar year, we're projected to see significant reductions in terms of and savings associated with some of these initiatives. So that's just a little bit of how, but if you have any questions about a specific area, I'm happy to answer it.
Sure. I mean, that you touched on something there at the end. Are there budget savings that we can expect as a result of these increased efficiencies of the reorg?
Yeah. So if you look at how the entity or that do it or any of these entities has operated year over year, and you look back historically, the budgets seldomly shrink. They more often than not expand. And with that expansion, if you measure the value in terms of output and what the public has received, I think you'd find varying results. So what we're hoping to do is, instead of seeing significant expansions, reappropriating costs that we're saving towards initiatives that affect the lives of those that are dependent on the government. And we expect, in many cases, for some of the new initiatives that are coming up, to self-fund them through reappropriation of programs that we may deprecate or we may consolidate. Does that answer the question?
Sure. Yeah. I appreciate that. I want to talk about the Internet Master Plan and the broadband expansion. So in 2020, the de Blasio administration launched the Internet Master Plan. One of the primary goals of the Internet Master Plan was to establish a robust marketplace by leveraging city assets where internet providers would compete to bring the best and fastest low-cost internet to all New Yorkers. Will Do It Now be, and this administration, continuing the Internet Master Plan from the de Blasio administration?
So also another great question. We're looking at the Internet Master Plan holistically, and the reason why we're doing it is part of the Internet Master Plan and part of what's proposed is infrastructure build out across the city using some city assets. But given the fractured nature of what was once the legacy CTO's office and what was Do It, there wasn't a concerted effort to use all of the infrastructure or make available all the city's infrastructure from a fiber perspective. So there's a possibility that in the existing proposal that we may be looking for resources to build out infrastructure where the city already has infrastructure present. So what we're doing now is doing a review and a deduplication to ensure that we're not wasting any money associated with it. It's a $160 million initiative. And although it was started in the last administration, anything that moves forward from this point, it's this administration's burden to ensure that's the best thing for the taxpayers. So we're in the process of unpacking every component of the Internet Master Plan and deciding what's the best way to move forward. But what I would like to reaffirm in this forum is that, one, low-cost broadband, broader diversity in the market, it's the best thing for New York City, because the people that live in the city should not pay a premium because the marketplace is limited, right? So we're focused on how we do that. And we're also cognizant of the cost of inaction. Every day that a New Yorker that needs access to the service, especially kids that are in school that needs access to service that doesn't have access to it, that day brings them further and further, or extends the digital divide a little bit further. So what we're looking at, although the Internet Master Plan is under review, We have options that we're executing out now that will fast track delivery of broadband services to places including public housing. We've already done it across homeless shelters, and we're looking at other ways that we can expand broadband capacity in near term without depending on some of these longer term programs.
Yeah, I mean, as you noted, and I think I know we're on the same page here. I mean, definitely a priority of this council, as well as the budget negotiating team of this council, as well as the speaker and myself personally. We are dedicated to prioritizing expediting universal broadband to low-income New Yorkers and treating internet access like the necessity that it is, and not the luxury that may have seemed to be not too long ago. You mentioned public housing. How many NYCHA buildings currently have free and low-cost internet access?
So free broadband access. So we have the Queensbridge Connected program, which provided wireless access for all of the developments within Queensbridge, all of the units within Queensbridge housing. Beyond Queensbridge Connected, it's sparse, right? And it's far less than it should be. What we're aggressively looking at now is a way that we can expand that universal broadband access beyond the few areas where it exists to the entire NYCHA development population. So
timeline for that?
Timeline is a bit nebulous, but we are hopeful. And I usually speak in affirmatives because it's the land I come from. It's like, this is when it'll actually happen. But in its current state, we expect the first wave of this to get off before the end of the second quarter of this year, meaning that we'll be in our first 5 developments. And then after we get past the first 5, we can rapidly expand beyond that.
Okay, so according to a press release from last year, the vendors have been selected to carry out the universal broadband RFP project, along with $157 million in capital funding to support the program. Can you give us an update on the status of the RFP and the vendors that were selected?
Yeah, so I'd be happy to provide counsel within overview of everything that's come out of that process so far, in terms of vendor selection and where we currently sit. But as I mentioned, as we started this, that we are currently reviewing that RFP to ensure that and the responses to the RFP to ensure that what has been proposed is not duplicating any assets the city already has in this space. So we're working on it.
Okay, but okay, because the press release stated that the vendors had been selected and secured.
Yeah, so the process of the administration of this is split between the legacy, what was once the CTO's office, which is now a part of the OTI umbrella, and the Economic Development Corporation. So during that process, there was a preliminary selection, but a notice to proceed in terms of moving forward has not been issued, which is why the contract's currently on hold, pending a notice to proceed from this office.
Okay, because if a vendor was awarded a contract with the city, wouldn't that be regardless of what happens with the office?
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
If a vendors have been selected and a vendor won an RFP, an award, wouldn't that move forward regardless of what happens with your office?
Yeah, so although a vendor has won an award, it requires a contract to actually be executed.
Sure.
So the contracts have not been executed as
Okay.
yet. Does that clarify?
Yeah, I get it. I'm just trying to figure out where we are. I totally understand. I mean, this administration is barely 5 months old. I understand. I'm just trying to figure out where we are.
No worries, no worries. I think
because we're interested too in knowing, how final determinations are made, especially with regard to MWBEs. We have lots of questions. Universal broadband is very important to this council, so we have lots of questions about this.
Yeah, so when we talk about universal broadband and we look at what this actually means, Universal broadband as a service and what it enables as a utility, as you so rightly mentioned, when you look at things like heat and hot water and you work into public housing, it's not something that you have to ask to have. It's provided. And broadband, although not technically considered a utility, has evolved to such a point where if you don't have it, as a student that's in school or the average household, it's hard for them to survive in today's world. So for us, broadband access, which is why it's one of the first things that we looked at, how do we fix that? It's one of the most important priorities to the mayor, and it's one of the most important priorities in this office. So council has nothing but an ally here, and we will get this, where many have tried and haven't made much room, we will get this over the line soon.
That sounds good to me. Do we have a map or any data related to cable infrastructure in the city? What areas, streets or blocks might not be covered or wired?
Yeah, so we can provide details on that front.
Okay. And do we have a timeline for when we'd expect New York City to be fully covered by 5G?
So we're currently working very aggressively across the administration to streamline and fast track that process. The timeline is highly dependent on a number of external factors, capabilities of the actual carriers to build, approval process and time across the city. So we're in the process of rationalizing that. By the next time we have a touch point and we can follow up outside of this, we're hoping to unravel and have something tangible to point to. Anything that I'll tell you right now would be speculatory based on some of the inconsistencies across some of the dependents that I just mentioned.
What are we doing with these Link kiosks? Are we continuing those? I've never seen one outside of Manhattan.
Oh yeah. So Link is certainly.
They exist outside of Manhattan?
Link is certainly moving forward, and our Chief Operating Officer, Mike McGrath, will happily jump in here.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, Chair Brennan. Yeah, so the Link NYC program is progressing. There was this hiatus, as we know, when we had to go through an agreement about renegotiation with the vendor, or not renegotiate. That decision was made a couple of years ago. We've since restarted that program. There are a number in the outer boroughs. I happen to live in Greenpoint. I can't walk up Manhattan.
It's like the Loch Ness Monster. I don't know. Some people have seen them.
It's so funny. So anyhow, yeah, but we are progressing. Actually, the build year schedule for build year 6, which ended December 31st, called for 50 units to be installed, and that was met. And the build year 7 projections for 310, our current plans, have that on target as well. So they are progressing, and they are continuing to go out there. And we also have, the old model versus the current model, not old, current model versus the new one that will help enable 5G as well. So.
Okay. And like, how do we think about and plan where those kiosks land?
Sure. I'll note that the original 1,800 and change that were installed were definitely slanted toward Manhattan because they were replacing payphones, and there's a bit of a disparity in that in terms of leaning toward Manhattan. But the current agreement that we have with them calls for up to 4,000 units, which is roughly about another 22 or so hundred units, and 90% of those need to be above 96th Street in Manhattan and the boroughs of Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx, and Staten Island. And in terms of where they go, there's the first push is to hit equity districts that have been identified in the agreement. And there's 739 of those that need to be prioritized to hit areas that were missed and underserved in general. To try and propagate this out there and address some of the digital divide statements that the commissioner made a few minutes ago.
Got it. Okay. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Going back quickly to the affordable internet access. I know the DOE in New York State, I think in Buffalo, work with ISPs to provide affordable internet access to students through bulk purchasing agreements. Is that something that we would consider for our schools or NYCHA, or something that we are considering?
So you hit the nail right on the head, right? So there's just a couple of ways where this is accomplished today. On the federal level, you have the federal ACP program, which is reimbursement up to $30 a month for broadband access. And then what you have in terms of bulk purchasing agreements were usually isolated to city facilities. But that's the area that we're exploring for both NYCHA and we'll have to defer to DOE in terms of what's the plan around schools, but we will work in conjunction with them towards that consolidated, that combined effort for stemming that digital divide.
I have two last questions, and then I want to turn it over to the chair. Cyber Command, in terms of vacancy reduction, Cyber Command, I believe, is set to lose 64 positions. Is that a right number of Cyber Command vacancy reduction?
So what I just want to reemphasize on the Cyber Command piece, because we've consolidated Cyber Command with the legacy DoIT's information security team, Cyber Command's total headcount associated with who's actually people that are actually in seats has increased because we've combined the two teams. What we are looking at eliminating is vacant positions. It's not people. So for the vacant positions, the exact count, our Deputy Commissioner for Management and Budget, Joe Antonelli, can attest. But from an efficacy and a resource staffing perspective, we've increased the number of bodies that we have dedicated towards the combined security mission by consolidating the two teams. But Joe?
Sure. I think the number 64 that you're referencing is actually the current number of Cyber Command vacancies at this time, and we're not actually set to lose those. That's just the current standing vacancies right now.
Okay, so where are we at? Because then I'm confused, because I thought we had. I understand what the commissioner is saying with combining the two teams. So how many spots are vacant? Are we eliminating spots still?
So and I'll let Joe jump in right after this. So during the initial run of the plan, as we rationalized the budget during the last go round, we took a look across OTIs, the enterprise, and we looked at any vacant position that we had, regardless of what function it was associated with. And then we did analysis to see where could we give back where necessary, especially considering the efficiencies that we would gain as we consolidated the teams. So Joe can talk to what the historic give back was on that front, or we can come back to you after. But Joe?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to get back to you with the exact numbers on the historic look back. But just basically to reiterate, what we're looking at right now is based on the current division makeup, which the chief technology officer has kind of talked at what we've looked at. We do have 64 vacancies there that are not being cut.
Okay. And the current city policy requires that city employees have a residency in New York City. I know, there's sometimes challenges in finding skilled employees in the cybersecurity field. Are we having issues retaining Cyber Command employees because of that reason?
Yeah, so cyber is a market that, from an employment perspective, it's a very, very aggressive employment market at the moment. If you look at just what's going on from the geopolitical perspective, with the events between Russia and Ukraine and the amount of cyber activity that's been generated out of that, preceding that, the escalation of global attacks and attacks focused on the nation, including what we saw with SolarWinds and what we saw with the pipeline and what we saw from a utilities perspective. And then you look at other municipal parallels like Atlanta, Baltimore, and what happened in those spaces. Cyber talent is one of the areas that are highly in demand. So any entity that has any resources with any capability, retention is a problem across the entire tech industry, but it's a particular issue around Cyber Command, around the cyber industry itself. And we don't really use that. We don't look at it as an insurmountable challenge. But what we look at is how we develop talent within the New York City pipeline to ensure that we have consistency in how we groom and build resources to fuel that cybersecurity mission. So to that end, we baseline security training so that we can take resources that have come in as entry or mid-level employees across the city in a tech area and build cyber capabilities amongst those, employing some of the best practices that are used by both the FBI and other national security parallels. So when you look at how the FBI takes a federal agent and turns them into a cybersecurity professional, it's the same thing that we are looking at employing of how we groom talent within the city itself. So short answer to the question is retention is a problem across the spectrum, especially in the cybersecurity space, but we have contingencies in place to ensure that we keep the pipeline fed within the city itself.
Okay, my last question is about cloud services. Are all our city agencies using cloud services? If not, why not?
So it really depends. So if you look at, there's a couple of aspects of cloud that we can point to. So when you look at some commodity services that are offered at scale in the cloud, like email, the vast majority of the city is dependent on the cloud for email services, whether that be Office 365 or Google Cloud. We're in the process for those that are outliers or remnants, doing a round of cleanup to bring them and pull them into the cloud itself. When you look at other things like infrastructure as a service, and when I say infrastructure as a service, for those that aren't familiar, it's the concept of taking, instead of buying a server, installing it in one of your data centers, it's renting space and capacity from a cloud provider. So when we talk about the cloud, this is, I love to say it, there is no cloud, it's just somebody else's compute, right? And depending on the scale at which you use it and the way that you use cloud, the costs, if you use an infrastructure as a service model, which is the traditional way that the people typically deploy, it costs more operating in the cloud than it does cost running on premise. So what we're looking at is, as we approach our cloud strategy, it's ensuring not that we just go to cloud for the sake of going to cloud. It's looking at how we transform our workloads so that they run cloud native in ways that save operating expense costs, and that provides higher levels of availability. Across the nation, New York City, with our combined cloud presence between all the city entities, we are amongst one of the larger entities nationally that leverage cloud providers, that leverage cloud services. And we want to ensure that as we continue to grow in this space, we are being fiscally responsible to ensure that we're not burning excess costs just to move from on-premise to the cloud. Does that? I'll just pause there to see if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's hard for me to believe that it's be cheaper to pay for real estate than it is the cloud elsewhere. But I got interested in the cloud based on savings, based on how that we can save the city some money.
So big things like software as a service, right? Like when you look at, or platforms as a service, you look at something like Office 365. The concept of building mail servers, plus the human capital that's required to manage those mail servers, plus backup, plus all the other things that are required. When you look at services like that, by taking that kind of service and shifting it to the cloud, right? You save money doing something like that, or even from a security perspective, leveraging things like managed service providers that look at the information that comes off of your computers and says, this is a threat, this is not a threat. For a small business, they may pay $100,000, $140,000 for a service like that that's cloud-based, where for a cybersecurity professional, they can't hire a single FTE at that rate. So there are areas where the cloud is cheaper. But if you use the cloud like you use like your on-premise data center, you want to take one server, buy it in cash versus one server and provision it in the cloud, and you let that same server run 24/7, 365, and you let that run over a 3-year period, the consumption costs of what you would pay the cloud provider for the same size, same scale, same compute would be more expensive than what you pay on premise. And this is where I say it's not about whether you go to the cloud or not. It's about making sure that as you move, you transform your services in such a way where you take advantage of the scale and cost saving nature of the cloud. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your time, and thank you to all your deputies and your CTO, CFO that joined us. I'm going to hand it over now to the chair of our technology committee.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Brennan, and thank you, Commissioner and Mr. McGrath for all of your answers. I've got a few of my own. I'm going to start with actually a few from just a follow-up from the preliminary hearing. I want to start with the NICE-WIN decommission because I feel like we didn't spend a whole lot of time on that. So I know that DeWitt continues to work in replacing end-of-life and legacy systems. The NICE-WIN is being one of them, and which implement measures to secure the city's network. Can you share a breakdown of those costs of what it is to decommission some of these legacy systems and a schedule for completion dates of the breakdown and full transition off the system?
Okay, so as NICE-WIN was the first thing, I'll handle them in orders of succession. So the first one was around NICE-WIN. NICE-WIN is fully decommissioned, meaning service-wise, there's not a single city entity that is dependent on any service that was once provided by NICE-WIN. Right, NICE-WIN's dead. Now, infrastructure-wise, we have only 2 sites remaining where there's legacy infrastructure, where we are in the process of pulling that infrastructure down. And by infrastructure, I literally mean there may be an antenna or a rack or a small tower in a building that has that. So we're in the process of pulling that stuff out. Now, the reason why we haven't been able to get it done yet, it's a mix because in some of these properties, they're private properties, so we have to manage with the building owners to get the stuff out. And then some of them, they're in public housing, so we have to work with NYCHA to get teams in to pull that stuff out. Now, with that being said, although we haven't wrapped those 2 sites up yet, we expect to have them done within the calendar year. So by the time we get to the end of the year, we look back and we can say every remnant of NYCHA has been, not NYCHA, of NICE-WIN has been pulled out. Now, in terms of the spend plans and the funds associated with upgrading legacy systems, I'll defer to my colleague, Joe Antonelli, who's our Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget.
So, I mean, in terms of NICE-WIN specifically, NICE-WIN actually carried a cost to the city of approximately $42 million a year. Now, with the use or with the decreased dependency on it, now with the use of commercial networks, the city cost is approximately $15 million a year for that. So there was a significant net savings to the city by decommissioning NICE-WIN.
I don't know if it's a savings necessarily because we're paying to decommission it, but I understand what you mean. And so is the 15 million you just referenced, is that the cost, can we say that that's the cost associated with the final infrastructure breakdown?
No, that $15 million really represents what the new annual cost of the system is. So NICE-WIN as it existed carried about a $42 million cost to maintain the equipment, keep everything live. And by switching off of city-run equipment and onto commercially managed equipment like the various wireless carriers, et cetera, we're only carrying now a $15 million annual cost to utilize that equipment.
Okay. And so sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, and the cost to remove the equipment from the legacy sites, it's nominal, and we're not even in the million threshold, and we're sub-million to get that equipment down. And
that's for the 2 remaining sites?
That's for the 2 remaining sites, right? Because we don't pay any operating costs for it. It's just for the space and also the cost to have a team literally go and pull the stuff down.
Okay. Do you have the numbers to be specific on it?
We can follow up with that. I don't have that. And I believe, I don't want to speak for Joe, but I'm pretty sure Joe doesn't have that on hand.
No, I don't have that number on hand.
Say synergies, we're well connected.
Thank you. Okay, I want to kind of do some of the follow-up questions that Chair Brennan asked regarding the broadband component. Can you talk a little bit about the federal programs that offer free Wi-Fi to state residents? And how much is the cost for these programs?
So the federal ACP program, which is the Affordable Cable Program, which is the one that that's commonly referred to in this space. So it's a voucher that families can apply for that reimburse up to $30 per month. in spend associated with broadband. Now, in each one of each one of the carriers that provide the service, each family is responsible for reaching out, contracting with that service provider, and then using the ACP voucher to reimburse the services for that. The important thing to note about the federal program is that it's not a baseline into perpetuity. The program is scheduled to exist for the next, I believe, 2 years, 3 years. And then after that, it's unclear whether federal funding will continue to be provided in this space, which is why we as a city, when we look at the need, our need goes well beyond 2 to 3 years, which is why the broadband initiatives that we're looking at now are focused on sustainable baseline expenses associated with providing that utility-like service.
So thank you. And thank you for specifying how long, like what the timeline is for it. So does that 2 or 3 year investment, I guess, where does it meet with the city's plan for broadband expansion? I'm just curious to know kind of what that intersection looks like, specifically since the city's prioritizing broadband expansion for NYCHA residents, and they are going to be the primary population to be eligible for this ACP program. So I just want to know kind of what is the city's plan around where these two programs could potentially intersect?
Yeah, so currently the federal program doesn't allow for bulk reimbursement, meaning if the city wanted to make a bulk application on behalf of the residents that live in public housing, the program doesn't currently allow us to leverage it in that way, which is one of the things that we are in conversations with the federal government about to see how we can expand it a bit so it can help cities help the city help its residents by providing consolidated services. Now, beyond just the population of folks of people that live in city operated buildings like NYCHA or some of the homeless shelters, it's the affordable cable program ACP program is extended to all those that meet a certain income threshold, right? So when you look at our working families, they extend well beyond public housing. So what we're looking to do is expand our messaging campaign and awareness about what's in that space, while providing baseline coverage in the facilities where we actually have control. So in terms of the intersect, what we look at the digital divide as is it's a complex, multi-layered problem, and we are putting in solutions that address each one of those layers. And the ACP program is it's an important tool in the belt to help those that are at that income threshold get access to the services at low to no cost.
Thank you. I just have a kind of a quick question because I know Councilmember Menon has piloted a program in her district. Are residents that are signing up for this program, to the best of your knowledge, are they aware that they're signing up for a program that's got a lifeline of about 2 to 3 years? And is the idea that in those specific NYCHA developments, the city's broadband expansion will then be able to cover those whose voucher has expired?
So I cannot attest to the messaging campaign that went out with this particular program. The mayor and I both support any program that focuses on providing free access or near free access to broadband services. So it was one thing that we were happy to see the council taking initiative and pushing forward on. And in terms of the awareness of what will come as part of the city's overall program, we're in early conversations now with the tenant association. So as we touch each development, it's more than just, here's a service, we're going to drop it on your door and walk away. We look at broadband as part of an ecosystem of services that can be delivered. So when you look at workforce development, when you look at upskilling, and when you look at recreational activities that are dependent on the internet, right? There's a lot that broadband offers. When we go into the developments and into NYCHA, we want to go in not just as here's broadband, but here's the continuum of services that we're looking to bring in. And this is the first step in multiple steps that will increase the quality of what you get out of the city.
Thank you. I had a follow-up question just to your response to Councilmember Brennan's question about some of the providers being selected? I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, I did hear that I did understand from your statement, your response, that it's on hold, the vendors that are being selected because the essentially contracts haven't been executed. Can you go in a little bit more on what that challenge has been? Why are these vendors' execution of the contract on hold? Specifically, what are some of the reservations that you as the commissioner have to move forward?
Yeah. So when we look at $165 million spend that comes from a legacy entity, and especially one that's on the verge of execution, I think that's the biggest thing. It's in terms of flag, just the sheer dollar amount that's associated with it causes, all right, 165 million. Let's make sure that before we sign on this, we know where everything is going and that it's in the city's best interest. In terms of the technical complexity, because of the bifurcation of duties between the legacy CTO's office and what was once DoIT, we had two entities, one that had the city's franchise authority, and then the other that had a mission of bringing universal broadband that didn't really collaborate towards this initiative. So in some of the dysfunction and how that was manifest in the way the contract was issued. So instead of it being held by the city's tech authority, it was held by the Economic Development Corp. And that in and of itself shows like how that communications void manifested from a contract perspective, the same thing manifested from a proposal and the service availability perspective. So what we're doing is we're unpacking every aspect of what was provisioned as a build out, looking at where the city has existing infrastructure and ensuring that we're not putting additional conduit in places where the city has already built conduit historically. So that's the thing that I've got a lot of concerns about. Because one of the things that you'd hate to see is you spent hundreds of millions to diversify the marketplace, but you've only provided services in areas where we've already had services, right? So like that's what we're looking at.
Counterintuitive. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that response. And just to kind of wrap up the conversation about broadband and broader internet connectivity, are you aware of any of the city programs for internet connectivity that offer affordable internet, and what is the process to access this program? Or are they even being managed by DoIT in these instances?
Yeah, so what was once the legacy CTO's office has spent a lot of time working on building both awareness around the Affordable Cable Program and also managing.
Is that the name of it?
Yeah, the ACP. It's the federal ACP program.
Oh, it's the same one.
Yep. So it's the same program, but we as a city had historic messaging campaigns that went out around the availability of the program. We had initiatives focused on getting people enrolled. So we still have sites up on nyc.gov that accommodates that enrollment and redirects resources for people to that program. So those programs were more so focused on, as I mentioned before, someone going to a cable company or an ISP saying, I want service, I want a contract with you. Getting that lower level rate plan, then getting a voucher, using the voucher to reimburse for the use of that service. What we're looking at now is removing the process of one needing to negotiate your own connection with the cable company, working, rationalizing and standardizing the rate plan, and removing the dependency on the voucher for public housing and city-run facilities. So that's what the big difference is. But like I said, the legacy programs will still be used in our tool belt to help capture those that aren't in city facilities.
Thank you. Now I just want to transition over to a few follow-up questions from our last hearing regarding Link NYC, which was a marathon of a hearing. The last time we had the hearing last week, Chief Operating Officer Mr. McGrath testified that they had just completed the physical audit of kiosks, and we're going to draft a report. And the report was currently being internally reviewed. I had asked if this report would be made public, and so I would like to know if that is still the case, or if the report is even ready yet, and if not, what is the expected timeline?
Oh, so great question. So one of the things that we are as the city's cyber, privacy, and tech authorities, we are key on ensuring that we're very transparent about what we're doing, and we hold ourselves to the highest standard. So the link audit that was performed of the kiosk and all the information surrounding it is something that we take a lot of pride in. But like anything else, anything that's delivered, we have to ensure that we quality assure the work product meets the standards that we asked for, and our intent is to publish it so that the public can view it. We're very excited to get it out, but like any review of any audit or any finding that we have received, we have to ensure that the work product is complete and that it's in all the areas that we needed the services performed at. And that's just a process where it's a normal review and oversight process. And we should have it out hopefully soon. We have a lot of resources in our GC team, a general counsel team that's focused on reviewing and ensuring that it meets the contracted requests.
Could you say if it'll be out to the public by the end of the calendar year?
Well, how about I answer that in a little bit of a different way? We would like to see it out by the end of the calendar year, barring extenuating circumstances. And by extenuating circumstances, it's hard for me to say that it would be there until we confirm that everything in the product of the audit, meaning all the components and all the aspects that we asked in the audit, was actually performed. And like as you're aware, like some of these processes, if we go in and something's missing and we need them to perform that work, we're highly dependent on the assessors themselves. So as it stands right now, we have no reason to believe that it will not be ready by the end of the year, right? But it's hard to say that definitively until we get through the assessment of this. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. I appreciate the thoroughness. And so, yeah, would love to review it once it's ready for the public. My next question is, would you consider conducting an audit on data collection?
On data collection? Well, I think any service or any areas where we actually collect or house information, we're dependent. We are responsible for ensuring that those align to the city's best practices and aligns to nationwide best practices from a privacy and security perspective. So audits are something that we're always open to, and we will look to see what's been done historically in the space, and we'll unpack it where necessary.
Thank you. Still on the Link NYC hearing, Mr. McGrath also testified that the additional revenue stream would be from leasing 5G equipment. Would you or Mr. McGrath, I know you're here, would you be able to elaborate once again on that statement?
So our Chief Operating Officer, Mike McGrath, is very eloquent with his words, and as he is the person that testified, I'd like to give him the floor so that he can do so. Any area where necessary, I will jump in. Please, Mike.
Thanks, Commissioner, and Chair Gutierrez. Good to catch up with you again here. Yeah, relative to, can you repeat the question again? I just want to make sure I answer.
Sure. This was in the portion of the hearing where we were talking about revenue streams, and you said that the revenue stream would come from leasing of the 5G equipment, an additional revenue stream would come from the leasing of the 5G equipment. So I just wanted to know if you could elaborate a little bit more on that, if the city, yeah, I'm sorry, let's just stop there. If you could elaborate a little bit more on what that would look like.
Absolutely. So there's two aspects to this, right? One is our contract with CityBridge, and within that contract, there's the minimum annual guaranteed payments. Those payments are based on the number of units that are deployed, and that's the money we get each year. Beyond that, well, not beyond that, underneath that, so to speak, the second piece of this is the agreement that CityBridge and their consortium have with the carriers, for releasing those units as they get deployed. That's a contract between them and the carriers, right? Our revenue stream that we get from CityBridge accounts for that, right? So it's X number of units with X number of space, right? I'm sure there's an algorithm that they have that we had also, and I can, kind of find some more information on that. I'll talk to my team, but nevertheless, it's more of a simplified version for us, and that is the minimum annual guarantee for which we collect that money, and it's assumed that they will get their leases, and they will take care of all that and so forth. So, we watch, we monitor, we have a close governance process with them where we meet very regularly. And nonetheless, from our perspective, our view of things from a revenue stream perspective is the minimal annual guarantee. There's also the foreborn minimal annual guarantee, which is the recoup of the money that was negotiated in the agreement. But as far as the leasing of space, yes, that's a way for them to make money, and that is the underpinning for the minimum annual guarantee that we have with City Bridge. So I hope that's a little more clear. If not, I can.
Yeah. So that's a way for City Bridge. That's City Bridge's additional revenue.
Yeah, that's how they make their money to then kind of underpin how they pay us, right? So it's we don't get involved in any of that leasing, but it's assumed we do because we govern them, right? And we want to make sure these go in places that need them. I mentioned before, 90% of the new units are going to be above 96th Street and the other boroughs. And so as we deploy these units when they're ready, that the leasing will then come into play for the carriers for where they need to put their equipment.
Got it. And I just want to confirm, because I think you may have covered it. So would the city receive any portion of these payments for leasing 5G equipment from City Bridge or leases?
Well, we receive it as an avenue of the minimal annual guarantee. That's how we get that. They made forecasts and we agreed with them based on the money they think they're going to make, right? And the number of more units that get out there, the more that increases. And then there are, I'll call it, accelerators at 100 million and 200 million if they happen to get that high. That's where we could actually make a little bit more money, but that's a future tense thing, and we have to see how the carriers actually lease the space in those, and we'll keep a close eye on that. Like I said, we govern City Bridge pretty closely, and we take this seriously in terms of what they need to be doing.
Absolutely. So would the forecast then increase as you see this down the line, as you see more of their revenue increase? Would that mean more money for the city essentially?
It could be, yes, and I'm happy to share details offline as to what that means. It's it has parameters and assumptions in there as any forecast would. But yes, there's a baseline MAG, as they call it, minimum annual guarantee. And then if they hit certain numbers, if it's super successful, so to speak, then yeah, we can certainly make more money off that, and there's provisions in the agreement for that.
Fantastic. And those are benchmarks that DoIT has agreed to as well as part of the contract?
Yeah, it's in the agreement that we signed last year. Last year or late the year prior. Sorry, timing is not my head. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So these are my last two questions on some of the feedback that we got from the Link NYC hearing. One of the questions that I had asked, and I know it went unanswered, was if you are aware of the number of kiosks that are located near homeless shelters and or NYCHA. But if you have any of those numbers, I'm curious to know if you're able to provide those numbers today.
I can't provide them today, but I have them, and I just need to verify them with City Bridge. So we followed up, as you can imagine, we took the notes on that as well. We did talk to City Bridge. They provided some preliminary information. I just haven't had a chance to sift through that with them to make sure I can tell you intelligently and accurately that this is what we have. But they did provide them, and I can at least give you the context in terms of it's X number within X 100 feet per around the city. To remember also, the units can't be installed in residential districts right now. So, there's a footage of 300 feet, 400 feet, 500 feet near a resident, but it's obviously based on commercial or manufacturing space that's nearby. So we have the numbers. I just need to get through them and clean them up. But sorry, that's a bad statement. Not clean them up. Make sure I understand them so that I can intelligently tell you that and accurately tell you what they represent. But we do have a draft of that already.
Thank you. No, I got it. I understand what you mean. And then my last question is, do you consider the location of shelters and NYCHA developments when you're citing the kiosks? I know earlier at the top of the hearing, you mentioned obviously that those the first rounds of kiosks were being installed or where decommissioned payphones were. But I think obviously when we're looking at a third of the city lacking access to broadband, when we're talking about the communities that I think are in most need of access, what is the strategy now moving forward with the installation of these new kiosks? And will you seriously consider their distance to homeless shelters and NYCHA developments?
Yes, it's definitely part of all the discussions. So what we do is we work together with City Bridge to identify areas where we need these. Now, in the agreement, it's very specific to there were a number of equity districts that were called out, and there's a certain number of units that were targeted. I say targeted because there could be more or less depending on our discussions with the borough president and community district and community boards within those areas. But yes, we not only replace PBTs, there are what we call greenfield locations, sites where it didn't exist. And we actively work with the community members to make sure that they have a say in where they go, as well as try to promote other areas. Now, we do have to stay in those commercial and manufacturing lanes for right now, but we are hoping later this year to get approval for the residential areas. And to me, that's paramount, because I think it might be obvious if that's where we need it most, right? And to your questioning about relative location to nicer locations and shelters, yes, that we try to look for areas that need it the most and focus on that. It's a big part of the agreement that was negotiated with them, and it's a big part of what we need in the city. I think we all agree with that, and we do lean on City Bridge hard to keep that as the focus, and they've been great so far with that in the new agreement.
Thank you. Next, I'm just going to transition over to the conversation around state staffing and vacancies. Commissioner, I know you touched on a little bit on this on Chair Brennan's questions. So at the in the executive plan, the fiscal 2023 budget for 311 technical support decreases by $21 million compared to the current budget. The pandemic has shown how 311 services were essential, as New Yorkers rely on these services. At our preliminary hearing, you testified that 311 is now stabilized. How will the budget reduction impact 311 operations?
So for the specifics around the budget implications, I'll let Commissioner Antonelli talk to some of that. But in terms of from a service and quality perspective, a lot of the agreements that we have in place that supplement 311 services as an overflow is to ensure that when someone calls, there's a reasonable wait time for it to answer that phone call. And especially there are periods in time where we see bursts in activities, whether that's during storms or other high volume times, like during the summer when fireworks are a big issue. So we want to ensure that those base level lines of support and capabilities in our tool belt remain present. So that's why some of those services that we employed during the height of COVID are services that we will keep running in the background at lesser scale. But in terms of cost in any areas where 311 was directly impacted, Joe?
Sure. I think what the Chief Technology Officer highlighted with the supplemental call taking services, that's something that since the height of COVID has been funded utilizing federal funding. The approximate cost for that has been around $24 million a year. So the drop off in funding you're seeing is that we don't have any federal funding in the budget for next fiscal year. We do anticipate, working out the funding issues with the Office of Management and Budget, because we do plan on continuing the services. So it's more of just what you're seeing in the budget versus actual operational change.
Okay, that's good to specify. So, you're not anticipating there being a directed, like a big impact of operations in this instance.
Correct.
Okay. Now, can we talk about the headcount reduction of 45 positions? Will that have an impact on 311 performance?
We don't anticipate that that'll have an impact either. Well, I don't know that 45 is not the correct number. So there's 45 vacancies at 311 right now. The reduction in headcount for 311, which was taken as a part of the January plan, was actually 17 heads. But throughout the entire pandemic and historically, our call taker numbers have been at the required levels that we need them to be at. So the vacancy reductions are really happening largely in administrative areas. So we don't anticipate any sort of drop off in our call taking ability.
So what we're looking at is holistically with 311, as the good commissioner just pointed out, we want to ensure that one, when someone picks up the phone and they dial 311, the quality of support that they get and having someone available to answer the phone is a priority. And any area where we projected a cut does not impact our capability to provide that basic level of service. So like as Commissioner Antonelli pointed out, it's largely coming from administrative areas which have no impact to our capability to answer and triage phone calls.
Thank you. I want to just ask a question about 311 operations before handing it off. I know we have a couple of council members with questions. So regarding 311 operations, during the preliminary budget hearing, we brought questions regarding 311 complaints on homeless individuals. Are complaints on the 311 line related to these individuals continue to be redirected to NYPD?
So when you look at 311 from an operations perspective, Our mandate and our mission around 311 phone calls is to intake a call and route them to the appropriate entity. In terms of the processes around homeless services and who responds to homeless related complaints, I would respectfully ask the chair to direct the questions to the NYPD and the Department for Social Services, as they're the primary entities that are responsible in the city for dealing with that. Our role is simply call triaging and routing. And that's how we've operated, and that's how we will continue to operate.
But are they being triaged to, I mean, I'm happy to ask this question to PD and DSS, but are they being triaged to the PD, for example? That's something
So depending on the type of call that comes in, and depending on the type of complaint that comes in related to a homeless call, it could go to the NYPD, or it could go to DSS, or in some cases, it may need to be transferred to 911, depending on the egregiousness of the interaction. Mm-hmm. So as it comes in, both PD and DSS have a role in homeless related phone calls. We would have to break down a specific call type, specific condition to tell you specifically where it would go. But short answer to the question is there are a portion of calls that are routed to PD, portion that are routed to DSS, portion that are redirected to 911 based on the call type.
Yeah, I'm curious to learn a little bit more about what that process is for the operators. I know that they oftentimes are encouraged to ask certain questions just to obviously to better triage. And I know that there are certain words that could trigger kind of where it gets triaged. So I'm curious to know kind of what that looks like and what those conversations look like in an effort to triage to the appropriate agency.
Makes sense. We can share a sample of what the decision tree looks like when routing that, so that gives the insight that you need.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions very quickly on the capital plan, and then I'm going to pass it over. At this point, what are DeWitt's largest challenges? No, what are DeWitt's challenges to their biggest capital projects? Excuse me.
So challenges, I think at this point for a lot of what we're moving forward, whether it's our foundational infrastructure programs or any of our other outlying programs that focus on replacing legacy infrastructure, they're less of, I'd phrase them less as challenges, but more as complexities in dealing with systems that are as old and delicate as some of the things that exist within the enterprise. And for us, from a funding perspective, our partners at the Office of Management and Budget and the budget director has been very responsive to where the city has priorities. So I don't think financially we face challenges. Administratively, and the technical complexity behind execution is where we typically run into issues where we've got to work around. But there's nothing notable worth mentioning at this point.
Thank you. You mentioned, I believe in your opening remarks about a modernization project with 311. Is the department looking to add any other IT modernization projects? And if so, if you can share what those are.
Yeah, so as part of the expanded scope of what the Office of Tech and Innovation is responsible for, we consider it less of what the legacy DeWitt approach has been in terms of hosted services and looking at it through that lens, but it's actually working as a business partner with the city's various agencies and looking at initiatives that are running within the that have been run traditionally within the departments themselves. So when we have big tech initiatives or programs that have significant spend and significant scope, working with the agencies to see how those programs are moving, finding synergies and combining efforts where necessary. It's the whole goal of making sure that every taxpayer dollar goes towards something that furthers the quality of life of the person that lives in the city, and ensuring that we as government are taking advantage of opportunities where we're modernizing in one area that we also expand that into other areas as well. So we have 311 modernization, and the big thing behind 311 is it's a system that was commissioned almost 2 decades ago. Mm-hmm. And from a telecommunications perspective, it hasn't had a major upgrade since. Right. So what we're doing is we're taking the capabilities of a modern call center and bringing them into 311, not just from not just from a technical perspective, but from a resiliency perspective. Being able to operate at multiple sites, seamless failover, and expansion of the quality of service that people get out of 311. As we mentioned, increased number of languages, better location accuracy. You think about a person that's reporting an abandoned vehicle, and I know this is one thing that Councilmember Holden knows a lot about. Someone calls in about a vehicle that's been abandoned, and then you have someone that comes to a location. Because they can't find a street address or they can't specify, they have to go based on the nearest location that they have. And with the updates to 311, being able to pull GPS and be able to use mapping services to give a more approximate location of where they've seen the issue, it's going to increase the quality of service. Not only do they get out of 311, but to the entities that respond to 311 related complaints.
Thank you. Absolutely. My last question related to capital is, we saw that the capital plan includes $17.4 million for the implementation of a project named Do It Alarming Service Now. What is this project? What does it entail, and what is the direct service?
So the ServiceNow program. So the alarming, it's an interesting.
What is it?
So ServiceNow is a case management system for service desk tickets. So when you dial the citywide service desk and you say, I have a problem with the computer, or I have a problem with the system or service, the system that the problem is logged in and then routed to someone to triage and fix, that's what ServiceNow does.
So this is an internal, it's for the internal for the employees. It's an internal case management system?
Yeah, it's a case management system for people that work on the service desk, not limited to OTI itself, but across the city. So there's a number of agencies that are dependent on what was once Remedy. It's the old service desk ticket system. We've updated that from Remedy to ServiceNow.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I'm going to pass it off to our moderator, who then will call on our members to put questions. Thank you.
Chair Gutierrez, always a pleasure.
I'm here. I'm not leaving. Don't say goodbye to me yet, though. But thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Chair. First, we're going to turn to Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Williams, and then Councilmember Holden. Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. I have some little questions and then a couple of big ones. The little ones are, we all care about NYCHA, and in addition, Julie Menon also involved the education superhighway group out of California. So I wanted to know if you know, because I don't know the group, if they can help with this issue of trying to make sure that people can get online for $30. That's number one, even though it's sometimes hard to work with Spectrum and Verizon, in my experience. Number two, with the franchises, I am concerned about Manhattan Neighborhood Network and the other providers and the city, because obviously we have less cable, more online. The money comes from cable. So I just didn't know how you're going to handle that issue. With the kiosks, I think there's two issues. One, the current ones, as soon as the Doctoroff put them in, I knew he was going to have a problem with the internet, so they cut it off because too many people were using it. So I just didn't know if they would also be cut off in the new kiosk. And I know Manhattan, they're going to complain about the size of them, so I assume you're aware of that. On E-rate, I wanted to know if we have it in the schools, libraries, and so on. I love it to be a hotspot. I tried to go to the FAA, have not been successful in the past, so that you could have opportunities for free Wi-Fi in the area. I didn't know if you were thinking about that. And in terms of 311, you always have city employees, King, which is your, I assume, still your contracted agency, and CUNY students. And I just didn't know, if they're still the three partners. Obviously, we want as many city employees as possible. And then the larger questions are, there are a lot of companies that want to provide internet options applied to the universal broadband solicitation, as you know, but not all of them have heard back from the city. So I wanted to know the status of the universal broadband solicitation. And I believe the last administration put in 157 million. And I didn't know how the build out and the 157 million were coordinated. And then of course, I'm always dealing with the private providers, and they're always challenging. But do we have a plan for how to make it easier for companies to build the internet network throughout the city? I know Maya Wiley sued Verizon because they weren't doing it. And these new broadband franchises are in place, but some of them rely on Verizon to schedule conduit reviews and deal with the costs. And I just didn't know because Verizon, at least in my opinion, is always slowing things down. So I didn't know how you were dealing with Verizon. So those are my questions. And thank you very much.
Councilmember, thank you very much for the questions. So I will try to answer in succession, and any area where I miss, please feel free to pull me back in. So in the first question around education superhighway and the work that the council member did in terms of partnering with them to increase the advocacy and awareness of the program. There are many entities that play in the space around advocacy and that we're able to partner with. And as the city, we are exploring all opportunities to leverage partners that can extend our voice as far as possible, especially about free services that the city can leverage, that our residents can leverage. So we are very open to partnership opportunities, and we are actively exploring all viable paths that we can do that with. In terms of the viability and what we're doing around, the availability of services and what we're doing in NYCHA as a whole, and exploring how we can expand that free $30, use that $30 a month for broadband. The initiatives that we're focused on right now is democratizing the process for enrollment. So instead of having the tenant be dependent on an individual process to connect with the provider to come in and establish the service, it's more so having the tenant connect with someone just to schedule installation. And let's remove the burden of them having to enroll with the service itself. And as you've mentioned, sometimes dealing with the companies can be a bit complex in navigating how you get to these service offerings. It may be a bit challenging for the residents, and that's why we want to use this opportunity to demystify and scale back the level of engagement that's necessary to get this critical service. So I'm going to pause there for a second to see if that makes sense.
Makes sense. I'll probably follow up. I don't want to take too many people. I know places like Silicon Harlem, there are 3 such groups in Manhattan under the previous administration. I don't quite know what they're doing, except they're trying to do the same thing. I think it is complicated. I've been trying to do this for many years. So, and these carriers are challenging too, because in the past, if you didn't pay your bill, you might walk. All right, keep going. I'm sorry. All right, I think we should describe it. We should talk about it later at this point.
No, so we'll be very happy to follow up offline on this front. And, and thank you for all the efforts that you've done in the past trying to push these things forward. I mean, for us, it's important to have allies and advocates in the right places, and you are certainly one of them.
Okay. And the franchises?
So the franchises, can you just?
Sure. The issue is you guys, I think they're up next year. And so and they're not going to give you cable money. So then what are going to happen with all of the, the M&Ms and so on, because they're not going to get that cable money. And
so we're in the process of exploring all of the existing franchise agreements, and we're looking at for those that are up and those that have lapsed, and how we can bring them back into compliance and standardize them in a way that continues to ensure that the city collects revenue in the areas where they're actually being utilized. So the team, both from our general counsel's office and our franchise administration are working very diligently to try to bring these into compliance. Now, this isn't an issue that's new in this space. I mean, a lot of these agreements have been expired for or have been in extension mode for years. So it is our goal during this administration's term to rectify and establish a new baseline.
Okay, and you're going to worry about the municipal channels and M&Ms.
Yes.
On E-rate, we all have them in libraries and the schools. Can we make some hot spots out of them?
Yeah, so we've been in a lot of conversation with the New York Public Library and a number of other entities about having these, using some of these community sites, including the libraries, as a hub for as they've been for generations, go to the library to get a book, but you can also go to the library to connect and leverage some of these services. So we're in conversations to see how we can fast track and partner on some of these efforts. And
So outside into the neighborhood. That's what I need. Outside.
oh, outside, like in the perimeter?
Yeah, outside. We've been trying to do that. That's what I'm wondering.
Oh, yeah. So we are actively pursuing not just in building, but we're also looking at, as we look at other areas like nitrogen developments, as we look at pursuing build outs in other places like homeless shelters, not just on the inside of the development or in the units, but also in the common spaces, in the atriums, and in the public areas.
Yeah, but
So
the issue is with the libraries and the schools, you have the E-rate. So the FAA would have to agree to let you do it into the neighborhood. That's the problem.
Yeah, so we will follow up with you offline on that front and make sure that we're all working on the same page.
At 311, do you have, is it still King and CUNY students and city employees?
It is so.
Okay, and then do you have Spectrum? Does the city have Spectrum?
Spectrum.
From the cloud, buying Spectrum. Do we buy Spectrum? I don't know. I was just wondering.
By like regular.
Broadway operates with Spectrum. HITN has Spectrum.
Yeah, so the city owns various degrees of spectrum depending on what you're looking at. So we own radio spectrum. We own a number of other things that entities like our public safety channels use for communication.
So at some point, if you could let this committee know what we're paying for it, that would be helpful, and how much we have.
Okay, sounds good.
And then the other issue was just about the university broadband solicitation, the 157 million from the last administration. What are we doing about that?
So it's currently under assessment, and of the 157 million, the vast majority meaning the significant majority of that money has not been touched as yet, and we are trying to determine whether we move forward with that or not.
Okay. And then the issue with the, again, these challenging Verizons, just pushing them to do what they're supposed to do. I assume you continue to do that because it's not easy to get them to help with the build out or to do what they're supposed to do. I just didn't know where you are with Verizon and maybe others doing what they're supposed to do because they're not good at it.
Yeah, so I think historically there's been a number of challenges that's plagued both our franchise partners in the space and also a lot of the entities that are tasked with delivering. And I think one of the things that we're doing is holding them accountable, right? So when they commit to provide a service for the city, ensuring that service is provided in the time that they actually committed to providing it. Okay. What we've seen historically is big commitments and a limited amount of follow through, and we are in terms of what this administration's motto is, get stuff done. We have to ensure that we hold them accountable so we can get the things done that we want to get done.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
Starting.
Thank you, Chair. I had a lot of questions about 311, but the chair did such an amazing job, so I won't spend so much time there. Just to say, really interested in any outreach or budgets to go to outreach. So a lot of people, of course, we always tell folks in our office to call 311, but a lot of times they don't know how to navigate 311 and understand the process. And so we've been thinking a lot about how to improve on like educating people and outreach around 311. So wanted to know if there's any allocations to outreach and like education and training around 311.
So for the budgetary breakdown of anything that's specifically focused around outreach, my Deputy Commissioner for Management and Budget, Joe Antonelli, can talk a bit about that, anything specific to that. But before we get to that, one of the things I want to mention is, as we look at 311 service enhancements, what we're trying to do is rationalize and simplify the way that people interact with both the 311 mobile app, the 311 website, and also looking at how we can simplify the call tree when someone dials 311. So for us, there's a lot that we can do in terms of enhancing the quality of service that you get out of the products that we issue. So we're actively looking at a human-centric design model, actively looking at how we can update those things to be more compliant and easier to navigate. But Joe, anything specific on that front you'd like to mention?
There's nothing specific that I have to mention. I don't have the budget down to that granular level, but certainly if there's specific outreach that you wanted to do, we would be open to having that conversation and figuring out how that could be funded.
Yeah, I think just kind of following up on the commissioner's point, if we have these products and services that we want people to use that for all intents purposes is useful. I just want to make sure that people actually know how to use the products and are aware of the products. So, okay. The next thing is, would you be able to share, not now, just like the timeline around modernization of 311 and like, exactly what you plan to do in more detail? And this is like a yes or no, because I don't want you to explain it now. I just want to know, like, okay, great. I would love to know that. And also wanted to flag if you all are thinking about user feedback. So also kind of getting information from users on, what might make better sense to them, and even working with council member offices to think through how we can improve the 311 system.
Yes, so I think when we look at application development as a whole, the feedback continuum is part of the process. So measuring service, measuring satisfaction, measuring ease of use is something that we are always open to doing. And as we look at these enhancements, we are looking to also measure the efficacy behind them to make sure that we're heading in the right direction. And so to both your current question and your previous question, yes and yes, and we will happily follow up.
Awesome. And yes, I would love to meet with you at some point soon. The other two, I don't have a lot of time. So I know the mayor is really interested in cryptocurrency and wondering, like, from your agency's perspective, has there been any, this is a budget meeting, so is there any like budget allocations to kind of explore how the city might manage cryptocurrency or anything to that?
Yeah, so crypto is a big part of crypto. When we talk crypto, I say blockchain, Web3. It's a big part of how the tech ecosystem has evolved. And from a fintech perspective, crypto represented a decade ago nothing, but today it represents over 2 trillion in sort of global investment. So for us as a city, it's one of the areas where we have a vested interest in ensuring that we create policies and that we ensure that our youth, as they evolve into the working space, have awareness of what these technologies are, and that they're educated and capable of growing and taking part of the next phase of the digital revolution. So we're in the early stages of developing what our strategy is going to be in the crypto, blockchain, Web3 space. We're working, as the mayor stated, he took his first 3 paychecks in crypto. That's the initial sign of how much how important the space is to him. And then we're currently working on building something out. In terms of budget allocation for this, we're leveraging our existing innovation pipeline and our existing innovation budget to build our strategies and policies around this stuff. So it's nothing explicit that's in the budget, but it is a work in progress as we speak.
Okay, I would love to also follow up with you. And Chair, may I have just 1 more minute? Okay.
1 minute.
I have 1 minute. All right, so I won't ask you this question, but just in terms of like the automated decisions, I know this has been like a conversation in the past around like the algorithms, and so would love an update on that at some point. You guys put the timer up for 1 minute. I love that. Yeah, so I'd love some information on that in the future, and again, as it pertains to the budget, if we could follow up. And then this could just be statement and follow-up question in my last 30 seconds at another point is also wanting to see how we can like decentralize the chain of command for like different agencies and even community boards that always have to kind of go to do it to like make any changes, even if they're super simple changes. And so I just wanted to have a conversation, understand budgetary, administrative wise, logistical wise, programmatic wise, if there's any conversations around how to sort of like decentralize the authority around like making certain changes online for the agencies.
Time expired.
Yeah, so I think great questions. We're always looking for ways that we can create broader levels of efficiency. So any area where it's the process is a bit cumbersome and we can make it better, I'd be happy to know. You know, if they, like they say, if you want to make any positive change in any parts of the way that you operate, it starts with having an honest conversation about the ways that you can do that and where we can. And I'm any areas where you see it, I'm happy to have a discussion about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Holden.
Starting time.
Thank you, chairs, and thank you, Commissioner. And I guess I'll try to be very brief. I guess my first question would be directed to COO Michael McGrath. You know, I mentioned this at the last hearing, but I'd like a commitment, sort of, if you can do it, that these Link NYC kiosks could be, when possible, be installed close to, you know, like bus stops, because my constituents are asking for that. So can we make that a priority, at least where possible?
Yes, Chair Member, I'll say this. We have a list of siting guidelines that we are governed by, and proximity of one unit to another, you know, other street furniture is something we need to consider. I will commit to you that I'll talk to the team about it and see what we can come up with relative to ideas and possible recommendations on what we could do. That I can do. But right now, just based on the siting guidelines and criteria, there are certain rules we're bound by.
Yeah, I get it. I know it's difficult, especially we haven't even started to cite them in many locations, especially my district. But you know, the ones I've had, I've never seen anybody using them. You know, that's the problem. And what's the use of having them if they're not going to be used? And I think, and I know they'd be used near a bus stop. But just a question on, did I hear you mention that the kiosks can't be installed within 500 feet of residential?
No, my apologies. So the context of that statement was relative to the chair's question of how close are these, how many are close to NYCHA facilities and or homeless shelters, so to speak. The data that I've gotten so far that I need to just go through and review with the team before I provide those answers back is sort of a radius type of stat that we have. So there's X number of NYCHA locations around the city, and there's this many units within 300 feet of them, just for an example. That's what I meant to convey there, if that wasn't clear. So my apologies.
But what is the regulation close to residential?
Right now, it's how the zones apply. So right now, we are approved to install the units in commercial and manufacturing zones, for example. We are not approved to install them in the strict residential zones. That's the guiding principles.
No, but at the last hearing, I mentioned when you answered me, because I said I have a lot of mixed use areas, just like the chair has.
Yeah.
So if it's residential, let's say, would it be right outside a window of a residential if somebody's on the second floor above a store?
Right, and my apologies, mixed use is approved as well. And so with that, there's, again, I refer back to the siting guidelines for how we can install them and where we can install them. There's things like you can't put them outside of the doorways, you know, adjacent to doorways out by the curb and so forth. And so I'd be happy to talk to you offline about that in terms of the details of how the siting guidelines work. And if there's some ideas there and we can maybe put forth some recommendations on to change them, that's fine too. But again, it's going to have to.
Okay,
it's relative to all the siting guidelines.
Right. Okay, we'll get into it. I guess we'll get into the trenches when this thing when they start to be installed. And I guess this is directed to Commissioner Frazier. As far as 311 was mentioned, you mentioned about the mapping locations, which has always been a sore point. I'm glad you're working on that. And I forgive me if I mentioned this at our meeting, but I'm getting forgetful in my old age. But can we add photography submissions? Not only more of that. We added it for parking violations, which is wonderful, because we're getting a lot more attention to the violations with the photography. But on the other end, can we get agencies to photograph, let's say, a violation of a sanitation, let's say a dirty sidewalk, where we wouldn't go back and forth as much when you could show the storekeeper or the resident, here's what your sidewalk looked like. So you submit a photograph. Is that possible?
Yeah. So in terms of possible, everything's possible. In terms of effort, we will follow up offline, but we will certainly unpack and see areas where we can continue to expand this capability. I mean, Councilmember, you've been a big advocate and helped refine 311 to what it is today, and we will continue to leverage that partnership to help us be our best selves. So we'll take this away. We'll see what we can do in the near term, but certainly midterm, long term, certainly possible.
When I mentioned it in the previous council, I got like pushback. Well, we'd have to buy, phones for the agents or the officers. But this would minimize, and I think especially in sanitation or anything, even buildings, if this comes up where somebody say, well, I didn't have that commercial van parked in my driveway, or I didn't have, a dirty sidewalk, you'd be able to show them the condition at the time of inspection. And that would minimize the kind of court fights that go back and forth. And so I just think it's just using technology that we have today in the best possible way. At the time of the summons, you especially get the pushback in sanitation, because I constantly get storekeepers saying, I sweep every few hours, and this is baloney. This is a popsicle stick that I was summoned for. So I think that would help. So thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, chairs.
Yeah, I just would like to clear up, like, technically making the capability possible is something that we can certainly work on. But in terms of operationalizing, working with the entities that are responding, we'd have to work with them on how it's actually operationalized. But as always, your great ideas, and let's see how we can push.
Well, I love the app, and I'm just trying to push on everyone, my constituents, that has to use 311. The app is great, and I thank you for that. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Holden and Chairs Brannan and Gutierrez. I'll turn it back to you. We have no more councilmember questions for Do It.
Genji, you got something?
I just want to thank everybody. Thank you to the commissioner. Thank you to the Do It team for today, for your responses, and just a shout out to my committee team for all of your assistance in preparing for today. And looking forward to continuing this conversation and how to just create more access and equity for all of our constituents.
Right on. Thank you so much. Thank you to all my colleagues. Thank you, Commissioner Frazier and your team, for answering all of our questions. If there's anything that we need more clarity on, we will send it in written form, and it'll help in our negotiation process. So thank you to the whole finance team. Malcolm, thank you so much. And with that, this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you all.
I'm going to end the live stream now.